So thank you. I think you can go out. So there's one over here. Test the mics. Oh, okay. Thank you. Can you all hear me in the room? Not so. Test. Interesting.
Oh, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think there are two. I hope there are. Maybe a screwdriver. I got another one. Stays together.
On these mics, and I checked the mic. I'm not gonna get anything. So.
Well, maybe I should.
Yeah.
I know he's here.
I may take advantage of it because I can't get this. All yours. Thank you.
Test.
Andrew Costa.
Can you hear anything back there? I can barely hear anything.
It might be over here.
Test.
I'll go get it.
You want to slow down? Are you? Equal turn. No. How is this one? It's you. Tracy, have you met Rodrigo yet? Rodrigo is
Yes,
our
I've been
new
wanting to say
scholar.
Welcome.
Tracy,
Nice to
after.
meet you. It's mine. So I'm just a distance scholar. Some marks.
Yeah, it went out, I guess it's just a week ago.
Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
I'm trying to read.
Karen said
Karen said
something,
I
yeah.
was, I remember saying.
How are you? I need to go back out there.
Organization of the market.
So, I don't know if they're audition for the night for Brazil.
Right, because it's not amplified per se from that one, that was just really bad.
So you're saying, I remember it. That was a couple of months.
So you like really need a, I guess, do you want to
Well, it's
hear?
on Zoom. We're
It's on Zoom, okay, oh, they can't hear you?
Well, no, they can hear there.
Oh, okay, oh, but here, they
I
can't,
meant in the room.
okay,
And so you see Mike.
yeah, yeah, it's cranked up all the way, so I guess, do you want to use a handheld mic? Or do you want to, yes,
And we need the mic for this too. I mean, I think the room's acoustics are fairly good, but some people will want.
yeah, be soft spoken, yeah,
Yes.
okay,
I'm sorry, I just.
Yeah, no, that's-
Works
yeah.
For the room.
yeah, yeah, So let's see. How many mics do you think you need? You just you want.
And you're flying out there too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Mine's three.
Yours is like two something.
I'm connecting this.
Yeah.
Would you want one for every table? So just three and then you just share or?
And then one for here. Okay, I mean, if you can, yeah.
Food and live stream. We have. We do some work with Center for Private. 200 some people signed up for online. They are specific. So if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm studying as well.
Yeah, which is.
We're actually having major food up last week. Project initiative. Repurposing offshore oil and gas platforms for green power production. So it'd be essentially wind power. Fertilizers to essentially create the pipe. And so they're actually trying to assemble this. It sounds like it's not quite mature.
Yeah, I'm looking for just specific mechanisms for finance.
Hello, Gina.
Financing and tax credits, but like
Can you unmute?
Hello, my friend.
governments,
I can hear you just fine.
you have to produce.
How are you?
I'm good. Let me try one thing and then I'll undo it. Hang on.
About issues and implementation.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, because we are just in the beginning.
There's Gina.
So we'll be ready to go at 9:15.
Yeah, just.
Yay, I have one slide for my panel, just to introduce.
Yeah, your share should work fine.
Your share should work just fine.
It does. Yeah, I can tell I have a button.
Produce hydrogen from the.
It's such a large infrastructure.
Is another color of hydrogen. Rainbow color. Green.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I wasn't available to help you.
That's okay. I was just, I didn't mean for you to have to take me. Good to see you. Good.
This is my
Good.
slide
Wow,
over here.
thanks.
Start out wherever you like.
Oh, okay. And so this is the front.
Concerns about.
These functions. Last solution. This is an interesting sentence. Wow.
This is nice.
Yeah.
To universities.
Yeah. You see why the walking wasn't a good idea.
100%. The part where we went on the highway. At
Yeah.
75 miles an hour.
That would be your first clue. Hey, how are you? Yeah, whatever you would like me to do. Why don't you go first? Hey, good morning, Tracy.
Microphone.
I'm
Good to see you.
in person though.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I want one of those. I got more than one. They look so good.
Absolutely.
How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. So I've never seen this area set up this way. This is cool.
I assume you've had an update for multiple tours.
What's that?
I see you had a chance to go on multiple tours.
I have, and I just have never seen the setup like this. When I've been here, it's been more open to that without the glass things closed. This is neat.
I said, I'm still discovering things.
Oh,
It's been such a,
yeah.
like, had a meeting in the judicial roving just yesterday.
Oh, really? That's
Which
cool.
was very nice. I didn't realize it was there.
Yeah. This is so neat. So we got a bigger online presence than we would.
Oh, God, yeah, but it's only a.
Great. there any information? They give us a Wi-Fi.
UH guest.
Yes. Okay, great. So,
I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find door stopper.
He's getting a door stopper.
Okay. Sure. I guess we don't have to be. 9:15.
So we got one handle. That's it.
Test.
So, and that's on, they're all red, so red means it's off.
Right.
It's on.
Great, thank you.
Do you need stands or just, or they just?
You know, it's probably, if you have time to get a stand, probably not a terrible idea, just so that we're with it, so it doesn't, but you know what,
Yeah.
it's gonna be fine either way, so don't stress. Thank you.
Yeah. Just long, get that, I'll hang it around, I'll hang around.
Maybe we'll get started. Have
Yeah.
some coffee or, yeah, gosh. It's even better. All right, excellent. It's also I'll go get you. We're gonna start for 20 minutes.
What's that? Stays. So great. Yeah.
It's And it's now taking up half his time. That's the answer you have to give.
Specifically, I was just gonna say. Just say that we envision. Industry. Speaks out most of the body.
These are the conditions.
Your UH kiss.
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna send it to her. She, I hope so, I just don't know if she's doing violent steps.
Thanks for coming.
So what did we decide?
The first panel will be here, and your PowerPoint is. Don't worry, it's fine, it's posted, so you see that, so you just click on it, and then, we'll share the screen here. In fact, I think you could, let me just test this now, so it's screen 2. And then. Yeah, that's it. No, but you know, there's always something.
Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. I just wanted to adjust.
Y no tienen, por ejemplo, los controles.
Forms or.
Y también Aleluya. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Ahí.
Vai, Marta, infelizmente eu não consigo, eu tô entrando nesse aqui. Vocês não mais. Eu acho que a Mariana também tá bem enrolada, tá? Mas, puxa, a gente vai tentar organizar melhor essa agenda para conseguir participar aqui. Tá? Um abraço.
Claro. Ahí los pueden financiar.
It's also one thing here that is we got. Rotate that screw. We have like services like.
Ahí con cuidado. Ahí con cuidado y hay que acordarse de esta pendiente que trabajas. Sí, trabajas para poder terminar de poner un día contigo. ¿Está lejos? Ujú. Ujú.
Ah, que isso, que eu fiz. Eu começar uma reunião aqui. Hã?
Sí, 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 no te preocupes. Ujú. Ya. Ya, hay que poner, ya. Dame la fecha.
Sim.
Ya, ahora, ¿cómo ves? Sí, sí, sí. Dos cosas. Hay que dar la fecha. Y cómo recuperamos. Lo de tu
Ah,
visita.
gostoso. E não tem lactose.
Ujú.
Significa que você não solta pum por causa disso.
If I right
Ujú. Ujú.
Uhum, uhum. Olha só, eu tive que mute aqui, tá?
Ayer, me ha relajado mucho en esta parte. Como me, sí, como me siento.
For those who are in attendance at home, this is your first CLE code if you are getting CLE credit for Virginia, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or California. Please note this, there'll be 10 codes during the program. The Texas code was shown first. It will be shown again before the end of the program. Thank you. We will begin soon.
Well, good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to the 7th annual North American Environmental Energy and Natural Resources Conference, which Blank Rome has sponsored since its inception. We're very proud to do so. I want to thank everybody for those of you who are attending in person and send out a welcome to those of you who are attending remotely as well. We always envisioned this conference when we initially put it together as something that would bring together leaders in industry, policymakers, and academics in one place to discuss big issues that relate to energy, centered around a theme annually. And this year's theme is energy security. I think it's going to be very interesting. We have presentations and experts today on geopolitical risks, supply chain and climate risks, privacy and cybersecurity risks, a panel of general counsel. And all of these experts have come together to speak on one aspect or another relating to energy security. Again, we're very proud to sponsor this conference at Blank Rome, and want to thank the University of Houston Law Center for hosting the conference today in the beautiful new University of Houston Law Center building. And also send out thanks to our co-sponsors for also sponsoring this conference. With that, let me turn this over to Victor Flatt, and again, bid you welcome.
Thank you so much, Susan. My name is Victor Flatt. I'm the Dwight Olds Chair in Law and one of the faculty co-directors of the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Center, along with my colleagues, Tracy Hester, who's here, and Gina Warren, who's online, will be hosting our first panel. I wanted to first give you some specific things about what to do and where. Restrooms, very important. They are outside for those in person and down the hall. There is an issue with the women's room there, but there's several all gender restrooms, and you can also go up the stairs to another set of restrooms should you need to use those. If you've got the program, you will see the times. We're going to try to stick to those relatively closely. We will have to do some moving in and out to get the remote people on the screen and put up the CLE codes for those who are attending remotely. So that said, I now want to move on to just, discuss the CLEs. If you're here in person, you should register outside and you'll get your affidavit to do that. We are having CLE for Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, California, Virginia, Connecticut, and of course, Texas. The Texas CLE code was shown at the beginning. It will be shown again. For the other states, there are a series of 10 codes. This is not for the folks in the room, lucky you, but if you're remote, you need to follow those. They will be up at somewhat random times as we are instructed by the bar associations of those states. Now, I have many people to thank. I am so impressed with our group of speakers who are here today. This is a group of people that I am just very proud to gather in one place and in one room I want to give a special thank you to our keynote, Kristen Eichenser, who will be on at lunchtime. Lunch will be there by 11:45. You can prepare that and come in. I also want to thank Andrew Wills from the Department of Energy, who came from DC, who will be here for the third panel. And I want to thank so many of our professors here at the University of Houston, both the Law Center and the university, who have contributed and are part of the expertise that we would like to help contribute to the practicing bar. So my colleagues here, Professor Nicholas Guggenberger, Julian Cardenas, Elizabeth Trujillo, Pablo Pinto, Gina Warren, Tracy Hester, our special visiting professor this year, Hannah Wiseman, and of course, our Dean Baines, with whom we could not have done this. Particular thanks to Hannah Eaton, who many of you met outside, who has helped with all the organizing, to Luana Gehring, who has worked with the Dean's Council and getting all of that ready. Excuse me. To Ruth McCleskey, who is handling all of our online work. We couldn't do this without all of them. Our sponsors today are many, and we're very proud of that. Our main sponsor, of course, is the law firm Blank Rome. I will come back to that shortly. But we're also sponsored by the University of Houston's UH Energy, by the University of Houston Law Center's Global Law and Policy for the Americas, by the C.T. Bauer College of Business here at the University of Houston, by the Case Western Reserve Burke Center for Environmental Law at Case Western School of Law, by the University of Calgary Faculty of Law, who's been one of our sponsors from the beginning. And particularly, I want to thank Blank Rome. As Ms. Bickley noted, this is the 7th year they have sponsored this North American conference. This is our first year back in person, although we're pleased to have a very large online contingent as well. And I can't say enough how important it is, I think, for law firms like Blank Rome to work with schools to assist in educating law students, practicing attorneys, and their clients, as well as interacting with government officials. This is a great model. I've been so proud to be a part of it. I'm so glad to be back in person. I particularly want to thank Susan Bickley, who spearheaded this, had the original idea. I encourage you to read about her in our program. She is a remarkable, remarkable person. And in addition to all of her legal accomplishments, she is a fine human being that has worked for diversity, accelerating women's rights in the legal profession. And I want to thank her very much for that. So with that, I'm going to get us ready for our first panel. It'll take just a couple of seconds to get the people up on the screen. But if you're on the first panel and want to come on up here, please do so. Would you be presenting? Dean, I think you're ready when you are. Not quite, just 1 second. So.
It won't let.
Okay, again, we're figuring out our technical things on this end. So I want to introduce this panel. This is the panel that is going to address geopolitical risks. Today, we're going to look at geopolitical risks, supply chain risks, cybersecurity and privacy risks, and direct risks from the climate change impacts to the energy supply. In the last year, we have seen a major disruption through energy conduits, energy supplies, how energy is moved, how energy is manufactured, where it can come from. And that exists all the way at the international level, down through the state level and the bilateral level. And so it's very important to understand what is happening in that situation. I'm going to let Professor Warren introduce the panel. One of the panel members who's also remote, Ms. Van de Biesenbos, Professor Van de Biesenbos. I will spotlight her when she talks. We can't spotlight her at this point, so you can turn your video on, Professor Van de Biesenbos, and we will let you come in when that happens. So I'm going to start with Professor Warren, who is the A.L. O'Quinn Chair in Environmental Law here at the University of Houston.
All right, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Awesome. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person, but thank you so much for that introduction, Victor. I'm proud to say that I've been a part of this program since its inception, and it's truly something that I look forward to every year. And I want to give a thank you for everyone who put together the program, but especially to my very good friend and colleague, Victor Flatt, and to everyone at Blank Rome, including Susan, Peg, Mitch, everybody else that I know puts in a lot of effort to make this work. And so this year, I'm excited because I get the privilege of moderating the first panel, which is, of course, going to be the best panel of the day, right? And so it's a great panel of experts who will discuss navigating increased geopolitical risks in energy. And so our first panelist is Anthony Rappa, who will start us off with the geo side of things. He's an attorney at Blank Rome in their DC office, and he leads the national security team. Anthony will talk about sanctions and foreign investments relating to multiple countries, including Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and China. Next up, we have our own Julian Cardenas. Julian is a professor and the director of the Center for U.S. and Mexican Law at the University of Houston Law Center. He's our guru on all things South America, Latin America. So, of course, he's going to discuss the geopolitical energy risks in Latin America and the global South. Our third panelist is Kristen Van de Biesenbos, and who's currently a professor at the University of Calgary, but will be coming back to the United States to join Cal Western this fall. So Kristen is an expert in energy law and regulation, and she'll discuss the geopolitical energy issues in Canada and the relationships to the United States. And she's online, so you might be able to see her, so she can wave to you. And then our final panelist is Miranda Lepla, who's the director at Case Western's Environmental Law Clinic. She's an expert in environmental litigation and will discuss the political side of things with her focus on Ohio's first energy scandal and the impacts of corruption on electricity markets. And so each panelist will have about 13 to 15 minutes to give a presentation, and we'll hold questions until the end. After the panelists have all had a time to speak, we'll open it up to the audience in person and online to ask questions. We should have about 15 minutes for that. And so let's give them all a warm welcome and say thank you so much for coming to talk to us today. I look forward to this. And with that, let's get started. Anthony, you're up first.
Thank you and good morning. Let's get the slides up here.
Yep.
All right, well, you always know you're off to a good start when the tech is working seamlessly. So thank you for that. So far, so good. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here in the room and thanks for being here virtually. So as was just mentioned, we'll be getting into different elements of geopolitical risk. And what this presentation will focus on will be some of the national security legal implications of the geopolitical turmoil that we're seeing, particularly with regard to sanctions and export controls and restrictions on investment, foreign investment, and even US investment in other countries. And we'll view that through the lens of how that impacts the energy industry. There we go. All right, tech is still working seamlessly. So a major theme, and this is not going to come as a surprise to anyone, but to put a point on it. You know, obviously the war in Ukraine, which started last February, has brought about a dramatic change in the geopolitical landscape. But in certain respects, really what that did was kind of supercharge trends that already were happening. And what we're seeing, one way to put it is that we're gradually seeing this return to a world with borders. And I think there was a period of time where maybe, you know, the world was more in the direction of free trade and free movement of goods and free movement of investment. But we're seeing the return to great power competition, geopolitical tension, and these checks on the movement of goods, technology, and investment. And what we see coming about are these trends towards regionalization, trying to really kind of do business, at least in strategic areas, with countries that are allies and friends, trying to reshore production wherever we can, or at least relocate supply chains to more reliable and secure sources away from countries that are considered to be adversaries. And the policymakers in the US are doing that through different legal regimes. And we won't go through these regimes in tortured detail this morning, but just to tick through them. The one that gets the most attention is economic sanctions. That's the word that everyone knows. Out of all of the stuff that's on this slide, it's probably the only word you'd ever use if you were at a dinner party. Even then, you might put people to sleep talking about it, but at least people talk about sanctions. The next big thing is export control, where the US increasingly is seeking to stem the flow of strategic US technology to certain other countries, particularly China and Russia. The next item here would be US national security review of foreign investment in the United States, which frankly is very important to the energy industry. And the way that that's done is through the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. And then there are increasingly there are US regulations regarding supply chain security and import restrictions. So for example, certain imports that are coming from Western China are presumptively not allowed to be imported into the United States unless there could be certain documentation that these products are not made with forced labor. There are regulations regarding the use of Chinese and Russian technology in certain IT and communications applications. So supply chain security increasingly is a big deal. And then finally, industrial policy, which here that's referring to subsidies and US government measures to support domestic US industry. The big thing that we saw is with respect to the CHIPS Act and semiconductors, as we'll get into here briefly, there are other ways where policymakers are thinking about what can we do to support domestic industry to sort of build up our own domestic capabilities such that we're not vulnerable to supply shocks from adversary states. So again, very quickly regarding this stuff, and then we're going to get into some of the country risk, but sanctions, again, that's what's in the news, and sanctions are the measures that target particular countries, and that has to do with whether US nationals can do business with certain countries or not. Here's some feedback here. And that, very well-known example of that, the sanctions on Russia, the embargo against Iran, that has to do with whether you can do business with countries or not. Export controls, which have to do with securing strategic technology from being exported to other countries or sharing it with foreign nationals. That's what export controls are. Investment screening. And again, I would emphasize this. I think it's particularly impactful for the energy industry, where the US government is getting very involved in reviewing foreign investment in the United States, and in some cases blocking it if it's coming from sources that are of concern, and critical infrastructure and certain types of energy applications are in the scope of these regulations. And there's a more recent, very kind of hot proposal in DC for there to be review of outbound US investment in other countries if that investment is considered to be supporting countries of concern. And again, that typically is going to be China or Russia when policymakers say that. And as I mentioned, supply chain security, very important issue. So starting with Russia, we'll just go through some of the countries that are relevant for the energy industry and kind of where we are in terms of the geopolitical status and how these legal issues pop up. Russia, comes as no surprise, is subject to a lot of sanctions as of now. It is not subject to comprehensive sanctions, which is kind of a popular misconception. There are a lot of sanctions on Russia, but there's still some range of activity that's totally permissible. At this point in time, a lot of that is really kind of some kinds of consumer goods or like really low tech stuff, but there is Russia business that's still permissible. But the sanctions have targeted oligarchs, major banks, major companies, associates of Vladimir Putin. There are a lot of financial transactions that are now off limits, which has served the purpose of cutting off a lot of business with Russia. New investment in Russia is now prohibited under the sanctions. Trade in certain kinds of luxury goods is prohibited. And now we get into the stuff that's relevant for the industry. There are very broad export controls as of this point in time regarding Russia. So there's a lot of items that are subject to US, that are made in the US or exported from the US that cannot go to Russia. Energy imports of Russian energy now for some time has been prohibited. And certain types of services that US persons could provide to Russia are prohibited. And the big thing here would be providing services related to the marine transport of oil and petroleum products. If those products are over a price cap that we have set, so the price cap on Russian oil is a pretty well-known thing. And that is really intended to have a major impact on the Russian government's ability to derive revenue and to support the war in Ukraine. So that's really kind of the big issue as of now, is the oil price cap. One other thing that's on the table that could be relevant for the industry, because it's been talked about very recently, is that the US and US partners are concerned about how prominent Russia is as a supplier of nuclear technology and nuclear equipment and nuclear inputs and material. And the US and the G7 are looking at ways to kind of turn away from that if possible. And this gets back to that theme of trying to, regionalize and do business with friends. So that's, I think the commentary has suggested it sounds good on paper, but we might be kind of far away from being able to implement it. But again, that's what people were thinking about as a next stage energy development for Russia, is this dependence on Russia when it comes to the nuclear industry. So China, we'll just touch on China here. China's not exactly at the heart of some of these energy issues, but you can't talk about geopolitics without talking about the US-China strategic competition. It is, alongside the war in Ukraine, it is the most dominant geopolitical issue in the world today, and it will be for some time. And this is something that's playing out not only between the US and China, but around the world, particularly in Europe, where there is a real battle for the hearts and minds of European politicians in terms of what side they're going to be on, because the two countries are starting to kind of want them to pick sides. So for China, the US has now very robust export controls when it comes to advanced technology, particularly semiconductors. Again, I'll bang the drum again, investment restriction in the US from Chinese sources is something that is now heavily regulated. So to the extent that you're involved in energy projects here where there might be investment, including foreign investment, Chinese investment will be traced to the source by US authorities and will be reviewed. That's kind of the state of play as of now. And again, this notion of supply chain security and diversifying away from countries of concern, China is very much the focus of the US policymakers and members of Congress when it comes to that subject. The US concerns regarding China are multifaceted, but one that is of significant importance is China's support for Russia and the Russian war effort with regard to the war in Ukraine. And that is not only support for the defense industrial base and military technology, it's also manifesting in the form of a significant increase in energy imports from Russia, which is not surprising. Russia's energy exports had to go somewhere. China saw an opportunity. There's a sort of an alliance between the two countries. So that's been a major development in the energy industry. We'll turn now to Iran. Iran is worth mentioning here, of course, because of its significant potential as an oil exporter. But that potential historically has now been hampered for many years by very significant US sanctions. So the kind of short history of this is that Iran was heavily sanctioned during the Bush and Obama administrations. The Obama administration reached a nuclear deal with Iran in 2015, which did enable a revitalization of Iranian oil exports. President Trump withdrew from that agreement in 2018. So now that agreement has sort of been moribund ever since. And Iran's energy exports are not particularly as robust as they could be. I think, again, the war in Ukraine has changed or temporarily changed the Biden administration's view of how to deal with Iran, and whether Iranian oil exports could take the place of Russian exports. That revitalized the nuclear negotiations, which have kind of gone in fits and starts. We got very close to a deal with them reportedly last fall, but the negotiations are very difficult. And at least what the reports say is that the Iranians kind of come up with last minute proposals right before we're about to make a deal. So it's a very difficult process. The very latest reporting is that there might be some sort of limited step-by-step deal with them, whereby the US will lift a little bit of sanctions and they'll make a little bit of nuclear concessions. And, if that kind of phased process continues, the idea would be, the end game of that would be to get back to the 2015 agreement, which means that, the oil would be flowing the way it was 2015, 16, 17. But, what I would offer up on that subject, that's going to be super complicated to get to that point, because policymakers in Iran, a lot of them are not a big fan of having to negotiate with the US. And same goes here in the US, where, members of Congress are not going to like it. There are protests in Iran, human rights issues, et cetera, where it's hard to envision the two sides getting back to where they were. But, it's just worth noting here, people are trying for that to happen. It's an active issue. So now we get to the final country here in our Around the World tour. I'll just kind of start the subject of Venezuela and Latin American issues. I think there'll be more to say on that subject during this panel. But just the state of play with Venezuela is that the entire government of Venezuela has been subject to sanctions now for several years at this point. And that has the impact of chilling a lot of business with Venezuela, because the government is so active in a lot of the aspects of the economy, including energy. So the Venezuelan energy industry has sort of broadly been targeted by these sanctions as a result. There's a lot in the news about possibly a thaw in relations between the US and Venezuela. And that it's quote unquote a thaw when all of the media sources are using the same word, thaw. So that is probably what kind of US officials are leaking to them. This manifested itself through Chevron getting a license from the US government to engage in oil projects in Venezuela, or to re-engage, and to bring some of that back to the US. That was in November. It's still active today. I think the thinking here is, again, Russian energy coming off the market. supply shocks. Venezuela has the potential to be a very significant exporter. Is there a chance for the US and Venezuela to kind of mend fences and get back to the way things were several years ago? Again, very complicated, but I just note it here as part of our around the world tour. So anyway, I'll stop here on the national security sanctions type stuff and turn it over to the next part of our panel.
Thank you so much, Anthony.
All right, next up is Julian Cardenas.
And before we get to Julian, I am going to share again our CLE panel. Sorry, Julian. So this again is for Texas. You don't have to worry about it if you're in the room, you're fine. It's only for the remote folks. So we'll leave this up for about 30 more seconds. Take a picture of it if you need to. All right, so we'll do that. And then we're going to stop that share. And we're going to give our second number for the multi-state. This is the code 1 that was before, and now we are going to code 2. Code 2 for the multi-state CLE. All right, thank you, everyone. Now I'll get out of your way and we'll take us back to the panel.
Thank you, Victor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning for those here in the room, and also with this massive enrollment online. I saw there are 130 people, which is a very successful event. Thank you, Anthony, for that transition. You covered the major global actors, and that was a smooth transition to Latin America, which will be the focus of my presentation. So when we see now Latin America, we also see a lot of challenges. Changes have been made with regard to the head of the states in many of the countries in the last 5 years, and that changes in the governments has produced an impact in the energy sector, particularly in the investment sector. Of course, trade, as Anthony was saying, is affected by sanctions, and the global pandemic also is trying to drive a new vision on the relation of the United States and Canada with the rest of Latin America in terms of if there will be an evolution of nearshoring and trying to take more of the production of products to the region. However, on the side of the investment, and in particular on the energy sector, we see different focus of concerns. The first two countries that we may look at are, of course, Brazil and Mexico, since these are by far the biggest and major economies in the region. Brazil, with a gross domestic product that is over $2 trillion, is one of the biggest economies in the world. But that doesn't mean that the country is not is actually confronting different challenges in terms of social issues, but also changes in the politics and the new president that was elected. However, there are lessons that we can take from Brazil. I'd like to use the example of three individuals who entered to a bar: a Venezuelan, a Mexican, a Venezuelan, Colombian, and a Mexican entered to a bar, and in the bar there is a Brazilian, a Carioca, and this is happening in 1997. And the Carioca sees this Venezuelan, Colombian, and Mexican and said to them, "Listen, in 25 years, I will produce more oil than you all three together." And all of them, particularly the Venezuelan and the Mexican, will laugh to that statement. How dare you, right? Venezuela was producing at the time was rising production close to 3 million barrels of oil a day, as well as Mexico. There were the oil nations in the region. And Brazil was, creating a new agency and developing, an opening in the oil sector. And, you see today Brazil is producing more oil than Venezuela and Mexico, and even you can add Colombia. So has Brazil passed or going through governments of left wing and right wing type of government? Definitely. We saw political changes from Lula to Dilma, then to Lima to Bolsonaro, and then Lula is back. However, the sector and the people, I would like to emphasize the people in Brazil. We refer to the institution, government, the Brazilian Petroleum Agency, and Petrobras also show that it's possible to navigate these changes in politics, having an industry and a national company that can resist different moments of turmoil. We cannot ignore that 8 years ago, Petrobras was part of a huge corruption scandal, as well as one of the Brazilian giants, Odebrecht. However, not when this happened, we know as a fact that most of the people are not corrupt, Brazil comes with a lot of professionalism, not only on the agency side, but also within the national company, and we see that. However, the example of Brazil, if you notice with the other nationalities of the characters of my story, is not replicated in other places. In the case of Venezuela, it's probably the more type of catastrophic case that we have in the region. I tend to say that all my Venezuelan fellows who are professors in economics in the US can open a chair or a full semester teaching how not to do things, the Venezuelan case. And they can, to see if people can learn from the mistakes of others. Doesn't happen very often. But the situation in Venezuela has turned it very complicated. Just this week, a meeting was held in Colombia, in Bogota, trying to find a solution, calling to the regime of Nicolás Maduro to publish the schedule of electoral solutions. So calling for final elections in Venezuela in order to legitimize the person that will be in the future in power, or it will continue the situation with the regime of Nicolás Maduro. So that, of course, introduced a lot of uncertainty, not only to the energy sector that may have the desire to work more in Venezuela, as it used to be in the past, but also to the region in terms of migration. Venezuela has created an exodus of 7.2 million people, according to the United Nations. And that can be seen in the United States, but more dramatically in countries like Colombia, Peru, Chile, Ecuador, and Argentina, where have been most of the focus of the Venezuelan migration. The solution of that crisis is calling the attention of the region. This is why President Petro engage different leaders of the Western hemispheres in that meeting and the European Union. So the result of that meeting are to be seen. 3 agreements were reached during that meeting on Tuesday, and one of them is, calling for a final calendar for the future elections in Venezuela. Until we don't know that sanctions, according to the White House and the Department of State, sanctions won't be lifted until some concessions in terms of democratic solution in some sort of way can be pursued in Venezuela. In terms of Mexico, we have seen the change. We all have seen in Texas change. What happened with AMLO administration, and the change particularly affecting the energy sector. The changes and the reform have affected more the power sector than the hydrocarbon sector yet. The reforms have been promoted by the executive branch, for some time suspended by the judicial branch, but this is already affecting the power sector. Just early this month, the government of López Obrador announced the purchase. That is a word how to say it. Media have reported a nationalization. AMLO has said also nationalization of 13 power plants owned by the Spanish investor Iberdrola. 12 of them were combined cycle generation plants and one offshore farm. And the deal was for $6 billion. And of course, the supporters that moved the concentration of state-owned companies in the power sector from 40% to 55%. And some people, supporters of AMLO, were very satisfied with the deal. And they announced that was an exercise of sovereignty or energy sovereignty on the side of the government. The problem with that is that, as you may guess, Iberdrola is not there to build power plants to then send them to the government. Companies tend to build plants, tends to develop a business and profit from it. But differences with the government, that the relation had been very politicized in recent years, made the company to finally decide to sell, to proceed with this sale. And even though they still keep investments in the power sector, they still keep some power plants, and they may be looking for the developments next year that presidential election is pending. But the environment has this flavor right now. The government is taking action and is taking over investments of the private sector. On the hydrocarbon sectors, on the other hand, the major issue that we have seen, particularly here from Texas, is the stall of bid rounds for oil projects. Even though the contracts that were signed after the reform of 2014 had been respected, the stop of offering blocks and exploration affect the dynamism of a nation. We saw how after the energy reform was approved at the end of 2013, and then the hydrocarbon law was approved in 2014, how the activity changed in Texas, how services, legal services, financial services were demanded. Law offices were open in Mexico City to try to provide due diligence, presentation of bid rounds. Mexico was in the spotlight every time they have a round, and this demanded a lot of services. Well, a country start to, or that enthusiasm start to evaporate when that activity is halted by a political decision. By the way, that decision is not only in Mexico, it had been replicated recently in Colombia by the Minister of Mining and Energy of Colombia, following a trend saying that the country does not need more new petroleum projects or gas projects, since they have these are words of the Minister of Energy of Colombia, because they already have 130 contracts that they may rely on for the next 8 years. They only need 8 years of gas, and then they will transition to energy. She said that in Davos, right? And the problem with that is that for people who work in the oil and gas sector, that only a small percentage of all the contracts that the government grants will be successful, not only in exploration, but also in business. So we don't know if Colombia is exposing themselves, they're exposing themselves to energy security issue in the future, or a dependency on Venezuela or other players in the region, if this issue is not solved. Finally, my last country that I think these are the major countries that are looking for investments is the recent news from Chile. Last week, President Boric in Chile made a statement saying that he plans to nationalize the lithium, and how this can affect the production of lithium that is required for the energy transition. What is interesting from his statement is that he said that he will respect previous contracts Two major investors are in the country, SQM and Alderdame, and he said that the government is conscious that there are contracts in place that has to be respected. However, he will call for a renegotiation of those contracts so the state can be the major stakeholder of the contracts. So that sounds a breach of contract. To finalize my presentation, I will suggest you an op-ed published by Daniel Jurgen 2 weeks ago, which I found fascinating, warning about how the studies and data on, how soon we can get to the energy transition is not considering the obsolescence bargain that may happen in mining projects. Mining developments will be necessary for the future of the energy transition, but also as the minerals are needed, prices may increase, and therefore renegotiation of contracts like the one I'm mentioning in Chile, or that like the actions Amazon is taking in Mexico, may affect also the plans that we may have to reach that energy transition. So I think all these elements are issues to follow when we're starting this region, and hopefully on how we can prepare to improve the discussion, to improve the dialogue with these countries in order to better promote investment, and that can create wealth and economic growth and resolve social issues of the population in the region. Okay, so thank you so much for this.
Thanks so much, Julian. That was great. Next up, we have Kristen. Sorry, Victor. You can go. You can go up there. I get to see your shiny face. Okay. So Kristen van de Biesenbos, I think it's all up to you now. You have slides, I believe.
I do. Thank you very much, Gina and Victor. I'm going to go ahead and put up my slides because since I'm presenting remotely from Calgary, where it's a beautiful spring day, I can actually sort of see the room and my giant face up on the screen, and it's very disconcerting. So let me very quickly try to move away from that. So I am following up on Anthony and Julian's great presentations. I'm going to be taking the easy way out by only talking about one country, which is Canada. So the US and Canada have a very close relationship politically, not to say that they haven't had their trade disputes in the past, but for the most part, it's a close relationship. Canada is also a major producer of oil, gas, and hydropower, and the US is its primary export market for all three of those things. So I'm going to be looking at some of the geopolitical aspects to energy trade with Canada, and really touching on four things that are sort of top of mind here when it comes to the energy industry. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is Canadian federalism. The division of power between the provinces and the federal government here in Canada is different from the US, and that does actually have a direct impact on jurisdiction over energy projects. I'll talk a little bit about domestic tensions within Canada. As is true in the US and many other countries, there is controversy over major energy projects, especially linear projects that sometimes do connect the US and Canada, like pipelines and power lines. I'll talk a little bit about some indirect conflicts. So unlike many of the countries that Julian was talking about, Canada, like the US, doesn't have state-owned oil or gas companies. They're private companies, just like they are in the US. So sometimes there can be some indirect tensions between the US and Canada that's really about provinces having tensions with US customers, or private companies that are owned by Canadians, or Canadian companies, I should say, that are having some issues with trying to get projects permitted in the US. And then finally, I'm going to say something about Indigenous issues in Canada. Relationships between the federal government and the Indigenous people of Canada is very much a major policy issue. And there are some constitutional rights that Indigenous communities have that have to be respected when you are considering energy projects that may have an impact on Indigenous rights. So the first thing I wanted to sort of give kind of a very high level overview of is Canadian federalism. So in the Canadian Constitution Act, Section 92A specifically gives to the provinces of Canada exclusive jurisdiction over natural resource projects within their borders. That includes oil, gas, forestry, and other natural resources, as well as electricity. This actually is a product of a 1982 revision to the Constitution Act that reflects a great deal of tension in Western Canada that arose after the Arab oil embargo, when the Canadian federal government, under then Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, tried to institute what was called the National Energy Program. That actually would have nationalized the private oil and gas industry in Western Canada and created a new state-owned oil company called Petro-Canada. It was a huge disaster, and it caused a tremendous amount of resentment in Western Canada towards the federal government. That is a sense of distrust, I think, that continues to linger to this day. But one of the reasons why you see a specific grant of power in the Constitution Act to the provinces over natural resources is because of that dispute, reaffirming to the provinces that the federal government would not try to take away provincial power over their natural resource industries. And particularly in Western Canada, natural resources is a primary linchpin of the provincial economies, especially here in Alberta, where the oil and gas industry is the single largest economic driver. So one thing that has made this division of power between the federal government and the provinces sort of top of mind recently is because when Canada signed the Paris Agreement, there were nationally determined contributions made by the country, as every signatory to the Paris Agreement had to make. That actually requires the federal government here to make national laws to bring the country into compliance with its nationally determined contributions. That's a little bit tricky since the provinces have such comprehensive jurisdiction over their own intra-provincial natural resource sectors. So the first example of federal governments and provincial governments coming into conflict over this was the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act passed in 2018. That is Canada's national backstop carbon tax. This was something that immediately caused some conflict between certain provinces, in particular Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta all sued the federal government, arguing that the carbon tax was unconstitutional because it was impermissible regulation of provincial natural resources. Now, the Supreme Court of Canada held that this was actually constitutional because the federal government has the ability to regulate for the peace, order, and good government of Canada, and that includes trying to regulate issues that transcend provincial borders like climate change. Although I will say the Supreme Court didn't go so far as to say that the federal government has jurisdiction over regulating climate change. It narrowed its holding very specifically to the carbon tax. So we have not seen any kind of blanket authority to the federal government to regulate, to try to limit carbon emissions in the country generally, but the carbon tax at least has been upheld. There are two other major pieces of legislation. One has been passed and the other is going to be. We suspect that Parliament will be passing it within the next few months. So that is the Impact Assessment Act. That is the Federal Environmental Impact Assessment Act for all energy projects, not just energy, but of course, that is what we're interested in today. So normally, as I said, the provinces have jurisdiction, including environmental jurisdiction, over projects within the province. So that's things that aren't going outside the province, like a pipeline or a power line. But the Impact Assessment Act makes a change where one of the reasons why the federal government's authority to review the environmental impacts of a project might be triggered is because of contributions to the country's greenhouse gas inventory. So that is something that previously was not going to trigger federal jurisdiction, but the fact that it was added has resulted in, at least so far, just the province of Alberta also bringing a case to its own Court of Appeal to argue that it was unconstitutional, that it is unconstitutional. And the Court of Appeal of Alberta agreed and said it was an overstep of the federal government's jurisdiction. So that is also going to be headed to the Supreme Court of Canada. The other piece of legislation that should be coming out shortly is the revised clean electricity standard. Of the OECD countries, Canada probably, I think it has the highest level of zero emitting energy, electricity. About 80% of Canada's electricity comes from hydropower. So the country is already fairly close to having a net zero electricity sector, but there are some parts of the country, specifically Alberta, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, and the territories that don't actually have any large hydro at all in the province. So trying to decarbonize those jurisdictions is going to be very tricky. So we anticipate seeing a plan that the federal government is going to put forward in the Clean Electricity Standard. And we also anticipate that they will be promptly sued, at least by Alberta, but probably also other provinces like Saskatchewan and possibly Nova Scotia as well. International projects going from Canada to the US, including oil and natural gas pipelines, are also under federal jurisdiction. Unlike FERC, which is the US's energy regulator, the jurisdiction of the CER, the Canada Energy Regulator, when it does have jurisdiction over a project, is totally comprehensive. So that includes siting, construction. So on the Canadian side, it tends to be fairly straightforward unless the project gets a lot of domestic resistance, which some projects do. So I will talk more about that in the next slide, which is right here. So some domestic issues so in Canada, most of the oil and gas is in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia, primarily Alberta, which has the oil sands, which, one of the countries Julian referenced, and I think actually Anthony too, is Venezuela, which has one of the largest oil sands deposits in the world. Canada also has one of the largest oil sands deposits in the world. So that's heavy bitumen that has to be mined, or in some cases, it's extracted in a way that causes more emissions than conventional oil and gas extraction does. So the Canadian oil sands have been the subject, I think in particular, of concern by environmental groups because of the environmental damage that comes from extracting the oil sands and the emissions that are sort of released in the project of making heavy bitumen capable of transport by pipeline. So there has been quite a lot of resistance to domestic and international pipeline projects over the past decade. In particular, we've seen a diverse group of stakeholders come together. So that includes people you would expect, like environmental groups, but also municipalities, sometimes even provinces and Indigenous communities as well. So that includes the Trans Mountain expansion, which is twinning an existing pipeline from the oil sands to Burnaby, British Columbia, so it can be shipped abroad. Most oil and gas in Canada is actually sent to the United States, but there is some international trade. So to get product from Alberta, which is a landlocked province, to British Columbia, where it can actually be shipped out by ship, LNG tanker or oil tanker, it does require building an interprovincial project. And there has been a lot of pushback there, especially because the priorities of British Columbia and Alberta are becoming very different. There's also been the Energy East pipeline, which was a pipeline that would have connected the oil sands in Alberta to export terminals in Eastern Canada. That project was so controversial, it never got past the proposal stage. Quebec in particular was not open to the idea of having an oil pipeline go through its province. So we have seen that some major projects in Canada have stalled because of internal domestic disputes. And that, a big part of that also is the fact that Canada's oil sands, the heavy oil, there isn't enough pipeline capacity to send out all of the production that Canada the Canadian companies are actually, producing. So the oil sands, at least, a major priority is to try to expand pipeline capacity, but I think you're kind of hopefully getting the sense that that hasn't happened. So one of the reasons why is because there hasn't been an ability to easily permit any domestic projects. So the Trans-Canada expansion was finally permitted after a major fight between Alberta and British Columbia, other stakeholders as well. It was eventually, it had to be purchased by the Canadian government in order to get that project to go ahead. And it still hasn't been completed, even 5 years after it was initially proposed. So it's still under construction. Energy East was canceled altogether. Then you also have some projects that connect existing infrastructure from Canada to the US, including natural gas and oil pipelines owned by Canadian companies like TC Energy and Enbridge, which have come under fire from US states in particular. So Enbridge's lines 9 and 5 have faced pretty stiff opposition in Michigan and Minnesota and from Native American groups. So that is also something the Canadian federal government has gotten involved trying to push the case of Enbridge to the US government. But you can see that both federal governments are trying to, I don't want to say stay out of the dispute between Enbridge, for example, in Michigan or Minnesota, but they I think in general, the US and the federal governments try to not play too active of a role until they absolutely have to. So hoping that the more direct stakeholders will solve these issues and it won't require the two companies to be in an two countries, to be in an adversarial relationship with each other. So I mentioned the fact that the oil sands has for years had a priority of expanding its pipeline capacity to the United States. One project that did actually involve the two countries, the US and Canada, was the Keystone XL pipeline. That was a pipeline that was going to be built by TC Energy that would have, again, expanded the amount of heavy oil capacity that could be moved from the oil sands in Alberta to terminals and refineries in the Gulf Coast. That project was controversial pretty much from the get-go. We saw it denied a permit by the Obama administration, granted a permit by Trump via executive order, the same permit revoked by Biden. That actually caused a lot of issues too. The Canadian government didn't get directly involved in that, but the Alberta government invested a huge amount of money, about 1.5 billion Canadian, and pretty much has lost it all. So that has led the Alberta government to seek to bring NAFTA claims against the United States for that. We heard a lot about that when the permit was initially revoked by Biden. We haven't heard much about it recently, so not really sure where that is. And I know I'm running out of time, so I just wanted to quickly say that in Canada, there are actually constitutional rights specifically granted to Indigenous people of Canada. So that includes First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. They must be consulted with anytime there is a project that may negatively impact their rights. That is an obligation of the federal government that can't be shirked. And the consultation has to meet certain specific guidelines depending on the level of the infringement. If those consultation obligations are not met, then a permit can't be granted, at least on the Canadian side. So that is also something to be aware of. Any project domestically in British Columbia additionally has to meet a higher standard. British Columbia has officially adopted the free, prior, and informed consent standard from the UN Convention on the Declaration of Indigenous Peoples. The country of Canada has not yet gone quite that far, but there is some indication that they are considering it because reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is a national policy of the Canadian government. And with that, I'm out of time, so I will stop there. I look forward to taking any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Thanks, Kristen. That was great. And everything seems to be working quite well. Okay, so we have last speaker for this panel is Miranda Lepla, and she's going to put her slides up in the room.
Well, good morning, everyone. Oh, no, yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Miranda Lepla. I'm the director of the Environmental Law Clinic at Case Western. We are brand new. I'm wrapping up our second semester, so very excited to be here with you today and to talk a little bit about, I was laughing when Kristen said, I'm just going to do one country. I was like, well, I'm going to do one state. So, but Ohio is really important in this broader context of geopolitical discussion because it is a very large economy. It's a very large energy user. And we're a very large carbon emitter. I think we're still sixth out of the states. So it is a really important topic. And I was listening to Anthony talk. This is I don't know. Has anyone heard of the House Bill 6 scandal in Ohio? I'm always curious. I know you have, Victor. But with talking about this is going to be really interesting, I think, in this context because a lot of this is really related to nuclear power, as you'll see. And, Anthony was talking about some of the context around people's renewed interest or needed interest because they're not interested in Russian nuclear power. We're also seeing in the United States.
Miranda, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Interrupt you. We can't see your slides online.
Thank you for telling me.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Maybe try resharing.
Yeah, the screen. Let's see. Maybe this one. Oh, no, this one's there you go.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. Well, there wasn't anything interesting on the first one anyway, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. So let's see, where was I? Well, we'll just get into it. I can't remember what I was saying.
So yeah, so monopoly powers, I'm sure most folks have heard, about political donations and some of the political action. Is it not up there? Oh, no, it's okay. Just looked at
No, it's not.
on your slides.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone. I'll keep talking while we try to figure this out. But setting the stage, this is a lot about monopoly power. And instead of talking about geopolitical, I'm really just going to talk about political and criminal activity, frankly, in Ohio. And so, we have, go back one more, I think. Yeah. So the monopoly power here that we see is gotten to an extreme position, right? And we kind of look at this, 75% of the US population is served by an investor-owned utility. And again, I put this up here, like Texas, we are a deregulated marketplace, so we have competitive energy supply. And I think that's really important in this context. And like I said, is it not going again? Okay. And like I said, I started to say, and I apologize, I'm getting a little thrown off by trying.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But political donations and corporate PAC money, that is kind of where all of this starts in Ohio. So we had a huge problem with this influencing political decisions, but there's a legal limit to this, right? There's supposed to be a limit. And kind of what you'll see here as we talk through some of this is that that's not what happens. We had them go beyond this. So what happens when we have this aggressive behavior from monopoly utilities that have a guaranteed profit already? But if they're not getting what they want, they're not getting the extra additional funds that they want for their shareholders, what happens then? And that's kind of what happened here in this context. So we've seen aggressive behavior from utilities in Ohio, and I'm sure in other places for many, many years. And so this goes a long way back where after we deregulated, our investor-owned utilities were permitted to have subsidiaries still that own generation. So we had First Energy as our main bad actor in this case. And their subsidiary First Energy Solutions still owned the nuclear plants in Ohio. And so there were also coal plants that are owned by multiple investor-owned utilities in Ohio. And so for years, over a decade, we had these efforts to bail out both our coal and nuclear plants on behalf of their subsidiaries. So we're seeing their lobbyists, it's the same person with a different hat in the room, requesting these types of bailouts. And they would go back and forth they would go to the Public Utilities Commission and ask for rate structure changes that would increase their revenue. Then that wouldn't work. And they would go back to the legislature and ask for it there. And this went on for quite a long time. So since 2014, we had 4 failed efforts to do these different bailout schemes. In April of 2018 is when things kind of really heated up. Because First Energy filed for bankruptcy and said they weren't going to make it, First Energy Solutions filed for bankruptcy, and that if they didn't get this bailout, they were going to close the nuclear plants, period, which obviously would have caused some issues in the state. Although we are in PJM, which I'll talk about more. So Representative Larry Householder, who is back in the State House for his second round, he had termed out and had been in the early 2000s. And when he left, he was also under investigation for other suspicious activity. He was cleared of those charges. But he came back in 2016, he was reelected. And in 2018, he was one of the co-sponsors of another stalled effort to bail out First Energy's nuclear plants. In the 2018 election cycle, there was a lot of money spent to elect what we later knew were favorable politicians for this effort. He was elected and then he became Speaker of the House, which in Ohio is one of the most powerful positions you can have. And then a lot of money was dumped into our governor's race, and our governor, Mike DeWine, was elected. And he's not an energy guy, I would say, but did appoint someone that we will talk more about later to the role of Public Utilities Commission Chair, who has long been an industry favorite and actually took quite a bit of funds as a consultant for First Energy. Over millions and millions of dollars over the years. So this is what was ultimately proposed. So House Bill 6, as introduced, was, and I call it the First Energy goodies because it was a bailout for the 2 nuclear plants over $150 million per year for 10 years, or 6 years. Decoupling, which typically environmentalists love decoupling, right? This is to make sure we can do efficiency programs. However, the way it was set up in this bill used a test year that was an incredibly hot year. So it basically guaranteed revenue for First Energy. I mean, a lot of revenue. So it was a very interesting to try and educate folks on like, no, we do like a decoupling, just not in this context, right? And then the next thing that the original language did was gut our clean energy standards. These were passed in 2008. This was our efficiency standard and renewable portfolio standard. They were passed in 2008. There was only one no vote, I believe. It was a bipartisan effort. People loved it. It was signed by then Governor Ted Strickland. However, basically the next year they started being attacked for various reasons, which, remain unknown. But this piece of legislation was going to eliminate these very successful energy efficiency programs. It was overestimated in several different studies, over $300 million in lost savings if these were cut. It also reduced the renewable portfolio standard, and we had a very modest one in Ohio. It was 12.5% by 2026. It reduced that to 8.5%, flattened it out to 8.5%, and then just drops them off in 2026. It was then amended, and I'll show you on the next slide kind of the timeline, because this all happened very fast too, which anyone that's been in a legislative setting knows how long some of this takes. This was very rapid, as you'll see. So this was amended very quickly to include a bailout for 2 coal plants. And the other utilities at this time, when the original bill was proposed, it was like, here's another effort to get these nuclear plants bailed out. They kind of stayed out of it. And then suddenly they decided to start adding their own amendments, I think because they knew the wheels were greased. And so at that point, the other utilities started proposing bailouts for other coal plants. One of which is actually in the state of Indiana. They're co-owned by the Ohio Valley Electric Cooperative. And it costs ratepayers $450 million over 10 years. So the co-owners, like I said, are the rest of the utilities, although as you'll see later, due to several different changes, that's actually also benefiting First Energy now. So this is the timeline that I was saying that's very, very quick. It was introduced April 12th, 2019, my birthday, actually. Thank you, First Energy. And it was then passed July 23rd. So several months later, which is very, very rapid, especially in Ohio. I know that's pretty fast for anybody's state legislature to move, but definitely in Ohio. And our legislature is typically checked out for summer session by July. So no one was very happy about this, I think, on any level. It was signed the same day by Governor DeWine. And immediately afterward, there was an effort to put this on the ballot because this was roundly disliked by Ohioans, by Ohio citizens. There was tons of polling done from all different areas showing that Ohioans didn't want to do this, that our bills were going to go up, that people didn't want to bail out of coal plants. So it was actually a very strange alliance between environmentalists and natural gas companies that formed Ohioans Against Corporate Bailouts. They worked to put House Bill 6 on the ballot. And as you can see, these couple of flyers here were things that were being handed out to houses. Lots of xenophobic language, blaming China, that if you gave people that were asking for your signature, that they were going to sell your information to China. It was really horrible. There were actually some assaults of signature gatherers for Ohioans for corporate bailouts. And as you can see, lots and lots of money spent on these ads to get the bill passed and to oppose the referendum. $16.5 million on this part by the opponents, or I'm sorry, supporters, while only $4 million by the opponents of the bill. So I have to bring this up. I teach mostly environmental and energy justice. That's what we work on, and those are the types of cases we take in the clinic. And so I think it's really important to highlight the equity impacts here about House Bill 6. Again, I'd already mentioned this, but the energy efficiency standards were incredibly effective. They saved so much money for Ohioans. So $1, the estimate was for every $1 that was spent on these efficiency programs, we actually say it created $2.65 in benefits for the average Ohioan. And this is even if you didn't put it in your own backyard, right, or in your own house. And then the total bill savings was over $5 billion. What was the estimate that was done? Carbon reductions, and this is the renewable portfolio standards plus the efficiency standards given the reduced amount of energy that we had to use. So this was estimated to be about 10 million tons from 2017 through 2029 if this had stayed in effect instead of being repealed. and then all these different health benefits. And of course, if bills are going up, pollution's getting worse, it all hits environmental justice communities much harder. And then I just put this here because I think anybody that loves John Oliver, there's a great segment on this actually. And so that's when most people that are not Ohioans have heard about it. They watch this segment or happen to see it. I highly recommend watching it. So I thought I'd throw that up there for everyone. And like I said, this is just another slide showing the polling and how roundly disliked the legislation was. But unfortunately, it never made it to the ballot because of all the issues I talked about. We got the Ohioans for corporate ballots got very close, but they couldn't get the required number of signatures on such a short timeline to get it onto the ballot. So instead of getting it onto the ballot, it went into effect October 22nd of 2019. But it was too good to be true. So almost a year to the day later in 2020, there were arrests made and charges brought against Larry Householder, the now former Ohio Republican Party chair, Matthew Borges, Juan Cespedes, who was a lobbyist and had a consulting firm, Householder's advisor, Jeff Longstreth, and a longtime state house lobbyist named Neil Clark. So this is from the FBI's criminal complaint. And it kind of shows you how this happened. So I talked earlier about corporate donations and PAC donations. Company A1 was First Energy, and they took this almost $60 million and funded it through Generation Now, which was a C4 entity. So C4s don't have to report, where their dollars are coming from. There's a lot of reasons that this makes it very easy to lose track of money. And so as this happened, this money was passed straight from them to Generation Now, and then it was funneled down to these different types of groups. One of the dark money groups listed on here, this is mostly about First Energy, but one of the dark money groups listed on here has also now been connected to AEP Ohio. So one of the other utilities that was involved in this as well. So different consulting groups, like I said, Matthew Borges, the AEP group, a front company, Jeff Longstress group, Householder and Longstress PAC, and then a coalition on the side. And then as you can see, the other folks that were involved down below. So this, so eventually what happened is that Larry Householder and Matthew Borges, and I have up here, Matthew Borges has his own site that he developed proclaiming his innocence, and it's now taking donations for his legal battle. Because I just looked at it last night because I was like, wonder what that's still up now. But essentially what happened, and let me finalize from this slide, but Householder and Borges claimed they were innocent. They fought it through trial. Cespedes and Longstreth both pled guilty and testified at trial in January. And unfortunately, longtime State House Neil Clark committed suicide in February of 2021. Yeah, I mean, this is a horrible stuff. So this is the fallout. So other than the trial itself, Generation Now pled guilty in February of 2021. July of 2021, there was a deferred prosecution agreement signed by First Energy. So they admitted that they'd done several of these different bribery schemes. Their penalty was a $230 million fine. Remember, put this in context, they bribed someone with $60 million. So, this isn't that much money for them. And I guess I put this in requirements to do better because it really wasn't anything that was very heavy-handed. There had been talk about whether they should lose their charter. There's been folks talking about whether they should go after them to lose their charter. But again, we have monopoly utilities, right? People need power. How does that work and who would take that over? Great question. So another thing that happened, and I mentioned that I would talk a little bit more about former PUCO chair, Sam Randazzo. They also admitted as part of this agreement that they had bribed him with $4.3 million. It had come out that he'd been their lobbyist for 20 years, I think. He'd been paid $22 million over that time. And the 4.3 was the final payment of his contract. And because they couldn't pay him while he was actually the PUCO chair, they thought they'd just give it to him in advance. So that's a bribe if you ask me. So February of 2022, there are shareholder derivative suits where First Energy actually got money from all of this stuff. And it was $180 million that went back to the company. In 2023, the trial began, as I mentioned. We just got the verdict last month. So guilty on all charges. And this was racketeering and conspiracy, as kind of laid out by that chart I showed earlier. And then ongoing, because all this was happening, this is a criminal complaint through the FBI. There are 4 Public Utilities Commission cases, all that have to do with this, whether or not First Energy used ratepayer funds for political contributions and illegally. And there are several other aspects to this. Unfortunately, those were all stayed in August of 22 due to the ongoing criminal investigations, and it was just renewed actually last month for another 6 months. So those are all on hold, even though ratepayers are continuing to pay for these things. And then rumors related to additional indictments, possibly the former chair, Sam Randazzo, and First Energy employees. And I apologize, I blacked out the language, don't worry. But this was a text message that came from Chuck Jones, who was the CEO, I'm sorry, one of the executives, I can't remember which one of them sent it, but put their own faces along with Sam Randazzo, who was the former chair, on Mount Rushmore with this language below it, and sent it out as on a text message. So this is pretty intense. And so we'll see. We don't know what's going to happen with this. There are lots of rumors. His home was raided by the FBI in November of 2020, I believe. But nothing so far has happened. Chuck Jones hasn't been charged. No other First Energy executive has. So where do we stand now? Nobody liked this vote from the start. People were pretty angry about this before it ever passed. People were very angry they couldn't make their voices heard on the ballot. And so what happens after the folks that were involved in this and are still in the legislature are trying to defend a bad decision that people thought was bad, and then came out, and was actually formally criminally indicted and found guilty. So the First Energy goodies, as I call them, I mean, there was a big push to just repeal the whole thing, right? The whole thing's corrupt. Why wouldn't we just repeal it all? Unfortunately, that did not fly somehow. And so what did happen eventually in March of 2021, House Bill 128 was passed, and it repealed the bailouts and the decoupling provision. So the First Energy goodies that I was referencing earlier. So that was repealed. However, the coal bailouts were not repealed. So Ohioans are still paying for that right now on every bill. And like I said, due to some structural shifts and buying back into the OVAC marketplace, First Energy customers are also paying for this now. And then our clean energy standards are still repealed in Ohio. So we have no energy efficiency and we have no renewable portfolio standards. But I will say Representative Bill Seitz, who has not always been a champion of efficiency or of renewables by any means, but he is co-sponsored House Bill 79 that's actually pending right now to reinstate energy efficiency or energy waste reduction programs, as we're calling them now. The renewable portfolio standards, the only conversations about these were included in a piece of legislation that was introduced last General Assembly called the Energy Jobs and Justice Act. It was very similar to CEJA, if anyone's familiar with the Clean Energy Jobs Act that passed in Illinois, very similar to that, and had some reinstatement of those standards. And this is the coal plant in Indiana for your viewing pleasure. And the one at the top, this, you can't see it, but directly across the street here is the Ohio State House. So this is just to give you a flavor of what was happening after the criminal indictments came down. So what's next for Ohio? And I am about to wrap up, so be good. But what's next for Ohio? We're looking at, we've cut our energy efficiency efforts here. Yeah. So we've cut our energy efficiency, as I mentioned, while simultaneously bailing out these 1950s era coal plants. We've bailed out nuclear generation that seemingly didn't need it. Once they went through bankruptcy, they reemerged as Energy Harbor, and they were existing okay without these subsidies. And they were actually recently purchased by Vistra, which is a really interesting, like I said at the beginning of my presentation, thinking about Inflation Reduction Act, how people are looking for carbon-free emissions. This could actually end up with a very happy ending for these nuclear power plants, and despite all of the criminal activities surrounding these. So ongoing treatment, the problem I see very drastically in Ohio, if we're going to have a competitive marketplace for our generation, we have a very, very different idea of how we treat fossil fuels in Ohio versus renewables. And this is seen very, very clearly. We had Senate Bill 52 was passed, which permits counties to ban utility scale wind and solar projects while not giving them the same control over any kind of generation that's on the fossil fuel side. And also at the very same month, actually, they also passed House Bill 201, and that banned bans on natural gas. So if you're a community, which no one was doing this in Ohio, that's a very California thing, I think. It's definitely not something that was being proposed in Ohio, but this requires or refuses to allow communities to say we want to ban natural gas hookups in new houses. So they banned vans. So I always love talking about that. And then a recent PJM, and the reason all this is important, right? Again, Ohio is a huge energy consumer. We are a huge carbon emitter. And also, we are in the PJM marketplace, and PJM has historically not had trouble with the amount of generation or with enabling, we don't have energy security issues right now. We're able to exist okay. We'll see how that works with transmission lines and all of that build out that's going on. But a recent PJM report, I think it was just last month, actually was highlighting the issue of retiring legacy generation plants like this without enough renewables to come online. And so they're looking at this already. So I don't know what's going to happen, but they're kind of like two options that I've been thinking through, right? Or what I see for this if we stay in the space that we are in Ohio. So we could truly open up the marketplace for competition. We could allow all forms of energy to compete equitably, which we do not do currently at the state level. And pricing is dropping so rapidly on renewables. It's really crazy to me that we are banning some of this type of technology from coming online, but it's just what's happening. And I could go on a whole rant about how we stopped wind energy, which I did to someone last night at the thing, but I won't. And then the other option, right? Re-regulation. We have our investor-owned utilities are actually talking about it publicly. AEP Ohio was mentioning it at a City Club forum downtown Columbus not that long ago. And they're trying to sell their competitive business in PJM right now. And really, I think it's, if they can't make ends meet on this, and this was their idea, right? When deregulation happened was they wanted to keep generation in some capacity. Now they're seeing difficulty managing it. And so they want to get it off their hands. So that is my presentation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about Ohio. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miranda. Sorry about the technical issues.
Yes. Okay, so up here. Not yet, Anna. Sorry. Good stuff. Your chair. Okay. So I know we can't see everybody. Hopefully we'll be able to do that momentarily. What I would like to do, we're a little over time, but we always have a little bit of time built in. And we received one really, I think, important question. I'm taking the prerogative to just ask one very quick response, because I think one of our next presenters, Pablo Pinto, on our next panel will also be addressing this. So the discussion about Ohio and the geopolitical problems there mimics some of the same issues we've had with the recovery from Uri in Texas. Both are deregulated systems. There are some particular issues with that. And we really, seemingly have not been able to have the public will prevail. And so since we are talking about geopolitical and politics starts closest to home, any quick thoughts about what, at least in Ohio, or to the extent you're familiar with Texas, can allow the public to better influence the legislature on these issues? And if not, that's fine too. And then we've got another question for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's a problem across the board. For me, because of how this happened, it goes back to money and politics. It's unfortunate, but until we have less corporate influence and more taking, the public's opinion more seriously on this stuff, we aren't going to get around it. And that's whether it's a criminal bribery scheme like this, which kind of went beyond that or not. Because with or without that, actual illegal bribery mechanism, there's regulatory capture in every state, in Ohio, everywhere else, whether it's on, the competitive side or on the regulated marketplace. And so I think I don't have a great solution. I wish I did. But I think, you know, it starts with politicians listening to their constituents, just the same value as they do their companies.
Thank you. And again, we'll hear from Professor Pinto on this too in just a moment with our new thing. Last question for this panel, and then we'll switch over to the new panel. So we've heard about Latin America, Canada, and you know, issues also around the world. But since this is the North American Conference, I wonder, it seems that many of the things that are happening in all these countries have impacted cooperation, right, between countries. And so particularly looking at Canada, US, Mexico, what can or should they be doing in terms of assisting with the energy transition? It seems like what's happening keeps blocking certain kinds of energy transition. So if you know, Anthony and Julian and Kristen would like to each have a response to that, that would be great. So I'll turn it over to you.
So I'll just start with that at a high level, which is that even among countries that are friends and allies and might have the same objectives.
Yes. Is it still good? Is it still raining over there? Finally cleared out?
Well, because he wants to ask him if what he's wanting is extra time, or what does he want? Because she hasn't said yes, right?
Is self-interest within each country complicates things, because each country has its own goals and its own constituencies and its own economic objectives. It's not so easy, even for good friends, to pull together at the same time towards a common goal. I think that's kind of true in life sometimes, and it's also true, very true in geopolitics. This is one manifestation of that.
Okay, easy to say, very difficult to do. I think the three nations as a bloc, leadership in the private sector and government sector has, they have a huge task on improving the dialogue, on improving the discussion on energy transition with regard to state policies and with regard to the plans to implement this energy transition to reach a just and fair energy transition. I think on the side also of Canada and the United States, one of the challenges will be to negotiate with Mexico and improve their level of relations with Mexico with regard to the new blocks that are, you know, in the making with China and Russia and the BRICS and the new bank sponsored by China and the BRICS. That had just appointed Dilma Rousseff as the president of this new development bank. So that is a temptation that Mexico may have in order to, you know, try to find other alliances and other players for partnership. I think it will be in the interest of the region, also based on the USMCA agreement, to have the three countries working as a bloc, and if possible, trying to improve the relation with the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean countries.
And I would just add, I know one of the things that Canada struggles with is that the energy transition is controversial within the country. So that makes it difficult to work with other countries, including the US and Mexico, on coming up with a sort of trilateral plan. One thing that actually is helpful, though, is that at least, with the US passing the Inflation Reduction Act and all of the tax incentives and financial incentives for the energy transition, that actually had the effect of jumpstarting things in Canada too. Just because Canada was worried that we would get left behind and that all of the investment would go to the US because of the IRA. So in the most recent federal budget, we had to include all of these last minute sort of incentives because we didn't want to be left out, essentially. So I do think that I agree with Anthony and Julian that it would be good to see the bloc actually coordinate with each other, because right now there is almost a sort of competitive angle to it, of this sense of like, well, if one of them is going to do it, then that means, at least from the Canadian perspective, that they need to hurry up and do it too, so that we don't get cut out competitively. That's probably not the best dynamic for improving energy transition in a more coordinated way. It is working, I would say, but it would be, I would agree that actually including this in a future, maybe, I don't know if it's the US. So in Canada, it's the CUS agreement. But I think actually including this in future trade talks would be a very productive way to go about it, because right now it is sort of Canada, at least it feels like we're always racing to catch up with whatever the US is doing.
All right, thank you all. If we can have a big hand for the panel. We are going to take a only 5 minute break, and we will be back with the next panel. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Right. People neck kicks here.
Pablo. No, that's not gonna.
Yeah, I didn't realize food was just delivered. I saw someone come in. That's my confirmation.
Got down the city. Actually, that was interesting too.
Yeah.
So then it came and
Right.
that came together.
I know it should.
Every time.
Why it's what? I don't know. And our tech person is supposed to be here and he's not. Tracy, can you go out and get the tech person outside if that person is there?
It's behind the scenes, this conversation.
It's open.
How'd that happen?
We can't find it. Can't find it. Is that why?
Yeah,
Oh, there. Hold on. Pardon me.
That he went global and then they came down to the city. I thought that was interesting too.
do that, we're going to start the climate change risks to energy. All right, everyone, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and the co-faculty director of the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Institute, Tracy Esther, and you're gonna have to see my ugly mug up here too, because I can't help but comment about this stuff. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Victor, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Turn it on. No. Button. There we go.
And now can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. I hope you've had a chance to stretch your legs. We're a little behind schedule, but I think we have the freedom and flexibility to fully cover all the issues. I'm Tracy Hester. I'm a professor here along with Gina and Victor with the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resource Center. And our topic is going to be how climate change is going to be modifying energy security. Now, I will resist the urge to talk for 2 hours about that because it's such a fascinating topic. I know all of you are deeply interested in it. I'll just simply note in passing the obvious that our energy infrastructure is the product of decades, in some cases centuries, of planning, effort, design, all of which are built on assumptions of continuity, that the land, the air, the water will be where it's at and can be drawn on systems that have infrastructure lifespans of decades. That obviously is directly under change from climate change. So we're going to examine today how the increase of storm intensity, storm number, stability of land, rising sea levels, risk of wildfires all interplay to undermine those assumptions of continuity. We have 3 fantastic presenters for you today. Our first one is going to be Hannah Weissman. Hannah is at Penn State University, where she is serving in multiple roles as professor of law, Professor Wilson Faculty Fellow in their College of Earth and Mineral Sciences, and co-director of the Penn State Center for Energy, Law, and Policy. I can't resist noting, before becoming a professor, was an associate with ICF in their Climate and Air Group, which means she's been out in the field before becoming an academic. And I should also just add what the brochure doesn't say, that Hannah is a star. She's someone that we all know. We are also very fortunate to have her as a visiting professor here teaching one of our classes. In addition, we have Pablo Pinto, who is closer to home, but also a star in a different way. Pablo is the distinguished professor and director of the Center for Public Policy at the University of Houston's Hobby School of Public Affairs. He's also a non-resident scholar at the Baker Institute of Rice University. As you can see from his bio, it goes on for quite a bit, but I will note in passing that he was a member of faculty at Columbia University before coming down to Texas, and was the chief counsel for Toyota Argentina. What the bio doesn't say is that he is one of the most active and pivotal figures in our Center for Carbon Management Energy and our energy programs at the University of Houston, where we're trying to integrate multiple different schools to look in an interdisciplinary fashion on key issues. And he's been a very helpful voice in making sure we understand the public policy issues of some of the energy decisions that we're looking at. And then last, Victor Flatt, who everyone already knows.
You did.
There you go.
Let me say anything.
Okay, so with that, I will turn the mic over to Hannah. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Can you all hear me? Okay,
Yes,
I think I see a thumbs up from Victor. Thanks to Tracy, Victor, and Gina for having me. It's a pleasure to be here on a panel with such esteemed members. I'll be brief, given that we're behind time, and as I understand it, our panel is between you all and lunch. So I'll provide general remarks about some of the primary risks posed by climate change to energy, and others will follow with more, and I'm certain more interesting detail. Many of my remarks will be based on what the North American Electric Reliability Corporation has said about the primary risks to our energy system, the bulk power system, that being generation and transmission in particular, posed by climate. So the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, in its most recent report attempting to place numbers and probabilities on which risks are the largest risks to the grid, has mentioned climate change and events that are exacerbated by climate change. Now, I don't believe the word climate is in fact in the report, but the report does emphasize extreme natural events, including, for example, the increasingly Unpredictable cold snaps, such as that experienced in Texas and other parts of the South in 2021, as well as heat waves and droughts, in addition to the storms that to some degree can be exacerbated by climate change and can take down transmission and distribution infrastructure, among other energy infrastructure. Another priority risk mentioned in the report is that of critical infrastructure interdependency, which again, those of you in Texas are more than familiar with based on the 2021 events, in which the connected network ranging from the natural gas wells to the pipelines to the power plants, and even to the cell towers that were necessary for those during COVID to use in order to help try to fix those infrastructural problems, those were all influenced by, in this case, extreme weather, and they contributed to reliability issues. Another risk mentioned in the NERC report and highlighted in that report is grid transformation, which means the emergence of more variable renewable resources, which is of course designed to address the climate challenge. So just as climate contributes to reliability issues on the grid, our solution to climate change, one of which is the use of renewable energy, can also pose grid challenges. So some of the events specifically noted and the challenges specifically noted in the report are drought, reducing the amount of water available for any type of thermal power plant as well as hydroelectric power. Also, of course, in heat waves or in cold snaps, there's more demand for electricity, thus posing load balancing issues. Wildfires are another event listed under extreme natural events, and those are exacerbated by drought and heat. And then the extreme cold, again, all of these interdependencies that you saw in Texas, you see not only the interdependencies among all these different types of infrastructure, but you also see how the extreme natural events can exacerbate those interdependencies. Again, in the 2022 Summer Reliability Assessment, this is the most recent full reliability assessment from NERC. NERC is very concerned about ongoing challenges with the amount of electricity produced by hydro generators as a result of reduced water from drought. Also, NERC is concerned about everyone turning on their air conditioning even higher than normal due to higher temperatures in states such as Texas. With respect to wildfire, this too is highlighted by NERC. The red areas on these maps show those areas that are projected to have higher wildfire risk. And wildfire has a variety of impacts on energy that you are likely familiar with. This is from the Bonneville Power Administration plan to address these impacts. It highlights 3 of the types of challenges posed by wildfire. So here you see, in some cases, generators simply must shut down. If there is a dangerous wildfire in the area, employees at the plant should not be there and the plant is temporarily shut down, as was the case with the Goodell fire, resulting in generation shutdowns. In some cases, transmission lines or power plants are de-energized, or there's something called a public safety power shutoff, a PSPS, which is simply a preemptive attempt by a utility to avoid wildfire by shutting down certain generation and transmission lines in areas that are extremely dry, and you could have ignition of fuel and a wildfire. And then again, fire also just damages transmission infrastructure, requiring repairs and hardening of that infrastructure. And then moving quickly from wildfire to the extreme weather in terms of cold or heat and the infrastructure interdependencies increasingly exacerbated by climate change. I'm sure all of you are familiar, all of you in Texas are very familiar with this picture now from ERCOT. The primary cause of the winter storm Uri blackout was generation itself being impacted by the cold. And it appears the solution in Texas, I believe we'll hear more about this from Pablo, but in Texas, the solution is let's weatherize, let's make these natural gas power plants more durable and less prone to impacts from frozen valves, for example. But you also see a substantial percentage, 12% of the outages caused by fuel limitations as a result of the cold impacting everything from natural gas wells to storage to pipelines. And these are just all these were ERCOT's descriptions of the many different problems. And again, the primary cause was extreme weather, and we will see more of this with climate change. Thank you. I hope I was quick enough, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of the panelists.
While we're adjusting the technical presentation, I did want to remind everybody online that if you're willing and interested, please post your questions to the chat box. We'll be monitoring them and try and make sure they get collected. And hopefully we'll have time for an opportunity for questions from the audience as well. I see many familiar faces and I know experienced minds out there.
Thank you, Victor, Tracy, and the UH Law Center for inviting me to be part of this conference. And it's a great pleasure, and it's like to share the stage with Hannah, and it's like and Victor, and it's like I appreciate, and it's like Tracy's stewardship, and it's like I'm hoping that you don't have to cut me short, and it's like but I will. So. I mean, most of the central issues that I'll be speaking in this presentation is associated with the idea of reliability of access to electricity, particularly in the state of Texas. And Hannah has told us about some of the risks associated with this, and many of those are linked to issues of climate change and the frequency of natural disasters that we keep facing, that are going to make this issue of the reliability more challenging. But one of the themes that I would like to address in this presentation is that as we see in our efforts here at UH of addressing the energy transition and climate change, we observe that some of the problems that come up in the US, in the Texas electricity grid, are also part of other broader policy dimensions linked to transitioning to a sustainable energy future, but also curbing anthropogenic greenhouse emissions. Right? And so the key for us. Okay.
See those arrows?
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. So again, I'm quoting a quote of a politician, and we tend to be cynical about politicians, but the main issue here is that the risks and challenges that Hannah explained in her presentation, it's like gonna get, it's like harder as we move along. It's like, so in 2013, the 12 hottest, years, in US history had happened in the previous 15 years, right? It's like, and again, it's like 1/3 of Americans experienced 10 days of more of 100 degrees and more, and it's like during that period, that number has doubled in the past 30 years, and it has consequences, right? Some of those consequences, like some production of food, and it's like is no longer possible, which results in higher prices of food, which is an issue, right? And then the higher propensity of observing natural disasters. And it's like in that period that Obama was talking about, the result in huge costs. I mean, it's like that we as a whole bear, I mean, it's like $110 billion, right? So the key element here is that these processes, I mean, it's like of frequent natural disasters and extreme weather events are getting, and it's like we're getting hitting us more often, right? It's like and one of the causes of these is emissions, I mean, both from individuals, households, businesses, and it's like the main problem with this issue and how to address it is like the decentralized solutions to these problems tend to be problematic. Why? Because each consumer, each of us bears a fraction of the impact of our consumption choices on the climate, right? So, but when we make choices on whether or not to emit, we have to pay the cost individually, right? So that's a typical problem of an externality that is not going to be addressed. I mean, it's like directly through the market without some. It's like some movements. I mean, it's like in public policy, and this is what we're trying to study, right? So the key here is that this element of reliability of the Texas grid is associated with, I mean, it's like the same issues that we observe when we look at the transforming, I mean, it's like transforming our, I mean, it's like energy, I mean, it's like supplies from fossil fuels into, I mean, it's like zero carbon emissions. I mean, it's like as Irina defines the energy transition, right? And the energy transition, I mean, it's like has some required changes. I mean, it's like that are occurring some at glacial, I mean, it's like speed, but others that need to be sped up. And those include changes in technology, the idea of developing, I mean, it's like making technology, I mean, it's like scalable to industrial levels that would minimize the cost, right, of accessing alternative sources. I mean, it's like of production of electricity and other energies, right? It will require changes in the markets under which this operates, right? But it also requires changes in behaviors of consumers and producers, right? And those are unlikely to emerge solely by an like.
Hey, sorry. Was trying to mute something and then, yeah.
So it requires some conducive, I mean, it's like, it requires some conducive policy interventions, right? It's like that may include subsidies, regulations, and even some forms of taxation, right? Which sometimes, I mean, it's like politicians are not, I mean, it's like willing, and it's like to take on because they create those costs to individuals. And that's the core of what we've been studying here, right? But ultimately, I mean, the effectiveness of our efforts to make the grid more reliable, I mean, it's like, or to transition to a sustainable energy future, will require lowering the cost, and it's like of the alternatives to fossil fuels, right? And it's like creating conducive, it's like policy alternatives, right? So as Vasquez I mentioned, it's like policy is going to be probably the main difference between, it's like the current past energy transitions that we have observed as communities, right? So with that in mind, I mean, it's like that policy is key. One of the things that we've been trying to do is look at how the impact of natural disasters, particularly in this case, Winter Storm Uri, has affected individuals' willingness to incur an extra cost, right, of enacting the investments and policies that will be required. I mean, it's like to make this mismatch between demand and supply. I mean, it's like in electric production, which is what we call the reliability in the end. I mean, it's like something that we can resolve, right? So what we decided to look is that some of those elements in the energy transition are also reflected in what the legislators in Texas and regulators in Texas are trying to do to make the electricity grid more reliable, right? Okay, and so what we decided to do in our studies, and it's like this is joint work with UH Energy and our research team, is look at it's like whether or not natural disasters affect individuals' reaction to it's like climate change, it's like an access to reliable energy, right? And so we looked at Winter Storm 2 that was already mentioned before, which was a massive it's like extreme weather event that created a large mismatch between the supply of electricity and the demand, under the regulatory structure of the Texas, electric grid, which is very peculiar because it's fully decentralized and not connected to the rest of the nation, as all of you know, right? So again, Winter Storm Uri, it's like resulted in massive losses of lives. It's like economic and material losses, right? It's like it's like that were borne by individual actors. Eventually, some of those, it's like were bailed out by some forms of state intervention, right? It's like, and that led, it's like the legislature to try to address some of the vulnerabilities of the Texas grid, right? It's like, so what we try to do in our study, right? It's like, is to analyze how, it's like the consumers in particular, Texans, right, reacted, it's like to the natural disasters, and whether or not, it's like they would be more willing to pay more, right, for, it's like renewable sources of electricity production. It's like that's the first thing, and the second is how much are they willing to do that, and how much are they supporting different policy interventions, and it's like aim at making the Texas grid more reliable. So we use a few techniques, it's like from survey research. One is a conjoint experiment, which is a technique usually you'll find in marketing, where we're trying to address, it's like how different designs of policy options would be supported by the respondents, and how much they're willing, right, to pay for those conditions, right? And then we do something to try to figure out if the impact of the natural disaster, in this case, Winter Storm Uri, so had a differential effect on different actors across Texas on their, it's like willingness to pay for, interventions that would make the grid more reliable. And that willingness to pay is a key element, it's like on the ability of governments to make those policies, because ultimately the investments have to be paid, right? And so sometimes the reluctance of politicians to pass those is because they feel that there's going to be backlash from consumers not willing to pay more. So again, it's like as was mentioned, Winter Storm Uri was massive, and it's like 44 hours of freezing, and it's like took out, it's like many gas pipelines, and it's like they were frozen. Had issues with some producers of electricity that rely on natural gas. It was a winter storm, so solar was not forthcoming. Again, solar was a small proportion of the supply of electricity in Texas. And so some plants went off production at the time when demand peaked, because the freezing weather, it's like increased the demand for the demand for electricity, right? So big mismatch. By the way, it's like this is not the only time that the Texas grid has been under strain of this kind. And it's like 11 years ago, 11 years before Winter Storm Uri, there's a similar event, it's an extreme weather event. Last summer, we were really close to, it's like getting to massive blackouts due to peak demand in heat weather. Last December, same issue, it's like that took some parts of the grid out altogether. So it hasn't been resolved. But in 2021, the Texas legislature decided to intervene. It's like, why? Well, there were massive, it's like blackouts ordered by ERCOT, to preserve the grid, it's like not to take it out for long times. And the average outage that the households in Texas faced was around 46 hours. And it's like, some had it, it's like throughout, so it was intermittent, right? But it was a big disruption, right? And but again, it's like that disruption was not the same across all Texans, right? I'm going to show you some figures soon, right? But there were some Texans that faced no blackouts, right? Some Texans faced short blackouts, and some Texans faced very long blackouts, right? So they were all part of the same experience, right? Extreme weather event, but the impact on their ability to access electricity and reliable access to electricity was very different. And so we tried to leverage that to figure out whether that experience affected their willingness to pay for the policies, right? So let me show you what we did and what we find. So this is the geographic distribution, right, of different levels of blackouts, and it's like in Texas. So what you don't see here, right, is that red is no blackouts, right? Yellow is less than half of the hours of the average, and it's like and blue is the ones who face the longest blackouts. Not more than half. That's the distribution. So one part of that becomes apparent is that it was not a regional thing. I mean, it's like, so in the city, Houston and Harris County, you had people who had no blackouts. I mean, it's like short blackouts and long blackouts during the storm. And it's the same issue across all the distribution and it's like networks in the state. The only differences are, I mean, it's like in the west and the east of Texas, because their system is connected to the national interconnectedness network, and then we have access to electricity from those. The rest of Texas, I mean, it's not, it's its own system, and it's not interconnected because, I mean, by design, they didn't want to get federal regulation on the Texas grid. I mean, so that was by design. So that's the first part. I mean, it's like, and then we did some tests. I mean, to try to figure out. I mean, it's like whether, I mean, it's like the probability. Oh, it doesn't show. Well, let me describe this to you. I mean, it's like it should have lots of dots here showing that there's no differences across any measure of individuals' respondents. I mean, it's like dimension, whether they were owners, the level of electricity consumption, what they were married, and it's like partisanship, college education. There are no differences between the three groups in terms of whether or not. I mean, it's like they have more of these types among them, right? So it's kind of like along all the dimensions that we can measure, the blackouts were as if random, right? So you did not, I mean, it's like get a blackout, I mean, it's like as a function of being more Republican, and it's like being more rural, and it's like being more urban, being male, female, higher or lower education, and so on, right? So it was like this distribution of these three groups was as if random, and it's like that's something we find. Hopefully for the other figures you'll be able to see them, because if not, it's gonna be it's like a mess. So what we did is like we took that as if random distribution of individuals in terms of the blackout experience, right? And we run a conjoint experiment. And this conjoint experiment, basically what it does is through a sequence of choices, you make individuals choose, right, between two policy options, right? And the policy options have different attributes, right? The policy options could be in terms of policy attributes, whether or not do nothing, winterize the grid, merge the grid with one of the two national grids, maintain a minimal reserve capacity, or increase the supply of renewables, right? We also, I mean, it's like randomly distribute the outage hours, and it's like in different sequences, no outage hours, 2 hours, 12 hours, more than 12 hours, which is usually the average outage hours in the state of Texas. And then we did a cost, right? We changed the cost based on how much the average household is paying in terms of kilowatts of electricity consumed, right? So the idea is that we were asking individuals if they were willing to pay, I mean, it's like 12% more, 23% more, or 47% more, I mean, it's like for electricity, right, to their households, and it's like, right, and even 70% more, and it's like by increasing 1, 2, 4, and the like, right? So each individual will face, and it's like a screen like this several times, right? And they'll have to choose for policy A or policy B as a function of the randomly distributed attributes, right? For the different policy components and costs and so on, right? So that's the exercise, that's the data we collect. So once we collect this data, right, we can do an analysis on support, right? It's like for different policies and willingness to pay for those policies, which is ultimately what we want, right? Now, one thing that became apparent from our study is that if you compare individuals with no power outage and individuals with short power outage, right, it's like below average, they tend to look very similar in terms of how much they're willing to pay to reduce the hours. This is a negative coefficient because you're willing to pay more to have shorter outages, right? It's like, right? So that shows how much extra dollars you're willing to pay, right? To lower, I mean, it's like outages by 6 hours, for instance, right? And this is a comparison between the two groups, right? It's like with or without blackouts, right? Then merging the Texas together, no big differences there either. No big difference in terms of the willingness to pay for, I mean, stabilization. They're all willing to pay for these policies after the winter storm. Meaning, I mean, it's like a minimum reserve capacity same. The biggest difference is that those who had no outages were more willing to, I mean, it's like pay for renewables than those who had some limited outages. And it's reasonable. I mean, so if you have an outage and you don't want to have an outage anymore, right? So you're not willing to pay for something that you think might not, I mean, it's like in the end solve your problem. So that's the first, but the interesting comparison here, right, is with those with large outages. Again, the base category, those with low outages were less willing, much less willing to pay. I mean, it's like to lower the outage level, and we'll try to explain why that may be the case, right? They're pretty much the same in terms of an issue that's a non-issue for the Texas legislature, which is to connect the grid to the other to interconnectedness that would allow Texas to draw in electricity when local production does not cover supply. And then some support for that, much more support for winterization among those. And it's like who did not suffer outages and much lower, right? From those who did. I mean, it's like, so let me go back and forth so you see the difference, right? With those with short outages, right? And much lower support among those with low outages for increasing the renewable supply of the supply of electricity from renewable sources, right? So that's one of the main points. In order to show you, I mean, it's like this in all these results all together, we can do this type of spider web where we have each of these axes is one of the policy instruments, and this is how many extra cents, I mean, it's like per kilowatt hour are you willing to pay, right? For reducing, I mean, it's like it's like the different ways for reducing outages, right? For increasing this one, the lower one is that we don't see here, for merging the grid, right? For winterization and for minimum capacity. And one thing that became apparent from this is that those with short, I mean, it's like and no outages were more willing to pay. And it's like for the policy interventions, those with long outages, and it's like where, I mean, it's like much less willing to pay. And it's like for increasing the reliability. And it's like, so it tells you that people with that experience were not very happy and not very sure that the government or the electricity providers would be willing to provide reliable access. So they decided, you know what, I don't want to pay for this anymore. I mean, the silver lining for this, and especially for what we're talking, is like there is support for renewables, right? It's like people are say that they're willing. I mean, again, this is what we didn't make them to pay. We just asked them whether they were willing to pay. There may be some social desirability in the response, and it's like make them feel good. But it suggests that most of our studies seem to suggest that people are willing to entertain paying more, maybe not as much as would be needed. And it's like, but there's some room, and it's like for increasing the policy interventions and investment that would make, and it's like the electricity grid more reliable. Now, to follow up, we asked, and it's like these individuals, what explains their reaction to this, right? So, so I said that, I mean, they think this is just an act of nature, and the experience might affect, I mean, it's like whether or not they support these policies, do they blame, I mean, it's like the producers of electricity for these events and don't trust them? Do they blame the government? Right? So that's what we did. And so the next two figures, and it's like I'm going to show you, it suggests that there was a different reaction from those, right? Again, right? From those who had long outages with the rest of the population, right? So everybody thought that severe weather event was high, as you observe at the top. That lack weatherization was, I mean, it's like an issue. No big difference among these two groups. And it's like, right, at least not statistically significant. Lack of weatherization was important, not difference, right? But those with above average outages were more likely to think that the government was to blame, right? So that was one of the conditions. Right? Now, if you compare these to those with long outages, right? The picture looks very different, right? They're much more likely to blame generators, right? It's like, right? Both producers and the issues with gas equipment and government lack of oversight, and it's like for these issues, and that can explain why they might be less willing to throw money at the issue, because they don't think that even increasing the investment in these issues is going to result, and it's like in better conditions for them. So for us, this is very telling in terms of how we think about, I mean, it's like the public policy, I mean, it's like issues associated with, I mean, it's like we're dealing with electricity reliability, coping with natural disasters, but also more broadly in policies for curbing, I mean, it's like emissions and internalizing the cost. The bottom line for us, I mean, it's like, and it's going to be the story, is that we need to be able to reduce the cost, I mean, it's like of the policies and investments required, right? To make, I mean, it's like voters are more willing to trade off, I mean, it's like, right? The impact of their behavior on the future, right? It's like including reliability and access to electricity and so on. Because when they face the trade-off of higher cost for something that will come in the future, they're more likely to choose, and it's like to minimize their costs. And that's not great news. And it's like for the ability of politicians to respond. It also reflects why politicians are not so responsive, it's like to the needs of enacting new policies, and it's like dealing with the issue of transition to a sustainable energy future and curbing, and it's like our greenhouse house emissions. Now, if you want to be more cynical, we can think about, and it's like voters as the demand side, and politicians have preferences, right, that emanate from, and it's like responding to those voters. But politicians also have preference to respond, I mean, to issues that were discussed earlier today. There are some interest groups, and it's like organized interest and so on, that also have vested interest, right? It's like, increasing the cost of doing business the way they are. So we believe, and we'll be discussing this over and over here at QH, is the clearest path, and it's like for getting to a sustainable energy future is some massive, and it's like investment in developing technologies, right? And helping those technologies, and it's like get translated into the marketplace to reduce the cost that will make support for those policies more sustainable. Thank you. But by the way, we have a bunch of papers, and we're going to share this, and it's like on which these reflect days, and it's like and I think we have access to those, okay, and to the PowerPoint as well.
Thank you, Pablo. And Victor will have a few comments before we go to questions and answers. We will be inviting questions from the audience as well, so be thinking about what you'd like to ask. It's a Democrat. I bet it is.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I'm going to call Hannah back online too. There you go. So in order to keep this brief, and I'll leave at least time for one question from the audience, there's the reason I kind of wanted to be on this is to really ask 3 questions of our experts, Hannah and Pablo, and if Professor Esther wants to chime in, that would be great as well. So the 3 things I'd like to get a reaction for are one, are the impacts of climate, particularly with electricity, going to lead us to different reliability standards? So particularly historically, we've had NERC has had a certain level of reliability that they were, aiming for. There have been proposals, particularly in Texas, I've heard, and California, to basically let that slide some, so that reliable to be reliable means less. You have more power outages than it currently exists. So the reliability, and then the other question is really about the role of batteries in making electricity more reliable. And if you want to add to that the role of electric car batteries, which have been talked about, but just we haven't seen much policy movement on them to increase the reliability. I mean, the issue with climate change is it does impact so many things, but certainly reliability is one of them. So what about the change in reliability standards, and what about more batteries and the future of that? And I'll start with Hannah.
Thanks, Victor. I think we will see different reliability standards, and I think they will have to focus. You're right. I think the 1 day and 10-year standard, which is what NERC recommends and what is generally followed, may have to change given the realities of climate. And there will need to be more focus on flexible and reactive resources rather than just adequate reserves. So with more variable renewable resources coming online and more unpredictable events, it's more about the flexibility and nimbleness of the grid than, reserve capacity is still very important, but we need more focus on these other resources. I think we'll also maybe start to see national wildfire standards, or at least at the regional level, the regional entities that work on behalf of NERC within the regions. With respect to batteries, I think the small scale batteries in particular, as you mentioned, electric car batteries, highlight the importance of distributed energy resources to reliability. I'd imagine, I'm sure Pablo, you know more about this. I'd imagine that many Texans after Uri went out and bought a generator, and there are interesting studies on willingness to pay for generators before and after these types of events. But instead of a natural gas or diesel generator, you could also implement a battery. And batteries could be important both for individual backup power for residences and businesses, including batteries in a truck or car, as well as serving as virtual power plants to provide that needed flexibility for utilities or retail electric providers that can draw on multiple distributed batteries at the same time to address changes in load or some sort of other reliability event.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with everything that Hannah said. It's like I'm gonna add a couple of issues that also come from our research. We included in this study, it's like a question about whether people would be willing to buy generators. And it's like, and whether that was impacted by the blackout experience. And again, it's like there's a huge demand for that. And it's like, but again, we did another experiment there where we added the cost of running those generators, running your own purchasing, and then it's like the willingness to buy those generators drop, right? But again, it's like these decentralized purchases of access to individual electricity, especially if it comes from burning gas and it's like or diesel or other elements, right? Is very inefficient, right? Because you're increasing, right? It's like, right? At a very bad scale, and it's like the emission levels, and it's like, right, that we're required to provide an equivalent level of kilowatt hours, and it's like for consumers, right? But again, it's like that's how individuals respond. And it's like if the system is not gonna give me reliable electricity, if I can, I'm gonna buy it for myself, right? Now the key with batteries, and it's a tricky part, and it's like is that they remain outrageously expensive, and it's like. And so we did an exercise with some of our colleagues. Immediately after Uri, you started getting hits from Tesla and others trying to sell batteries for your home. And they gave you some estimates on how much it would cost for a house of 2,000 square feet in Texas, given the level of consumption, particularly, for us, because for Texans, it's winter, rare events, but it's summer, it's like constant demand for electricity. For a 2,000 square feet home, and it's like the battery level that you would need, and it's like to have sufficient access to electricity in blackouts would cost you close to $40,000, right? And so the generators cost it's like 4,000 to 8,000, but it's like right depending on the type, and so again it remains highly cost ineffective, and it's like and screens out a lot of individuals from their ability of doing that. And so that harps down to the original, comment that I made. It's like, if we don't make these things cost accessible, it's going to be really hard, right, to transition to, better technologies that will be sustainable. And it's like, and we don't know. It's like the next price shock on oil and gas. Right, to push us. To something like Texas is doing, right, to higher reliance on fossil fuels because we're desperate for lowering costs.
Very brief, I know time is short. I'll just simply say, I agree completely with Pablo and Hannah. I'll just point out that it emphasizes the importance of the cost curve. Battery technologies right now are developing at a pace that parallels some of the renewable energy cost curves. Development of some of the new sulfide battery technologies promise to be game changers, but we're still a long ways from actually having it every day. I just offer a final thought in terms of the liability planning, which is there's been an effort among a group of legal scholars called the 4 Degrees C Project, where essentially most of our planning is premised on the concept that trends of climate change will result in temperature increases of 2 degrees C in that range in a relatively progressive and predictable manner. And the thought experiment is some of the alternatives don't work that way. We may end up at a 4 degrees scenario quicker and more disruptive than we expect. How to factor that into reliability planning is an exercise that is only just now beginning. It is going to be an enormous challenge if we do start seeing changes at that scale and pace. And I think we're going to have to start doing a lot broader Monte Carlo simulations of what sort of scenarios we're going to have to face to be able to design systems to handle that.
I'm going to use this prerogative to close the panel. all of these things that relate to the fact that our electricity system is built on a legacy of distributed electricity. That was determined over 100 years ago, large power plants that distributed around the country on long distance transmission. And we're seeing a lot more move to the local or hyperlocal power, and we may be facing problems with the legacy of getting to that. I want to thank everybody on the panel. We're going to break and set up for lunch, and please be back in 15 minutes for our lunchtime keynote speaker. Thank you. So for those at home, our second code for the multi-state is capital P, number 4, capital X, number 7, capital P. I'm going to leave that up for about 1 minute, and then we're going to go to code 3.
You're right. So that's the issue, right?
Texas code will be posted 2 more times.
But the system is not going to review it at the level that's required. So if it is new, from not an outage, right? Because it's not gonna be the difference, right? Then why throw more money at the problem? That's not how they think. And the way they think about that, you see, it's like I'm more likely to play the government. One of the questions we get in survey we didn't use for this is things like who should pay for this? And it's like 65% of respondents said the generators.
The third code for those at home in the multi-state CLE credit is G like Gordon, the number 9, D like David, the number 2, X like X-ray. That will stay up for a bit longer. Hello, Kristen.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can, it's perfect.
Wonderful.
You're about 10 minutes away, and then we'll
Okay.
bring you on.
Okay, perfect. I'm looking forward to it. I got to catch the end of the last panel, which was great.
Good.
Oh, let's do the second one. Surface
We are now sharing the Texas CLE course number and the QR code, which you can scan online for our online Texas CLE credit folks. The course number is 174-194-155. Again, that course number is 174-194-155. You only need to do the Texas code once, but we will show it again before the end of the conference. Thank you. Again, to review, this is the third code. G is in Gordon, number 9. D is in David, number 2. X is for the multi-states CLE credit, not the state of Texas. You've seen this one. We'll go to the next one. CLE credit code number 4. H is in Harry, number 5. V is in Victor, number 3. W.
See these things? They flash these credit codes. So one thing you can help me with as we're driving, if one of those pops up, I need you to write it down. Okay. This is working out there. These codes before I'm driving. I think they're on a lunch break. So I can see people moving around in the corner. We're setting up after lunch. Afternoon session. So we're just going down 95 to 695, correct?
All right. We are ready to begin again, and I believe everybody has been able to get their food in person, and hopefully our folks at home and online have also been able to get this. So we have the pleasure of hearing our keynote. This is Professor Kristen Eichenser. She's the Martha Lubin Karsh and Bruce A. Karsh Bicentennial Professor and the Director of the National Security Law Center at the University of Virginia School of Law. She writes and teaches about issues that are near and dear to us in this conference, of course, cybersecurity, foreign relations, international law, and national security. She's also looked at the constitutional allocation of powers between the president and Congress in foreign relations. She received the 2018 Mike Lewis Prize for National Security Law Scholarship for her article, Courts, Congress, and the Conduct of Foreign Relations. She's a member of the U.S. State Department's Advisory Committee on International Law and the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine Forum on Cyber Resilience. She clerked for Justice Sandra Day O'Connor and Sonia Sotomayor of the Supreme Court, and for Judge Merrick Garland of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. She's also served as special assistant to the legal advisor of the U.S. Department of State, and before her teaching, she was in practice at Covington and Burling in Washington, D.C. So Professor Eichenser, we are so excited to have you, and I will just turn it over to you. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you to the University of Houston Law Center for hosting me. I'm sorry that I can't be there with you in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you and encouraged by the presence of so many others on Zoom. So I'm going to focus my remarks today on the idea of resilience in a world of multifaceted threats. So I'll talk first about the nature of the threats and then turn to why I think resilience is an important framing for the strategic responses. So as I thought about and looked at the program for today's discussions and about the range of topics that were being covered in the panels for today's conference, I was struck by the extent to which we are left discussing what appear to be major shocks to the international system. And shocks that were unexpected, or at least the public treated them as unexpected when they actually occurred. And to my mind, much of the story of the last few years seems to be one about sort of collective failures of imagination. We've been buffeted by a series of shocks that were not foreseen, or at least were not internalized as actual possibilities that might manifest. Prominent among these, of course, was COVID. At least for those of us outside the public health communities, the idea that the world would shut down for weeks or months, that schools would shut down for a year in some places, was really an unthinkable level of disruption. And it laid bare in very basic ways the worldwide nature of supply chains and the extent to which many, if not most, supply chains had become global. This is true of everything from generic drugs to cars to medical masks. Another shock, of course, was Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year. Despite Russia's invasion of Crimea in 2014 and the months of warnings from the US government that Russia was planning to invade, there was a lot of doubt in the international community, and I think even among US allies, about whether Putin would really go through with it. Europe had bet heavily on integration with Russia, particularly with respect to energy supplies, and land wars in Europe were really supposed to be a thing of the past. And yet this has become very much the present. Similarly, basically with every major cyber incident, it seems that they are met with expressions of surprise. That companies underinvest in cybersecurity protections and fall subject to ransomware. Ransomware causes a shutdown of, among other things, a major gas pipeline. Shock that the government failed to spot Russian espionage operations. All of these things have been treated in some measure as surprises. It's hard to say the same thing, frankly, about climate change. And yet, as if with every sort of manifestation of climate change, we see, again, surprise. So climate change has been forecast for decades, and it really seems to be playing out in the form of a sort of slow-moving disaster. But each manifestation, from extreme heat that causes rolling blackouts in California to winter storms in Texas that the last panel was talking about, to stronger, more frequent hurricanes, each of those, when they happen, nonetheless registers as a surprise. And yet none of these things should really be surprising, or at least perhaps as surprising as they are. In some cases, they are literally the kinds of threats that people steeped in each of these fields have been warning about. And these things are interrelated. So of course we should expect them to build on one another. So you see geopolitical tensions spark escalations in cyber operations that then cause supply chain disruptions. You can draw lots of connections between these different kinds of threats. To my mind, this is a little bit like what we talk about in national security as the difference between deep secrets and shallow secrets. So deep secrets are secrets that you don't know exist. You're unaware that information is being kept from you. Shallow secrets, on the other hand, describe instances where you know that information is being kept from you. You know that there is a secret, you just don't know exactly what it is. So transposing this to the threat context, I think it's useful to think about deep and shallow threats. So deep threats are the ones that you don't know exist, things that would really be truly unthinkable and that you wouldn't see coming. Whereas shallow threats are threats that you do know about in general, but you don't know the specific form they'll take. So for all of the things that you're talking about today, that we're talking about, we are in a world of shallow threats. That's not to say these threats are small, but that they're not actually unforeseeable or unthinkable or even unforeseen. But when they manifest, we as a society are often reacting as though they were deep threats, as though these are the totally unknown kind. And part of the reason I think this happens is because we're bad at dealing with the aftermath of the threats actually manifesting. The hits keep coming, the damage rolls on, and attention fades until the next incident where we, again, evince equal shock and dismay and prescribe it as unthinkable. So what do we do about these threats? How do we break this cycle of shock and continued threats? One approach with respect to both geopolitical developments and cyber operations has been to attempt to stop them from happening. So in other words, to try and deter bad actors from doing bad things. At the most basic level, deterrence involves changing an adversary's cost-benefit analysis so that the costs of attacking outweigh the benefits to be gained from the attack. So the attacker chooses, therefore, not to attack. The cost is too high, the benefit is too low. And there are different strategies to try and accomplish this shift in cost-benefit calculus. One approach is to increase the cost to the attacker. This is probably the most classic conception of deterrence when you think about mutually assured destruction in the Cold War. This is what we're talking about. It's the threat to hit back and impose costs on an adversary if they strike at you. And costs can take various forms. It can be retaliatory actions in kind. So you meet a cyber attack with a cyber attack, or it can be economic sanctions, criminal indictments, public condemnations of violations of law or violation of norms. Another tactic of deterrence, though, focuses not on increasing cost to an adversary, but on the benefit side of the equation. So of denying them the benefits of bad actions. So you change the other side of the cost-benefit analysis so that the expected benefit of the bad action is so slight that the adversary determines that the cost required isn't worth it. But simply put, deterrence to date does not seem to be working very well. Or if you don't like this sort of objective, this is very well or not very well, it's maybe not working as well as we would like it to. The most salient case in point is, I think, Russia's full invasion of Ukraine last year. The United States and its European allies had tried hard to deter and dissuade Russia from going forward with the invasion. As it became clear throughout the fall of 2021 that Russia was amassing troops and planning to invade, US and allied officials ramped up their warnings to Russia about the consequences of invading. So in December of 2021, the NATO foreign ministers warned Russia that any future Russian aggression would come at a high price. It would have serious political and economic consequences for Russia. President Biden directly warned or almost threatened President Putin that if Russia went ahead with the invasion, the United States and its allies would respond with strong economic measures, so sanctions and export controls, would provide defensive material to Ukraine, and would fortify NATO allies on the eastern flank with additional capabilities. But as these diplomatic efforts to engage Russia collapsed in January, the United States continued to just sort of warn and warn and warn about the massive sanctions packages that would ultimately be imposed. Another kind of deterrence or attempted deterrence was when the United States took the unusual step of repeatedly declassifying and disclosing intelligence about Russia's plans, including, for example, this one got a lot of play in the news, that Russia planned to create a pretext for invading Ukraine by releasing a staged or faked video purporting to show Ukrainian forces attacking Russians. Of course, we know none of these attempts at deterrence worked. Russia launched the invasion at the end of February with massive destruction, war crimes throughout Ukraine, disruptions to food supplies around the world, and spiking energy prices. You can tell a similar story about cyber operations against the United States. The US government has been trying to deter cyber operations for years, really for more than a decade. So if you look back to in May of 2014, that's when the US Department of Justice issued its first indictment against state-sponsored hackers. So it indicted members of China's People's Liberation Army for stealing intellectual property from US companies. And the Assistant Attorney General, the then Assistant Attorney General, John Carlin, who announced the indictment, said this case will have a deterrent effect. The deterrent effect of charges can be significant. And he said deterrence helps. Prosecutions can punish those who have already committed bad acts and deter those who might otherwise commit bad acts in the future. So by going after these crimes, we can help to stop the next group of criminals. And yet after that, intellectual property theft continued. Similarly, in 2015, the federal government announced a cyber security sanctions regime and said that would have deterrent effects. And the same is true of the Defense Department's announcement in 2018 that it was adopting a more proactive defend forward posture in cyberspace. So it was a strategy that shifted the posture of US Cyber Command to focus on engaging outside of US systems to disrupt or halt malicious cyber activity at its source. And yet damaging cyber operations against the United States have also continued. So in the roughly 6 month period from the end of 2020 and into 2021, the United States is on the receiving end of several really damaging cyber intrusions. So the SolarWinds incident, it's got a Texas connection here. It was a supply chain attack that compromised the update process for network monitoring software sold by SolarWinds. And that was used to breach numerous US government agencies, companies, and others around the world. That was attributed to Russia. Months later, China's hack of Microsoft Exchange software came to light. That one involved a breach of over 100,000 Microsoft Exchange servers used by many small businesses, among others. And then came the spate of ransomware incidents, really high profile ones, including the one that I'm sure is familiar to all of the folks at this conference, the one that disrupted the operations of Colonial Pipeline and the gas supply to the US East Coast. And that one was attributed to a ransomware group operating out of Russia. So writing in the aftermath of all of these incidents, Harvard's Jack Goldsmith was particularly scathing about deterrence failures. So he argued on Lawfare that the United States still has not figured out how to impose costs on the Russians that outweigh the Russians' perceived benefits from these cyber operations. And he said that whatever combination of public and private sanctions has been imposed clearly isn't doing the trick. And he says the United States is stuck, I think he would still say we're stuck, is stuck in response to these ever more menacing operations, but can't defend its networks from increased attacks, and it can't credibly threaten greater consequences to deter the attacker because it can't withstand the counterattacks. I'm not quite as pessimistic as Professor Goldsmith is about the classic forms of deterrence here. I think deterrence in the form of imposing costs may be doing some work on both cybersecurity issues and geopolitical ones. So there's some prohibitions or things that we would want to deter that haven't materialized. Russia hasn't used nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Foreign governments haven't used cyber operations to change votes in US elections. And we haven't suffered truly devastating cyber attacks on US critical infrastructure. So it's hard to prove exactly how much or how well deterrence is working, because doing so requires proving a negative. It's hard to quantify the things that don't happen. But at the same time, I do think it's clear that deterrence in the form of imposing costs isn't working at the geopolitical level, and it isn't working with respect to cyber operations to the level that we would want or that would be optimal. And it's important to note, of course, that deterrence isn't working on these issues, even though we're talking about sentient actors, right? Deterrence, in terms of imposing costs and altering cost-benefit analyses, depends on the existence of actors who can and are willing to engage in cost-benefit calculuses. We cannot deter our way out of climate change or the extreme weather events that are causing it. And we can't deter a global pandemic. Let's hope we don't have another one. So this leads me to ask, and looking at across all these panels, well, what do we do? If we can't deter, we've tried deterrence in terms of cost imposition, what's left? And this is where I get to the idea of resilience. So resilience is the ability to withstand and, if necessary, recover from adverse events. It's a strategy for minimizing disruption, not necessarily for stopping the bad events in the first place. So if you think about websites that are built to withstand the excess traffic that comes with a distributed denial of service attack and the website continues running, or manual backup functionality that can be used to restore power in case of a cyber attack targeting the power grid, something that helped Ukraine recover from power outages caused by Russia back in 2015. Or national stockpiles of items whose main supply chains are likely to be disrupted in the event of an international conflict or another pandemic. Resilience will look different for different actors in different sectors, different entities. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying that resilience is in any way a silver bullet. It is at least, though, a backup plan. And emphasizing resilience does require a certain amount or indulge a certain amount of fatalism.
How's your pizza?
It's built on the assumption.
Bill?
It's built on the assumption that things will go wrong. The bad actors will act badly. All right, so it's built on the assumption that things will go wrong, the bad actors will act badly. Can you all hear me, or did I just get muted again? Okay.
Yes, we're good.
All right, and anyway, that the adverse events are going to happen, that the defenses aren't going to hold. So resilience can be framed as a kind of deterrence. It's part of deterrence by denial, so decreasing the expected benefit to an adversary of attacking so that they decide it's not worth it. But it's quite different from deterrence in the form of threatening to impose costs. And I'm not arguing that we should abandon those attempts to impose costs. It may be that those threats to impose costs are keeping some of the worst possibilities off the table. But refocusing at least some attention away from stopping the adverse actions to minimizing the harms that they cause when they do happen, I think can have some significant benefits. And turning to the benefits, I want to focus on 3 benefits I see of an emphasis on resilience. The first is that resilience is threat neutral, or at least relatively threat agnostic. And that's a great feature when you are facing a world of multifaceted threats. So if you think about Ukraine, we saw this play out over the course of the last year. Just before Russia's invasion, Ukraine's parliament passed a law permitting critical government data to be stored in the cloud. And with the help of companies prominently including Amazon Web Services, the Ukrainian government moved more than 1.5 petabytes of data from crucial government databases into the cloud. And now that data and copies of it are stored in friendly countries outside Ukraine. So the bombing of data centers inside Ukraine hasn't destroyed government functionality. That particular resiliency measure was aimed at responding to a very particular physical and cyber threat from Russia. But cloud backups of important government and private sector data provides resilience not just against invasion of your country, but against fires, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, and against cyber attacks as well. So some of the same tactics that make an institution resilient against one kind of threat can cross-apply and provide protection against others. And so resilience, I think, works well within this frame of shallow threats. It protects against a variety of threats, even if you don't know which ones are likely to materialize or exactly when or where. So that's the first benefit. It's resilience is threat neutral or threat agnostic. Second benefit of focusing on resilience is that it is inward focused. Instead of trying to control someone else's behavior or trying to control literally the weather, it puts the onus on the actor over whom you do have more control, namely you, your entity, your country. And this is not to say that these investment decisions and significant investment would be required. It doesn't mean that those are going to be easy, but it's relative. So it's perhaps at least easier to manage your own cost benefit calculus than it is to alter someone else's. The third benefit of focusing on resilience is that the cross-threat nature of resilience might make investments in resiliency and redundancy somewhat less politicized. So it's no secret that we're in an era of very deep political divisions. And in this moment where some people question the existence of some of the threats that you're discussing today, perhaps bunching the responses to various kinds of threats together will smooth the way toward getting the investments that would be necessary to beef up resilience. And these investments that will be needed toward resilience and redundancy will be needed at various levels. So we can talk about resilience at the national level, like the example of the Ukrainian government moving data to the cloud to avoid Russian bombs. But the decisions of businesses are also particularly crucial. So some of the most disruptive and highest profile cybersecurity failures in the last few years have showcased exactly how not resilient some business entities, even critical infrastructure ones, actually are. And that's usually down to decisions that are made long before the ransomware hits or the other cyber attack manifests on a company's system. And the need to make businesses more resilient underpins the emphasis in the new national security strategy released this spring on regulating critical infrastructure to level the playing field among competing entities and to make sure that the investments are made appropriately. So you've got the national level, the business level, or entity level, but individuals can also contribute to resilience. In some cases, that's a simple things on the cybersecurity side, like backing up your own data to the cloud and using two-factor authentication. But individuals can also be part of a sort of societal education project. So part of the advanced planning about what happens in the event of a disruption. One of the biggest factors in the gas shortages following the Colonial Pipeline ransomware incident was panic buying. So you had individuals making decisions about going out and buying gas where they could get it that had much broader consequences. And I won't even talk about the hoarding of toilet paper during the earliest stages of the pandemic. But individual notions about preparation and resilience and expectations about what happens in the wake of an incident can matter to resiliency as well. So while I'm urging this greater emphasis on resilience and redundancy, I do think it's important to highlight 2 points of caution about this. So the first point of caution deals with equitable concerns. The burdens of the multifaceted threats that you are discussing today don't fall equally on different countries, on areas within countries, or on different communities within countries. And the ability to absorb the cost of disruptions when the threats are actualized also isn't equally distributed. The costs tend to fall disproportionately on particular communities. So in thinking about how to invest in and plan for resilience, there has to be planning aimed at pooling investments to protect the whole of society and the whole part of our national system. So this means that at some level, resilience has to be a societal effort and a structural concern. We can't just leave this to individuals. We don't do that in other circumstances. Before moving to Virginia, which you see on the screen behind me, I lived in California. I dutifully made my earthquake kit when I got there. But while every house in California should have an earthquake kit, that's not the extent of the plan. There are also building codes that regulate how resilient buildings there should be. So planning for resilience at the societal level, combining individual, business, and governmental resilience is an important feature. The second caution I have about planning for resilience is about unintended consequences. So some of the efforts in the United States to be more resilient center on investments in domestic supply chains. So reshoring or onshoring of supply chains can have obvious benefits if you're worried about resilience. So if you're worried that international tensions or global pandemics or conflict are going to disrupt supply chains, then having supply chains that don't cross borders or that cross only certain borders makes a tremendous amount of sense. But here's where the risk of unintended consequences comes into play. Another aspect of deterrence or strategy of deterrence that some scholars have focused on is the idea of entanglement or interdependence. So Joan Nye, political scientist at Harvard, discussed entanglement in a piece on deterrence in cyberspace And he explained it as the existence of various interdependencies that make a successful attack simultaneously impose serious costs on the attacker as well as the victim. So this is basically the concern if you have interdependent networks, whether they're cyber networks or economic networks. The concern and the restraining effect comes from the fact that the interdependence will cause the attacker to not do something that will cause blowback against themselves. So if you have interdependence of networks, whether economic, cyber, energy networks, that fosters deterrence. So if that's true, then when you begin to decouple those networks, when you reshore supply chains to avoid disruptions, it might have the opposite effect. So having less interdependence might at first blush be beneficial for resilience or for the avoidance of disruption. But there may be a real risk of decreasing inhibitions to actually causing disruption. So this isn't a reason to avoid resilience. Many resilience strategies won't raise this concern. There was discussion in the last panel about individual households buying generators. I don't see a geopolitical concern with that. But it is an important caution to bear in mind as governments in particular consider important policy choices about international supply chains. So let me wrap up here. What I've tried to highlight throughout these remarks is how the multifaceted threats that you're discussing over the course of the day require all of us, from the individuals to the business level, to the government level, to the international level, to think more creatively and more deliberately about planning for worst case scenarios. Understanding that those scenarios, ones that, in a prior time might have been truly unthinkable or unthought of, are becoming more likely and more frequent. So my suggestion to focus more deliberately, though again, certainly not exclusively, on resilience and redundancy isn't meant to be defeatist, but it is meant to be realistic. And it's meant to be realistic in a way that might help to insulate at the same time against multiple different kinds of threats, and in a way that might decrease the politicization of some of the preparations that would be required. So I'll end here and say thank you very much for including me in today's discussions. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Eigenser. I'm going to open it up first to the audience. I actually have a couple of questions, but I don't want to take that away. Any particular questions for Professor Eigenser at this time? All right, I'll get us started. Okay. So your very last point I thought was so important, and I hope everybody heard that, about how protecting things like supply chains and relationships in so-called friendly countries can also lead to disentanglement, which in turn could lead to less incentive to not attack someone. I mean, this theory goes back actually to World War II, right? The axis that the Japanese kind of controlling because they felt they didn't have access to natural resources. This is one way to get this access to do it and conquering. And in a modern era, we're talking a lot about switching supply chains back to the US or friendly countries. But of course, that's disentangling some of the relationships that have been connected with China. For the most obvious example. So the question I want to ask you is the flip of that the integration, the economic integration with China was seen as a way to marry the societies so that something would not happen going forward. Do we blink first with the Trump tariffs? Was that it, or was it COVID? Or do you think that theory did not work? What would, just with the example of China, what would your thoughts be about maintaining resiliency, but at the same time, keeping engagement?
That's a great question. And as you correctly picked up, I'm thinking a lot about China these days and about these sorts of questions. So I won't answer the part about how this all started. I think there are multiple different answers to that. But I do think that the integration and the moves to disentangle supply chains are, that's exactly what I had in mind in those comments. And I think part of your question about integration, and wasn't integration supposed to decrease all of these concerns? That was the theory, right? That was the theory in the 1990s and the early 2000s that pulling China into the international legal system, into the WTO, was supposed to knit these economies the worldwide economy together in such a way that we would rely on this interdependence, and this would quash international conflict, and it would smooth out relations. I think, now with the benefit of hindsight, I think that was asking way too much of international institutions. And I think it was a little bit naive. And it was coming out of the moment, the post-Cold War moment of the end of great power competition and, what comes after that. And there weren't a lot of precedents for what came after that. And I think there was a lot of optimism. And I think we are seeing now coming back down to earth about the realistic, what's the cap on realistic expectations for what engagement in the international system can do. I mean, we're talking mostly about China here, but Russia is the obvious counterexample to this. Russia has been in these international institutions, and yet we're in a land war in Europe. And so nothing stopped that. Not the best intentions of the post-Cold War international system did not rein that in. Now, does that mean I think integration is worthless? Absolutely not. I think I think the idea that integration and entanglement promotes deterrence is right, but only partially right. It might tamp down some conflicts that would happen. It might give pause to certain countries. It might moderate particular reactions. But asking it or assuming that entanglement will quash all conflicts is just asking too much. So I think while I think there's a risk of undoing those ties, I don't think the existence of entangling ties addresses international conflict, or obviously it doesn't avoid it entirely.
Thank you. We do have time for at least one or two more questions. Anybody from the audience? Yes, Anthony.
Yes, I don't need a microphone for that.
Why not?
Okay. Just want to make sure that the professor can hear me.
Just wondering if you have any comment regarding the more recent trend of state and local governments getting into the act of doing things like trying to block foreign investment in the United States. And in particular, to kind of put a little bit more of a point on that, are there any questions relating to the constitutionality of state and local governments trying to do that?
Great question, and one that I think is interesting. How much time do we have on this? So obviously, state and local governments are becoming extremely active in a number of different areas, as you mentioned. From can foreign citizens and foreign governments invest in their states? To can individual citizens have TikTok on their phones? All of these things touch on foreign relations concerns, and that is where the interesting constitutional questions come in. Is exactly how much can the states do that touches on foreign relations? And traditionally the national government has done most foreign relations activity, and within that, usually it's the executive branch, but that's never been the full story. So Congress is also deeply involved in foreign relations, and states too have, at least in certain spheres, longstanding traditions of international engagement, whether it's participation in trade missions or sister city relationships. So there is precedent for states doing some amount of things related to foreign relations. It's never been actually the simple story that, it's just the federal government. Where I think the current moment is interesting is you see states that are doing things that are getting ahead of the federal government. And this is not entirely unprecedented. We've seen this before in circumstances where states have basically imposed kind of their own version of sanctions on international governments that were engaged in human rights abuses. We saw this with respect to South Africa, with respect to Burma, Myanmar. And some of those disputes went the whole way up to the Supreme Court about the permissibility of the state actions. And what it comes down to is a question of preemption. So does the state action run afoul of a statute, of federal policy? And there it becomes very, very issue specific. So if there is a federal statute that expressly preempts state action in the area, that typically prevails. But even in the absence of a federal statute, sometimes courts have held that states or local governments have gone too far. So their policies have stood as an obstacle to the federal policy. And that has been enough to get the states preempted. So I don't know which way some of these most recent state actions are going to go. I think it's going to be fascinating to see it play out. Some of them have been challenged in court already, or challenges are likely to be forthcoming. So I do think it does raise sort of very fundamental constitutional questions about the nature of responsibility for foreign relations and national security concerns, whether that lays almost exclusively with the federal government, or exactly how much room there is for states to act on the things that are concerning to them, and especially where they think the federal government is not doing enough, is a little slow off the mark.
Thank you so much, Professor Eckensur. Let's give her a hand again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. And thank you all in the audience. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The next panel will set up, and I will also post the online CLEs for the at-home viewers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very
Yeah. So we need to get the title slide up that has the logo in the background from not right.
In a moment, maybe.
Take it over before that is training. Exactly. Yeah.
Code 4, again, for the CLE people at home, for California, Virginia, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Is H is in Connecticut. H is in Harry, number 5, V is in Victor, number 3, W is in warm. The next code, you can let me go back. Code number 5, L is in Larry, number 9, 4, Z is in zebra, number 2.
Yeah, I'm annoying, it's fine.
I'll leave this up for a short time while the other panel sets up.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. And I will turn it over to Professor Gutenberg.
Well, thanks so much, Victor. Thanks for the kind introduction. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to see all of you here. It's a pleasure to see so many people online. It's obviously a hard act to follow up with Kristen. So that's an unfortunate slot to be given after such an excellent keynote. I'll do my best. And I guess my best pitch to the audience is my excellent panel here. We have two people joining in person next to me. We have two people joining online, and we will be talking about privacy, about privacy risks, about privacy threats in the energy markets, and the various levels of the energy markets. And we're going to talk about cybersecurity and various cybersecurity risks and the policies associated with it, meaning the policies meant to mitigate those risks. I also know that we're the first post-lunch panel, so we'll give it an extra hard try to keep the audience engaged here. So with me are four excellent experts with backgrounds in scholarship and practice in government. We have Tiffany Lee, who is joining us remotely from the University of New Hampshire Franklin Pierce School of Law. Her research relates specifically to privacy. We have Alex Nissenbaum on the far left here with Blank Rome, who practices in that area. We have, and specifically cyber risks and cybersecurity. We have Alan Rosenstein here, joining us remotely as well from the University of Minnesota Law School. His research relates very broadly to cybersecurity. He does many other things, ranging from constitutional law to writing very insightful blog posts for Lawfare. And we have Andrew Willis here, right next on the immediate left to me, who's Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor with the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Responses. This panel is structured slightly differently than what we've seen before. We will kick it off with very brief sort of introductory remarks by our panelists. We'll go in alphabetical order. So no fancy presentations here for this panel. And then we'll enter into a moderated discussion. I have some questions that I'm excited to get responses on from our panelists. And then we'll open it up for discussion. So if you have questions, if questions come up, please mark them down for the sort of last fourth of the panel, and we will try to address everything. So without any further ado, because I know that you're not here to listen to me, I will turn it over to our the first panelist offering some insights, some perspectives. Tiffany Lee, Professor Lee, over to you.
Great. Hi, everyone. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Love to start every single meeting for the past 3 years with that statement, right? Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? I'm just going to assume it's going okay, or else I will see angry messages in the chat. I'm really excited to be here today. Thank you to Nick for the invitation. And I want to note that I also want to hear Nick's thoughts on privacy and security issues in the energy industry. So let's hope we get some of that later too. But I'll start off a bit. So I am a professor at the University of New Hampshire School of Law. And as Nick mentioned, I work primarily on privacy. I also do a lot of work on technology platform governance, as well as artificial intelligence. So today I want to just overview a little bit about how the consumer privacy law aspect might work into our overall discussion of the privacy and security issues today. So I first want to note, I think many of you in the audience already know this, but we have no privacy law in the United States. We continually say it will be coming. And I do believe eventually we're going to have a federal privacy regulation. When that will happen and what shape that regulation might take is currently unknown, but it will happen at some point. And what we have instead is a very multifactored approach. We have sectoral privacy laws, the laws for different sectors of industry, health privacy laws, for example, educational privacy laws. We also have FTC regulation. So the Federal Trade Commission I would say they're probably our strongest privacy regulator today. Using their Section 5 authority, the FTC can regulate issues of mostly consumer protection. So we're thinking of privacy law coming in with very popular, or well, maybe not popular, very controversial cases involving companies saying they're going to do something in terms of consumer privacy. So they say something like, we will protect your privacy. and then the companies do not do that. When that happens, the FTC will often find that this was a false or misleading statement from the company, or that they committed some sort of unfair business practice. So that's often how privacy is actually regulated on a federal level in the US. In addition to federal regulation, we also have a number of state privacy laws. So California has a relatively strong privacy law. Virginia, more recently, has a privacy law as well. And a few other states, a handful of states in the nation, either have laws or are very close to passing privacy laws. And this is important because in lieu of federal privacy law, we've got to go with what we've got. And what we've got are just this great patchwork of laws. And I think it's interesting to compare what we have in terms of state privacy laws with currently what's the strongest privacy regime in the world, which is the European General Data Protection Regulation. So the GDPR. And if you are working in a law or compliance function, you have almost definitely heard of the GDPR. Now, the GDPR is the strong privacy regulation in the European Union. And what's really special about this is that there is an extraterritorial reach. The GDPR can apply to you as a company, even if you have no European employees, you have no office in Europe, even if you have actually no intention of doing any business in Europe whatsoever. There are different ways the law still might apply to you. And what might happen then if you have to comply with the GDPR? Well, very similar requirements as what you see in some of our state privacy laws, which were often modeled after those European regulations. So things like giving consumers notice and choice, right? Notice about what you're doing with their data, choice about whether or not to opt in or opt out to data practices. But the GDPR goes much further than that. There are many more rights for individuals. They have the right to access their data, the right to request deletion of data, and so on. And this is something that I think many companies have been dealing with for the past few years. So that's set, right? That's something we sort of know in terms of privacy. But how does this relate specifically to the energy industry? Well, we may have mentioned in a few of our previous panels some interesting ideas of new technology that are coming. So thinking of, say, smart meters, right? If you are getting really granular data on how an individual or even an individual household is using data, this could lead to more consumer privacy related issues. You start considering what happens if you're able to potentially identify consumers based on their data. Or even if you're trying to use aggregate data, what happens when an energy company really becomes a data company? When you're making more profits off of data than off of your core services and goods. And that really changes how you consider the corporate legal landscape for these companies. So these are ideas to consider in terms of consumer privacy. I don't want to go too long, but I also want to mention that something coming up is artificial intelligence regulation. There are a number of AI laws that are on the books right now, or on the docket right now. In the US, we currently do not have, again, a federal AI bill. We don't have an AI law. And I don't think we're going to get one anytime soon, particularly because we don't even have a privacy law on the federal scale. Our privacy laws do often include sections on automated decision-making processes. So you may have some AI regulation within the privacy laws. But in contrast, the EU is very close to launching their EU AI Act. And this is a regulation that will regulate artificial intelligence quite broadly. And I think what's necessary for companies in the US to know right now, first of all, it's that these laws still have the extraterritorial reach. We're thinking the GDPR, the EU AI Act, they're not purely European laws. In a way, Europe is regulating for much of the entire world. So we have to pay attention to them. We should also pay attention to the EU AI Act because likely any US laws that are looking at AI are also going to base themselves at least partially on the EU AI Act. So what does the EU AI Act actually say? Primarily, there are, I would say, two important things to know, two very high-level things. The first high-level thing to note in the AI Act is that there is a special high-risk category. And I've spoken to some of my European friends who've worked on AI regulation, because my first question is, who determines what's in the high-risk category? And the answer is, it's a little bit arbitrary. So we have some specific high-risk scenarios that our European friends have decided require higher levels of data protection, higher levels of risk management. The rest of the AI Act really follows a risk management framework. Now, this should be really familiar to most of you in the audience. We do a lot of risk management frameworks and US regulation. On the AI front, for example, NIST has a model AI regulation framework that deals with risk management. So this is something that's very similar in terms of how to think about regulation. We're thinking of it more as consumer safety, almost a product safety type of regulation. So if you're using AI, using artificial intelligence in a way that targets consumers or really touches any consumer, you've got to think about the upcoming AI regulations, both in the EU and potentially in the US. And I'll leave it there to our next panelist.
Thank you so much for this. A comprehensive lecture on privacy. This is fantastic. Over to Alex. Looking forward to your introductory remarks.
Thanks, thanks, Professor Lee. Turn it on. Thank you. Here we go. Green light. Is that good? Thank you. Thanks, Professor Lee. I hear your remarks about the federal privacy law, and they've been working on that for years and haven't been able to pass even a data breach law. And we've thought it's on the horizon forever. I usually am one of the more optimistic people in the room as well, but as days goes by, I get less and less optimistic that they're going to be able to get their act together on anything privacy related. But certainly we've seen some concerted efforts across agencies on the cybersecurity side, which deeply affect the energy industry. Whether you're electricity, oil or gas, generation, transport, where you have a consumer-facing utility. These are really interesting times, both in terms of privacy and security. And I think one of the challenges that the industry faces is because it has a very unique footprint in terms of technology, really relative to traditional business IT, right? And one of the questions that I get from clients in any industry is I see these requirements, I hear what they're telling me, and how do I operationalize it? And so in this industry, it's particularly challenging because of the operational and industrial control technology that's being used to operate businesses. You can have challenges that are unique, like geographically distributed industrial control technology in the field, where physical security is very different from locking the doors and putting cameras on a data center. Someone could walk into a wind farm or a solar generation area or a substation or what have you, and each of those places needs to be secure, and each of the devices that are there need to be secured. And things are becoming increasingly interconnected as well, and so that's bringing more insights into operations and ability to run businesses more efficiently, but it's also increasing the attack surface for the bad guys who are trying to disrupt things for various reasons. And so, all of these things are coming together to create a very challenging environment in terms of cybersecurity. And then, as Professor Lee mentioned, especially for those in the energy industry, privacy will continue to come to the fore for businesses in the energy industry because of the ubiquitous use of data for all kinds of things. But you can imagine the sensitive data that's being collected en masse through the Internet of Things devices that are in everybody's home about energy consumption, how that might lead to sensitive inferences and the like. And there are going to be a lot of businesses in the field that find themselves subject to these new state laws and need to figure out how to respond to data subject rights requests, deletion requests, or marshaling data to let people know what they have about them. And that's just going to create additional operational overhead as they're trying to figure out how to protect those assets as well. So it's definitely an industry that is facing a lot of headwinds in this area, especially because of the particular attention that adversaries in the cyberspace, the attention that they pay to this industry because of how critical it is to the United States and the economy.
Thank you so much for this. Wonderful to hear about the sort of practical implications, compliance issues. Much appreciated. We will hop back online and over to Alan Rosenstein. Professor Rosenstein, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thanks everyone for having me. So when I was in the government, and then in the first few years when I was in the academy, one of the things that I focused on in the cybersecurity realm was the issue of encryption and its benefits and its drawbacks. After spending several years beating my head against that particular wall, I took a step back and did what law professors do at their best and at their worst. And that is, I went a bit meta and I tried to ask myself, why is this such a hard problem? The answer that I came up with involved an interesting set of public policy frameworks that have been developed in the 1960s and the 1970s that I found very illuminating, and that I think may also be quite illuminating for this problem that we're all discussing at the conference today, which is cybersecurity in the energy sector. And so I want to spend a few minutes just talking about that to suggest that that might be a useful and interesting frame, not one that solves the problem, but one that at the very least gives us a bit more insight as to why it's such a hard problem to solve. And the frame is that of what is sometimes called wicked problems. And this is a term that was developed in the 1960s and 70s in the public policy literature as folks were looking around and trying to figure out why it was that all these well-meaning societal interventions were not perhaps going quite as well as the authors had intended them to do. And there are lots of ways of formulating what a wicked problem is, but my favorite is from one of the original authors, and that is, quote, that class of social system problems which are ill-formulated, where the information is confusing, where there are many clients and decision makers with conflicting values, and where the ramifications in the whole system are thoroughly confusing. And an example that I've always found to be useful to illustrate and give an intuitive sense of what this is to think about the problems inherent if you want to, for example, build a bridge over a river. And you can divide these problems into, I think, two categories. One are the technical engineering problems of building the bridge. Right? How do you build a bridge so that it doesn't fall down into the river? That's a difficult problem. I certainly couldn't do it. Right? I certainly couldn't do it. And I have a 2-year-old who's getting into Legos, and I'm nervous that at some point I'm going to have to do it, and I'm going to fail miserably. But that at least is in principle a solvable problem. And in some senses, it is a solved problem. There is general consensus both on what we are trying to do, what counts as success, how to do it. There are manuals, et cetera, right? And, from generation to generation, we get better at building bridges. But then there's a second category of problems when you decide to build a bridge. And these are not really technical by nature. These are problems like, where should we build the bridge? Should the bridge only have roads for cars, or should there be space for public transit or bicycles? How should we balance the economic benefits of the bridge with the environmental costs of that bridge? And so on and so on and so forth. And these, I think, are the sorts of problems that often in cybersecurity are the source of the real difficulty and are sometimes overlooked. So just to say a little bit more about what is the nature of these problems. I think there are a couple of features or a couple of what we might call sort of dimensions of wickedness that is useful to keep in mind when we try to solve these difficult challenges. The first is often there's no agreement on what exactly it is we are trying to achieve. This is often the case because we have quite a few competing values at issue. Certainly in cybersecurity generally, and I think this would apply equally to the specific case of cybersecurity and energy, we're trying to accomplish a bunch of things. We're trying to accomplish security, reliability, but also innovation. We're trying to balance that off against privacy, as Tiffany mentioned when she was talking about it. And so we have these difficult value judgments we have to make as well. But not just that, the very terms of what security can be quite contestable, right? We might think of security in the sense of resistance to penetration by hostile actors. But we might also think of security in the sense of what it means to have energy security, which often requires sort of lower costs for those who perhaps can't afford the most technically secure sources of energy. And you can go around and around on this problem. Another issue that we can come up or that we can face when dealing with these wicked problems is that the information that we're trying to deal with is uncertain and it's diffuse. It's uncertain in the sense that it relies on empirical judgments about the real world. It relies on observations that are hard to do rigorously. It involves an analysis of a situation that's constantly changing, both as technology changes, the adversaries change, the underlying energy changes. And not only that, it's not just one question that we're trying to answer. The question of security in the energy sector can be decomposed into any number of issues, right? So for example, we might talk about supply chain security. We might talk about the security risks from insider threats. We might think about all the international considerations. We might think of the human element, just people making mistakes. We might think of regulatory questions such as how can the government develop enough expertise and flexibility to do the sorts of regulation that is necessary without stymieing innovation, onwards and onwards and onwards. And every one of these questions can themselves be decomposed into a bunch of sub-questions that are difficult to answer. And then the final dimension of wickedness is that the problem is ongoing. You never solve the problem once and for all, right? Again, in part, this is because the environment keeps changing. And so you have to continuously update on your policies. But it's also because the nature of the conflict of value means that you're never going to satisfy everyone. There's always going to be some winners and some losers, or at least some people who perceive themselves to be losers relative to other people who they perceive to be winners. And often, and this is usually evidence that you've done something right, everyone thinks that they're losers. That's usually a good sign that you've come to some real compromise. But that itself creates instability because no one is satisfied being a loser, and so they're constantly trying to change things. Right? They're trying to undermine perhaps the regulations that they think are too costly, or they're trying to beef up the regulations that they think are too lax. So this problem continues over and over again. Right? So that's the kind of maybe depressing side of this analysis, which is the diagnosis of why this stuff is so hard. But I do think it's useful to think in this way, not simply just to be a bummer about it, but I think that it does, I think, have some actual payoffs, practically speaking, when we try to solve sort of these problems. I think the first payoff is that we should be very wary of anyone who offers to solve the problem fully, or anyone who maybe equivalently tries to solve the problem in a way that has no drawbacks, right? So beware of people offering you magic beans. There are no magic beans when it comes to wicked problems, because the nature of the situation is such that there really are a lot of values that can only be imperfectly realized, and they're always conflicting with each other. So one thing we can do is we can sort of screen, use this framework as a kind of BS detector to screen proposals that we can dismiss out of hand for being unrealistic. The second thing that I think is important is that we should, as much as possible, try to take questions of values and turn them into questions of facts, which is to say that often the reason people get hung up on these what seem like irreconcilable value trade-offs is because they really don't know the underlying facts that, if they did know in a particular situation, might cause them some agreement. What that means, I think, in practice is that both industry, and here I think the government in particular, has an enormous role to play of funding and doing the sort of research that is necessary, whether or not this is sort of basic cybersecurity research, whether this is research industry specific, but there's a sort of a large empirical component to this. And so, I think there are sort of other lessons we could learn about, we could think about. I'm sure we'll talk about them in the next, over the course of this panel discussion. But this is something that I found to be very useful when I thought about other cybersecurity problems. And so I thought I'd offer it to this crowd in the hope that it might be useful in the specific domain of energy security.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. And so here's to hoping that we all are, or at least will become, losers very soon. Is that the administration's take?
was it? No, well done. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Andrew Wills. I'm Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor for the Department of Energy's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, and that is a lot, so we just call it CSER at DOE. My background, I've spent the last 12 years in electricity, started at a co-op, worked at a law firm in DC, in union co-op law, was a lawyer for NERC, writing reliability standards, then was with Public Power representing utilities, both on the legal side and government affairs, and then most recently, I led federal affairs for a big renewable company. In fact, had 17 wind farms in Texas and a gas facility. So I did a lot of work from afar here in Texas for a long time. Really appreciate the opportunity to come. Thank you to University of Houston Law Center for the invitation to join. It's really a pleasure to come here and talk to you all about what we're doing at DOE at CSER as the sector risk management agency for the energy sector. I wanted to think of a way to get everybody awake because I know I'm a little tired after lunch, and so I decided we're in a law school. So I got a list of all the names of folks, and I'm just going to do Socratic method across the board. All the folks to ask questions. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm interested in two things. First, how many folks, and I can't see online, but how many folks are in academia here? And law firms that represent utilities or energy infrastructure. And what am I missing? Industry, yeah, industry. Cool. Yeah, a good mix. Appreciate that. It's nice to know who I'm talking to so I can make sure to give you the right information. And then finally, who is familiar with CSER as an office? Got one, great. Well, that's not surprising that folks are not aware of CSER. You may be familiar with the Office of Electricity. We were once a part of the Office of Electricity only 5 years ago. And we were spun out only 1 year ago as our own office. We're a brand new office at the Department of Energy. The reason for that being when we serve a gigantic function, we are the risk agency for the entire department. We do serve the function of the sector risk management agency, and we fulfill the ESF 12 FEMA duties for ESF or energy responders whenever there's an incident, an energy incident. So we do have a big mission, and our staff is growing. I started a year ago. We had 21 people doing all that work, and by the end of this year, we'll have 200. So it is changing quite a bit. Our work spans all of the threats to the energy sector, both oil and natural gas and electricity. That's cyber threats, that's in our name, and so that's the thing that people think about most when they think about CSER. And things like Colonial Pipeline, we were the ESF 12 responders, and we were the ones who addressed the energy issues at the beginning, along with industry and local government, regional government, and federal government. We also look at physical threats. So of course, that is probably familiar to everybody because of recent attacks on substations, and even as far back as the Metcalf substation shooting in California about, I want to say 10 years ago, something like 10 years ago. And then also climate related threats. And we've talked a lot about that today. And those can look very different depending on what kind of climate threat you're talking about and how it impacts the grid. But of course, that's things like wildfires, hurricanes, and winter storms. Again, we are the ESF 12 responders. So when there's a hurricane in Florida, we're the ones working directly with the munis, the co-ops, the IOUs, and state and local governments. We have a significant RD&D portfolio. As you all may know, if you know the department, it is historically an RD&D organization. We're not a regulator. Nobody in the department really is a true regulator. That is left to FERC and the PUCs, and in case of munis and co-ops at the very local level. We really are there to provide guidance and information and use our resources to bring to bear some really important sort of RD&D projects. Our R&T division, our Risk Management Tools and Technologies division, does that RD&D work, and they're looking at things, develop tools and technologies to protect critical energy infrastructure and networks from threats and enable automated assessment, situational awareness, and response to threats to the sector. We're also focused on leading integration of cybersecurity by design across the the DOE complex. A big task that we're really kind of diving in. We're working with the program offices, all of the program offices. So if you know of any office at DOE, CSER is responsible for coordinating their cyber efforts. That's wind, that's solar, that's fossil, that's all of the nuclear, it's all the offices. We're also working on supply chain. We're working on both supply chain availability and supply chain security. Availability is a bigger problem that's beyond DOE, as y'all know. We're working directly with commerce and labor, education, and us ourselves at DOE with the sector to address some very significant, as y'all know, supply chain issues associated with critical minerals, associated with labor. And so that I'm going to put availability aside and let's talk about security because that's why we're here today. We are developing a program called the Energy Cyber Sense Program, and it's an all-encompassing, overarching supply chain effort that we have congressionally directed under IIJA back in 2021. And it really tests cybersecurity of products and technologies intended for use in the bulk power system. Our key testing initiative has existed for a while, and you may have heard of it. It's called Citrix. It's cyber testing for resilient industrial control systems. It is a collaboration with INL, the Idaho National Lab, which is one of our DOE national labs. And it really is a comprehensive testing program, all the way down to the firmware, the software, the hardware levels. And so we're using that to do things like deep testing. We're also building out other programs. For example, we have the Clean Energy Cyber Accelerator, or CECA, and that is with NREL, it's the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And that's bringing together federal experts, energy experts, and innovators in a unified effort to rapidly develop cybersecurity solutions for renewable energy resources. You all, if you're working in the sector, you know, when we think about renewable resources, we don't necessarily go directly to cybersecurity. I led federal affairs for the largest renewable company in the world, and I didn't talk about cybersecurity once on the Hill. So it's a problem. We all have to address it. We have to recognize that as we build out this technology, we have to think beyond compliance with your reliability standards and sort of the best practices for industry. So speaking of that, the clean energy transition, I just want to touch on this really quick. You all know we're under a massive transition. And unfortunately, for a while, Caesar has had to have the role of saying, no, don't do that because this is dangerous, because hold back because, well, if you've noticed, DOE really doesn't have a posture of sort of being on the defense anymore. We're spending $70 billion that we got under IIJA. We're spending something like $360 billion through IRA. And we think that based on studies that industry will spend something like $1 trillion over the next 10 years on developing clean energy technologies to deploy across the country based on the bills that have passed. So this is really not a chance to be defensive for Caesar. This is a chance to be offensive because we're rebuilding the grid from the ground up. Why not, when we have this opportunity, build security into the design, build resilience into our systems as we're building them from the ground up. Never in our lifetimes and never again have we or will we see a chance to do this. So now's the time. It's been mentioned before, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but as we build out, it's becoming less centralized, more decentralized, producing power closest to the consumer. And that technology is becoming interconnected with the other parts of the grid, but also with the internet. And with that comes significant cybersecurity challenges that we all need to be really paying attention to. One thing I'll flag for those of you who represent electric sector entities, we're putting together a report through NREL called Cybersecurity Considerations for the Distributed Energy System, or the distribution system. That is something, as y'all know, if you are in the sector, we also haven't focused on. We have NERC compliance. We haven't looked at a local level, at the very most local level, state PUCs or local regulators. What are those things we should be thinking about on the cybersecurity front? Yeah, a solar panel on a roof may not have an impact, but when you're aggregating that solar panel with solar panels all over a state, you're talking about a load that could have a significant impact on reliability. Finally, I'll just mention one quick thing on our public-private partnership that we're going to be introducing here soon. I'm going to give you all a sneak peek about it, but it really will be rolled out in earnest. Actually, RSA is this week. It is being rolled out in earnest this week at RSA, but we will continue to push it out publicly over the next month. But it's called the Energy Threat Analysis Center, or ETAC is what we're calling it. ETAC will be in its truest form a public-private partnership, where we as the government, we as Department of Energy, we as an entity or an agency that is part of the intelligence community across the US government, are working and bringing our intelligence to bear with the industry in a classified setting on a regular basis to identify where these risks can really become threats and have real impacts to the grid. We don't know that at DOE. Some of us come from sector like me, and some of us are engineers unlike me. But we don't know where the threats are because we're not actively on the ground and in the field. And so we really have to have those operational collaborative conversations, and that's what ETAC will be. It's under pilot phase right now. At the end of the year, we're going to submit a report to Congress as part of our appropriations request. You can't do anything without money. And eventually it will become a physical center where we're working on a day-to-day basis with the electric industry. And eventually oil and natural gas manufacturers any part of the energy industrial complex. I probably went over, so I apologize, but thanks for the opportunity to chat. Really happy to be here today.
Thank you so much. And I guess for an agency whose responsibility is to counter threats and mitigate threats, it's a badge of honor if you're not in the daily news, and if not everyone has heard of that. And if things go well, then that hopefully maybe stays that way. So thank you so much for those insights. Let me follow up sort of in reverse order with a few points that you've brought up in your presentations, and then we will try to cover both the aspects of cybersecurity and then move into privacy. Of course, those two areas intersect, and it's hard to cleanly separate them. I'll give it a try. So let's start with some of the points you have raised, Andrew, about the changes of the nature of cybersecurity risks associated with the energy transition. Can you go into a bit more detail on how you perceive that change to happen? What I can see is that a lot more people will be involved sort of on both ends of the energy market, meaning production and consumption, whereas traditionally the production side was almost entirely, well, in the hands of professionals. But maybe there are other people, maybe there are other things other issues that I might be missing. So if you could say a few more words about that transition and how it impacts the threats to cybersecurity, but also maybe the opportunities to rethink cybersecurity, that'd be much appreciated.
Sure, I think you're exactly right. I think traditionally it has been the production and the consumption of power are the two things we think about. Really, it's mainly on the cyber side, and it's a very new field, as you know, but on the cyber side, it's really been about production. We at NERC are looking at the GOs, the TOs, the GOPs, the TOPs, the entities who are really producing or transmitting the power. But I think you do now, to your point, have to look at the consumption of power too, because folks are becoming more active in their energy choices. Folks aren't just sort of passive consumers anymore. They actually want to be a part of their energy decisions, whether it's if you're in a deregulated state, making a decision about where you purchase your power. Even if you're in a regulated state now, utilities are bundling these RECs so that you can buy clean power from them. So folks really are more in control of their decisions. And because of that, or maybe it's a chicken and an egg problem, but as a result, you have more technology on the grid, and that technology, like I mentioned earlier, is grid connected, even if at the distribution level can have a system-wide impact on a big scale, but also, of course, on the sort of transmission level. So I would just say I would say it's now production, consumption, and transmission, interconnectedness, decentralization, and consumers making decisions. I think those are probably the things I'd say.
That makes sense. And then consumers also become producers, right? They might have their own solar on their roof and so on. Second follow-up was I wanted to get back to the critical infrastructure part of things. What do you currently consider critical infrastructure? Do you have some like recent incidences that you can or might be allowed to share that might give us an idea of the issues that you're dealing with? And again, bringing it back to energy transition, what in the future, in maybe 5 or 10 years from now, what's the critical infrastructure of the future grid?
That's a big question. The definition of critical infrastructure, I guess it probably depends on which government agency you're asking the question of. It depends. If you ask me at DOE, I would argue we're getting to a point where most energy infrastructure, interconnected, and even sometimes the distribution level, is critical infrastructure. Because of sort of grid automation and grid modernization, anything that has an impact to the grid is critical infrastructure. Now, to give you some examples, things that we can talk about in a room without a yellow badge, let's think about even trying to remember what is and is not. Let's not go to examples. Never mind.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay, well, thank you for that. That's very helpful. Going back to Alan, maybe trying to connect some of the issues that we just talked about with what you've brought up, Alan. And you talked about well, conflicting values and how we can translate values into actual action. And let's maybe take the energy transition again. So how do you see, or where do you see a path on where we could translate values? And Andrew has mentioned something, namely like driving the energy transition forward with some other values that we might hold dear, such as security concerns. How fast should we go? How should we think about the trade-offs in that field? And any insights along those lines would be appreciated.
Sure.
And I should add, Alan, before you start, to the two of you that are on the screen, if you want to jump into the discussion here, just raise your hand so that we can see it and we can unmute you. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. And I should say, I do not consider myself in any way an expert on the energy transition, though I certainly support it. Again, when it comes to the when it comes to specific on the ground questions, like I don't know, just to take a random example, we want to encourage individuals to invest in rooftop solar so they can be more self-sufficient, and also send energy to the grid. In order to do that, we have to have a bunch of smart meters to be able to load balance. Once we have smart meters, then Tiffany's concern around privacy comes in. So just to take an example of that, right? I suspect if you get enough technical experts in the privacy area, technical experts in the energy area together, you can probably find some ways of minimizing some of these trade-offs, right? There's probably some ways that the engineers come in and they say, we need this much data from the smart meters, and the privacy people say, well, actually, if you take this much data from the smart meters, that creates an enormous privacy risk. Can you do with less data? And the engineers say, oh, actually, if we actually don't need the data we thought we needed a different kind of data, and the data can be more abstracted. And then the privacy people say, well, that's much better. And so presumably there's some way of minimizing on some, there probably some way of minimizing those trade-offs. And certainly that should be part of any push, of this new technology. At the same time, there probably are just going to be some trade-offs. And I tend to think that people appreciate when trade-offs are honestly recognized. I tend to think that what annoys people, maybe I'm just projecting what annoys me onto other people, but I do think it is particularly annoying when whoever it is, policymakers, experts, whoever, elites, right, people in authority, act as if sort of ordinary people don't understand that there have to be some hard choices made, because I think at that point, ordinary people begin to think that someone is trying to pull something over them. So I think it's completely plausible that, to take the example of the energy transition, Nick, since you brought it up, that there's going to be some trade-off between how fast we put rooftop solar in everyone's houses, and how secure that's going to be, or what the privacy effects of that are going to be. And if policymakers decide, it's actually just more important to lower greenhouse gas emissions faster than it is to make sure that they are as secure as they might be, that's okay. We're just going to say that, right? We're going to do our best to minimize those trade-offs. We're also going to be quite honest and transparent of where those trade-offs are. And I suspect that that's also an important part of getting buy-in. Not trying to pretend that those trade-offs don't exist, but actually being quite transparent about them. Because I think most people recognize that there are sort of few free lunches in the world. And if you sort of speak to them as if they're adults, they tend to appreciate that quite a bit more.
Thank you so much. And quick follow-up to the sort of first point that you brought up in your intro, that was about encryption. And at least I mainly think of encryption in the context of messaging, of communication online, of financial transactions. So where do you see the potential or need, or at least the issue of encryption in energy markets to be most important, most crucial?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And again, here I'd want an actual energy expert to answer this question. It doesn't strike me as there's any sort of thing. It does not strike me that there's anything particular about the energy market that requires more or less or different kinds of encryption than you would find in any important industry, right? Wherever you need secure communications, you need encryption. Wherever you have encryption, you have trade-offs. And you have some drawbacks. I'm not sure that's any different in energy than it is in finance or in medicine or in general telecommunications. And so sort of all of these benefits and drawbacks apply probably in equal measure to energy as they apply sort of in any other sector.
That absolutely makes sense. And I guess the delivery of energy, at least as long as we focus on the end consumer markets, is necessarily intertwined with payments, necessarily intertwined with some level of communication data exchange. So I see that one. Over to Alex. Alex, you mentioned the geographical distribution of energy markets and the compliance issues that arise in that context. Could you maybe go in a little more detail what those are, and especially like the approaches that you take in your practice, and maybe approaches that you've seen in the industry to handle this challenging situation?
Sure. So, when taking a look at the assets that need to be protected along an organization, and I will caveat this by saying I'm a lawyer, and I have to talk about cybersecurity obligations when counseling clients, but no one's to create an engineer. But when there are a number of industry accepted frameworks that are utilized across industries, including energy. And one of the things I think we've seen, in the past 5 to 10 years in the energy sector is bringing or beginning to bring maybe critical infrastructure as a whole, bring some of these cybersecurity requirements from voluntary standards to mandated directives, in particularly after the Colonial Pipeline incident. Providing a lot more one of the challenges that is faced across any industry, and the energy industry is no different, is there are many different organizations as actors, and they all have excuse me, varying levels of maturity, right? And so these strategies need to be communicated to organizations in a way that helps them do everything from figuring out where to start to assessing where they are today and what the next steps are to take, and really how to get the most bang out of their buck, because they have finite resources when figuring out how to protect the assets that they do have. And what should be done, what's recommended to be done, is constantly changing. I heard from the panel, Alan mentioned, information, insufficient information issues. Andrew, you mentioned efforts for cybersecurity by design and supply chain, and you're just discussing how fast things should be done, and these are all related to the constraints that everyone is working with, and giving people templates. And then the second part of that I think we've seen regulators try to do is tackle that information side of it in a couple of different ways, through reporting after the fact, and then also through proactive measures to go out and gather intelligence. We have Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, has a cyber sentry program where for critical infrastructure providers, they're able to help provide and deploy commercial off-the-shelf network monitoring technology. which helps them gather intelligence in real time. The ITAC type concept that Andrew was discussing, where there's information sharing, all helps inform what are the best proactive steps to take to help protect assets.
Thank you so much. And I should mention, if someone has an immediate response that's talking to the entire panel here, please let me know, indicate. We can, of course, switch order here. But I wanted to get to Tiffany and some of the points that you raised in your intro statement that's relates to sort of the locus of regulation, if you want. You mentioned it as it relates to privacy. You mentioned the history of the development of privacy or the lack thereof, and international players such as the EU stepping in or developing their framework and exporting it, if you want, or applying it beyond their borders, if you want to put it differently. You also mentioned the AI Act. Could you give us a bit of background and maybe a bit more on how that relates to cybersecurity and whether it might, in a similar way as we've seen in privacy, also shape the landscape in the US?
Sure. So I'm actually really interested in something Alan brought up on this point, which is this idea of risk being very different, right? What are the risks to security that we're talking about? Because we have the obvious risks in our panel. We're talking about cybersecurity risks, right? Maybe there's a nation state attacker. Maybe there is, someone who's trying to take down the electric grid somewhere, or someone who's trying to get, consumer data, right? Causing a data breach. And there may be a ransomware attack where a third party tries to essentially hold ransom the ability for a system to continue functioning. So we have those issues. And we also have this idea of other forms of security. So thinking about, say, this idea of, inequality in access to secure energy. So people who aren't able to necessarily, afford certain things or not able to advocate for themselves. I'm thinking about these different concepts of security in context of your question about AI and the AI Act for a number of reasons. I mentioned the first thing is that the AI Act does have this category of high risk types of AI usage. So we start thinking about whether or not any of the types of things that we're doing or that you all are doing in your companies may actually fall into a high risk category. Is there, say, real-time surveillance of individuals on location? Do you have any health data? Are you dealing with risks to vulnerable populations, like, say, children? Right, this is more generally thought of as a consumer issue. So, things that are direct to consumer. But then you also start thinking about the second category of security risk. So there is something that you're going to see in pretty much every AI law that's being proposed or discussed right now. It's this idea of bias. So there's this concept that when using AI systems, we often develop them in ways that end up further entrenching or reflecting biases in our world right now. So if we say we're deciding individualized pricing based on historic usage in different communities, we might end up still entrenching the same biases that certain communities face. So communities with lower income populations might be then potentially harmed by pricing algorithms. And that kind of bias is something that is addressed in a lot of AI laws, including the AI Act. So it's something that should be part of a discussion of risk management for use of AI, really in any company. Because as I mentioned, it may be the EU today, but the EU law has extraterritorial reach, and American states are looking at EU law. So likely what we see in the EU is going to come in some form to the US. So those are sort of my thoughts on this issue.
Thank you so much. Before we transition to privacy, are there things that someone on the panel would like to add or that came up in the conversation around security specifically that I might not have asked about that you?
I have a few things. So
Please.
I want to go back to the question you asked me earlier, and then I have a couple comments on some of the other questions you
asked.
You asked about critical infrastructure and what is critical infrastructure I want to take a quick moment to talk about the structures that we have within CSER that help us kind of decide what is critical infrastructure, at least for certain purposes, and where there are some gaps. And I'm going to speak in both my official and personal capacity here because I think it's warranted. We run the sector coordinating councils at CSER, and that is basically representative samples of whatever industry you happen to be a part of, and that's run through the Department of Homeland Security. We have the electric sector coordinating council, which is a representative sample of CEOs of the electric sector. We have the oil and natural gas subsector coordinating council. Same thing on the oil and natural gas side, but because of a few obvious reasons, we don't have the CEOs on those calls because it's typically they're in another country. There a lot of those majors are abroad. So it's a very important group. And so for us, those are really the owners of what we consider critical infrastructure for purposes of national security. Now, there are other ways to look at what are critical infrastructure. There's something called Section 9 entities, which comes from a presidential directive or executive order from years ago that defines sort of the systemically important entities. But for us, the ESCC is a really important group of electric stakeholders, and those groups are what you call owners and operators in the electric sector. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean everything or just utilities? And historically, it has been just the utility owners and operators. American Public Power Association and their members, NRECA, National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and their members, the co-ops, and the Edison Electric Institute and their members, and then some folks who play around the edges but don't have any voting power. Now, the world today looks a lot different than it did even just 10 years ago from an energy perspective. You have a lot more players that are part of the equation. You have residential solar providers, you have aggregators, you have manufacturers that have some operational impacts. You have a lot of players, but that formation hasn't necessarily caught up in the way that you may anticipate. So it's a complicated question. Again, I'll go back to it depends on who you ask, what is critical infrastructure. I would also mention the EISAC, the Electric Information Sharing Center, which we also work very closely with. I would underscore the fact that DOE and the regulators work closely together, and I will never opine on a regulation because it's not my place. We do work very closely together. I was just in London with Willie Phillips, Chair of FERC, and Jim Robb, the CEO of NERC. We work super closely together. Just really quick on encryption, you asked the question about encryption and the next generation technologies. And Alan, I agree with you. It shouldn't be any different if you're talking about energy or any other industry, but I would just offer that the energy industry may not have kept up with the rest of the industries necessarily. And to the extent they're not regulated by a regulator on cybersecurity, they may not be thinking about these things. So I think it's a challenge going forward, especially again with all the new connected infrastructure. We have calls with regulated entities all the time and unregulated entities, and I've had calls where I say, do you have MFA in place? And people say, what is MFA? Your CISOs of your organizations. So concerning, but not an unovercomable challenge.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. We will transition to some privacy questions, some privacy issues, and you, in the meantime, can think about questions that you might be interested in having addressed by the panel. So, Alan, let me go back. Let me go back to you. It's somewhat related to encryption. Privacy and security clearly intersect. Where do you see the main intersections between privacy and security? And we don't have to connect it to the energy market, can also be just more generally.
Yeah, I mean, so they certainly connect, but they connect in interesting ways because they can either support or undermine, or they can connect in the sense that you need both, or there's a trade, but in other categories is a trade-off. So where there's a connection is that, well, if you want your information to be private, you have to make sure that information is secure. So I am the proud I am the proud owner of, I think, like 4 lifetime credit rating subscriptions courtesy of the United States government, given just how many times my personal information has been hacked over my time in the government. It turns out that maybe when hopefully OPM is still not holding people's security clearance background information in plain text, but who knows? So that's one area in which you need quite a bit of security in order to have any hope of privacy. Of course, in other cases, there's a trade-off because one might be tempted to give more and more power to the government, for example, to keep our network secure, and of course raises privacy concerns. My understanding is that at some point in the early 2000s, the NSA had the bright idea that it could just fix the nation's cybersecurity problems by just sitting on top of all the telecommunications network infrastructure, right? Just have everything, just have the internet run through Fort Meade and problem solved. And of course, that went nowhere, in large part because we don't want all our information going through the NSA, for example. So the relationship between privacy and security depends, I think, very much on the specific context in which you are talking about it. In some contexts, they are mutually reinforcing, and in some contexts, there are real trade-offs. Now, what you do with that trade-off is it's not clear in that case, but it's important to not sort of confuse, I think, those two categories.
Thank you so much. Very helpful. Before we go into some compliance questions, I wanted to bring in Tiffany again. Tiffany, you mentioned in your presentation relating to privacy, some issues around sort of what I guess I'd call the politics of privacy, meaning like what can we expect? What should we expect? From where should we expect things? You mentioned different levels. You mentioned the federal level, potential privacy legislation coming from the federal level. I'd add the states that have been sort of, I guess, more active. Several states have been as of recently. And then there's the international influence. So what's the layer? What's the direction from which you expect new impulses in the area of privacy and privacy regulation, or if we want to be more specific, and if we really want to draw that distinction, data protection?
Yeah, let's actually start with that distinction a little bit. So the idea of privacy versus data protection, this is something that's really critical. It's also relating to this question of privacy versus security. So privacy, in my opinion, is about individual freedom, right? This is a core civil liberty. The right to privacy means the right to be let alone from government interference, from corporate interference, the right to have autonomy and live your own life. And that's all well and good, but that's really hard to codify into law. So what the Europeans have done is create a regulation on data protection, which is a little bit different than privacy. We're not looking at these really high-level values of autonomy and freedom. We're looking at specifically protecting the data itself, the data flows, the data processing, and so on. Now, that's similar to what we think about in terms of privacy versus security. So in current regulation and upcoming regulation, I think we're going to see a bit of a split here. On one hand, we have this very risk management centric framework that a lot of cybersecurity regulations and standards have. On the other hand, we've got this rights focused conception of privacy, and that's really hard to figure out with the law. But if we're looking at what's upcoming, we're going to have privacy laws that are called privacy laws, but I think are really more geared towards data protection. California's law, Virginia's law, other state laws, they're looking at what companies and organizations can do with consumer data. What can consumers do if companies or organizations have used their data or misused their data? We're not necessarily thinking about larger questions about personal freedom and privacy. We're going to be looking at really granular things. For example, do you need to have an impact assessment before rolling out a new technology that implicates consumer privacy? For consumer personal information, what security standards do you need to protect them? For things like a data breach, as mentioned, we have no federal data breach law. We have 50 different data breach notification laws for 50 different states. Those of you in compliance are well aware of this. When I was in-house, this was a lot of fun to deal with. Because any large corporation is going to have consumers from all states. So a lot of issues to look at. One resource I would recommend, answering one of the questions in the chat as well, is looking at the International Association of Privacy Professionals. That's IAPP. That website has a lot of information about upcoming privacy regulations, as well as recent privacy related cases. So that's a good resource to look at if you just want to see the direction of privacy. As I mentioned, I think we will be getting a federal privacy law. Not sure when, not sure in what form, but it will eventually happen. So it's helpful to keep up to date with the state laws and the movements of federal regulation as they happen.
Okay, bold prediction here that we will have a federal privacy regulation, though with a caveat that Tiffany does not know when. Okay, yeah, coming back to you, Alex. How do you incorporate questions of privacy compliance in your practice when, I guess, mainly addressing security concerns? So a similar question to the one that I asked Alan. How do those two things interrelate? Do you consider that as sort of holistic assessment of threats? Is it completely separate? That would be first point. And the second point, how on earth do you manage the thicket of sort of different privacy demands, potentially conflicting privacy demands that you might get from different states, potentially from the FTC, potentially from abroad? Any insights into how you manage that would be appreciated.
Yeah, oftentimes, and I think this is more frequently than not within organizations, there's an information security organization, and there is, if we are lucky, a privacy part of the organization to interface with. And I think they both start from the same sort of discovery phase. So when we're talking with clients about privacy, whether it's for a new product or initiative, or whether we're building a soup to nuts compliance program, we start with figuring out, what they're doing, what data are they collecting, where are those individuals about whom they're collecting the data from, what purposes are they using the data? Because as Tiffany mentioned, we have a raft of sectoral laws and privacy here in the United States that depend upon what type of data you're collecting, why you're using it, and where the people are from. And from there, we can identify specialized rules that might apply. Nick, you had sent the group earlier this morning a link to a PG&E utility in California that plan to potentially charge flat rates based on income, right? And so that might implicate a lot of, obviously, California's comprehensive privacy laws, a variety of components of that, but it also might implicate federal Credit Reporting Act obligations as well, if it's an offer of credit. So once you've identified all those things, you can assess obligations, figure out compliance workflows and documentation and the like from there. And oftentimes that's going to, like you said, come up with conflicting requirements, and it's just a matter of prioritizing and trying to find a high watermark generally, because oftentimes there's not enough bandwidth within an organization to say we're going to do 7 different things for 7 different state comprehensive privacy laws. Oftentimes, when we're talking about data that doesn't fit into financial or other types of data that have specialized compliance regimes, we're talking about California and complying with those laws. So it's very fact dependent, unfortunately. Changes from organization to organization, and changes as the organization evolves its own use of data and its business practices.
Thank you so much. And just to give a bit additional background, so PG&E in California plans to change their fixed rates, base rates, and make them income dependent. Of course, to do that, irrespective of whether you think that's a good idea or not a good idea, but to do that, you need comprehensive data on the households, on the consumers. And why I found that interesting from sort of a privacy and a security perspective is because, of course, the more data you accumulate, the more data you bring together, the more you run into potential privacy and security concerns, and the more additional players and entities you get involved in security sensitive and privacy sensitive matters. So with that, I would love to open it up for questions. I can't follow the chat from here because I'm not directly sitting on Zoom, but if Victor sees questions that he would like to pick up from the chat or call on someone, then I will happily delegate that to Victor. Otherwise, you're all invited to ask questions. Now, I have one last question to the audience, a quick survey, especially to the people in industry. So who is hoping for a federal privacy legislation as opposed to who fears a federal privacy legislation? Let's start with hoping. Who's hoping for one? Okay, who fears a privacy legislation? And of course, you can also come to me in private afterwards if you don't want to disclose that. Anyways, we had a question at the end of the room. Let me quickly run with a microphone here to make sure that our remotely participating audience can also hear it.
Thank you. Professor Rosenstein and Professor Lee, first, Professor Rosenstein mentioned wicked problems, and Professor Lee mentioned AI. And Mr. Wills, you also had dealing with security issues at the DOE agency. I'm curious how your thoughts in terms of the implications of AI and hacking into energy networks. And it seems to me you can envision an AI system that is machine learning, and so it learns exponentially, and you just simply ask it, produce a program that will always enable me to hack into Colonial Pipeline, or produce a program that will always enable me to protect against hacking into Colonial Pipeline. And then you have all these different governments that have access to AI. How do you deal with the scope of that type of issue?
So that was a question too?
Just panel in general.
Panel in general, do we have someone in the panel who wants to pick up that question, or would you like me to assign questions?
Well,
Please go for it.
for one, I just would like to say, I for one look forward to the rule of our robot overlords. So nothing I say should be as a criticism of our future AI masters. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's such an interesting question. I mean, I think your error bars have one's error bars around anything one is going to say here have to be so enormous, just because there's so much we don't know, and when you're dealing with things that are exponential, and especially double exponential, which does appear to be how quickly these models are growing. And what I mean by that is when you plot their growth on log scales, you still get an exponential, which is a sobering thought. I think that I think concretely, I think where we should expect the cybersecurity challenges from large language models to come, I think part of it is going to be in writing sort of fancy computer code. Though I actually suspect that that's going to be less of an issue, because I think that cybersecurity breaches are often more of a human factor problem than they are a sort of there was a bug in the code somewhere. So my bigger concern for ChatGPT is the ability to create spear phishing campaigns at scale, right? So now you can kind of automate the process of reaching out to a lot of folks inside a company and convincing them that they're talking to a real person, and then having that relationship, and then using that to sort of probe and find a human factor error. But I think your question also brought up a mitigation here, which is that anything that a AI can do, you can train an AI to detect and counter against. So you're going to get into sort of an arms race, and that I think is going to be quite interesting.
Thank you. And the question was great because I have at least two more people on the panel who would like to respond to you. So Andrew, maybe you want to start?
Yeah, my response would just be job security for me. So thank you. No, but I would say it's offensive and defensive. Let's start with the defensive. On the defensive, it is a challenge. It's a constant challenge. It's never going to stop being a challenge, and that is why folks in my office are constantly looking at what is next. We're doing some incredible work on RD&D work, which is, if you think about it, RD&D is that space that government fits very nicely in, because it's something private sector probably won't do for these kinds of things until it gets to be an ultimate money problem, right? So we're doing some really cool work on quantum computing and even post-quantum computing in the RD&D space. And then on the offensive side, we can use it on the offense. We can make technologies in the energy sector that are just worlds beyond anything we've ever known or seen before in sort of grid automation and grid modernization.
Thank you very much. And over to Alex.
Yeah, I think Alan touched on it in terms of the arms race. And already today, there are network monitoring technologies that leverage AI because the networks themselves, you can have someone in the security operations center looking at a screen, looking at all of the alerts that it gives you. But you really need artificial intelligence to come through those to help put the alerts that are meaningful in front of the people that watch it. And I suspect that AI on the defensive side will continue to improve as well.
Thank you. And again,
Yeah, I also,
yes,
yep.
please. Yes, I just wanted to encourage you that if you want to jump in, please do, because I otherwise can see that because it's behind me. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I think that's a really interesting question. So the other panelists have already mentioned a few different uses of AI and a few risks involved. So we have the general idea of, well, first, in terms of what security risks, cybersecurity risks, we do have the sort of nation state, professional level of hacking that we're thinking of. And there, obviously, we're concerned about, really critical infrastructure attacks that could rise to the level of, military responses. But a lot of the time, we're not thinking of that necessarily. Alan brought up the use of large language models, use of AI like ChatGPT, which many of you may have heard of, which can allow someone to say, ask ChatGPT to generate code that might help them hack into a website. So that kind of use is much more consumer grade, right? It's much more not a professional intelligence agency, it's just an individual user. So there are kind of two levels of threats there. The individual user level threat is a bit easier to deal with. I think we generally know how to defend against these threats. Of course, you do occasionally get the plucky teenager who manages to hack into a major, Fortune 500 company. But generally, we know what to do about those. So I think there are different threat models to consider and things in terms of cybersecurity risks from AI. But I also want to mention that artificial intelligence is really, it's a vast term that means a lot of things. So it could mean something as simple as automation. So running a script to just generate a million different passwords and try to hack into someone's account that way by logging in over and over again, right? You could say that that's a use of artificial intelligence. It's some sort of AI, it's some sort of automated system. That's a very low level usage though. And there are much higher level usages, things like thinking of, detecting patterns of behavior. So patterns of data access within, your network for your network monitoring. So I think that when you're considering maybe policies or trainings for individuals within your organization, I'd really focus on parsing out the differences. What are you talking about when you talk about AI? And what specific types of security threats are you looking at? What's your threat model? What sort of information do you hold in the first place? What can people access generally? And then the general cybersecurity issues that we have across sectors, things like what can your employees access? Did you lock down access controls for the different parts of your company or your organization? Right? There are threats to critical infrastructure on a nation state level, but a lot of it is still the general threats that any organization has. So I think that's important to consider too. Even though AI is very exciting right now and changing, a lot of these threats are the same threats we've always faced.
Thank you so much. So we see the potentially needed remedies go far beyond potential disclosures. I should have disclosed that I, of course, am a bot. But do we have more questions? I think we can take one more brief question. Victor?
No, one more question.
Yes, just one more question. I have plenty of questions, but I don't want to call moderator's privilege to end the panel. Do we have any more questions?
Okay.
Do people just want to head out? You have one more.
Okay. You all talked about critical infrastructure, and actually you wouldn't talk about critical infrastructure. And that reminded me of an issue that's been in place since 9/11 and how it interacts with environmental protection. So we used to have many, many laws that require disclosure of hazardous materials, chemicals, et cetera, and what to do about them if there is an accident, both in transport and under EPCRA for stationary sources. And then after 9/11, we heard from the federal government at first, and then from a lot of states that, well, even though we need this data to be able to protect our citizens from explosions and whatnot, we can't let that data be public because terrorists will use it to, once they know what the critical infrastructure is. Do you have anything to add about the interplay, if you will, of the need to protect critical infrastructure, but the need for information
Hello?
to protect human
Brian?
health and the environment?
Thank you very much. And is that question
Brian,
directed
can you
to
hear
the
me?
panel?
It started at.
Hey, good, sorry. No, I've got a CLE running
Excuse me,
and
one of you
it's supposed
has
to
not
automatically
muted
like
their
silence the
computer. Could
stupid
you please
CLE,
mute
but
you?
you know.
So we'll give it 1 second. This,
Yeah,
okay?
right.
Okay, so this was follow up with Andrew, I think?
Let's start with Andrew, yes. Sorry.
I'm gonna have to deflect a little bit because I don't probably have the expertise to talk about the environmental angle as it pertains to federal regulations in from energy to the environment. But I will just mention something that this reminds me of, and I'm sure something similar exists in the environmental space, and I'm not totally sure. My office, one of our responsibilities under the FAST Act, which I don't know if you all are familiar with the FAST Act, which was a highway reauthorization bill from many years ago. The FAST Act allowed DOE to have an authority to basically designate certain critical infrastructure information as basically protected. It gave us the ability to protect that from FOIA and from requests to make information public. I don't know in the case of environmental data if that's something that exists, so you can protect only that information that's the most critical that could be a real national security threat. We have that responsibility, and I have an engineer on my team who looks at data on a regular basis to say, yes, this is sufficiently important and we should protect it from public disclosure. We can proactively do that at Department of Energy with information. FERC can do it in response to FOIA requests and response to information being requested on the docket.
Were there additional responses, either remotely or from Alex? No, and remotely? Nothing. Well, the only thing that remains is to say thank you to all of you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. Thanks for your questions. Thanks for dialing in remotely, and especially thank you to my excellent panel. I really appreciated the insights. I certainly learned a lot. I hope some of you did as well. So thank you so much, and I think we have almost caught up with the schedule. So this is a perfect landing here. I hope we can all stay in touch, and I'll give the microphone back to Victor.
Thank you so much. What a great job. While the Dean's panel sets up, we're going to have to move a couple of things up here. I will shortly put up some more CLE codes while that is happening. Thank you.
This was the last credit slide, L94D2.
Okay, and Victor, you think this is good? That works?
You can always see, yes. Code 6 is K2B5Q.
We'll put it this way, he's not showing up for his sessions on Monday, and so I said I'm not.
K2B5Q, and we're going to go to one more code. This is code 6, K2B5Q. And the next code, code 7, is P4Y73. That is P4Y73. P4Y73. All right, so I'm going to stop that share. And now it is my pleasure to turn it over to Dean Baines, who has, I believe, are you the longest serving dean in Texas?
In July, I will be the longest serving dean in Texas. Long school dean in Texas.
Very, very exciting.
Is that on? Yeah,
Yes, there you go. And it has brought us to this new building, and for all the community relations, and with Susan Bickley, Dean Baines originally helped come up with this idea. And this is his great innovation. And I'm so glad to see you all here today. So I will turn it over to you for introductions and questions.
Great, thank you so much, Victor. And thank you, Victor, and for Susan and Blank Rome and all for their support of this program. As I mentioned, we've been doing this for 7 years in a row. And I remember when this was a glint in Susan's eye, and I'm glad that it actually has materialized. And this is the 7th year that we've actually had a panel of experts who are general counsel at big firms, corporations, the state, because, you know, many times with corporations and being general counsel, it's the interplay between law and policy and facts, right? Which is very, very important. And so many of them have, you know, to be not just great lawyers, but also be responsive to the business community and their businesses that they serve. So usually their insights are very, very helpful. And we usually have a very interactive panel where I basically facilitate a conversation among them. This year, we have a treat, I think, because one of the things that we've done at the Law Center is try to increase diversity of our faculty and our students, and it has increased. In fact, our first year student class is 57% women. And 47% students from underrepresented backgrounds, but also have the highest median LSAT in the school's history at 161 and highest median GPA in the school's history of 3.7. So the question is, like, one can have diversity, and we have this diversity on this panel, as you can see. But the industry itself, the energy industry, as I've learned, is not particularly diverse. There was a report called Equal by 30, Advancing Diversity and Inclusion in the Energy Sector, that was issued in 2021, that indicates that 32% of the energy sector are women. So 32% are women, when women comprise, you know, more than 50% of the population, and have been graduating from colleges and law schools and other disciplines in majority position for many, many years. Only 13% are Asian Pacific Islanders. Latinx Americans are 8%. And you want to guess how many African Americans there are? 1%. So this panel is overrepresented, oversampled with respect to this. And there are several people of color on this panel, which is great. And so what is really important for us to have this conversation, because I do think that diversity is important as a goal, but also given the fact that our population of the state is very, very diverse. Our college students are very, very diverse. Our law school students are very, very diverse. And that many of the energy companies are providing services to much diverse communities, or operating in countries that are, you know, people that are of diverse backgrounds. It's important for us to have this conversation, because I do think that some of this relates to security in some fashion, but also good marketing with respect to this. So the first thing, so my panel, let me introduce our panelists. I'm just going to do an alphabetic order. So Greg Brown, Secretary and General Counsel for Evolution Wells Services and its affiliated companies. And he's been with the company since its founding. And he's responsible for legal function, regulatory matters, government relations, administrative matters, handling acquisitions and divestitures, intellectual property, among many other things. And before that, he was a partner at the Houston offices of Jackson Walker and Aiken Gump, and he served as law clerk to Chief Justice Pascal F. Calogero and Louisiana Supreme Court. Let's welcome General Counsel Brown. Next in alphabetical order is David Cook. Since 2016, Dave has served as the General Counsel of ARM Energy Holdings, a premier producer of service firm providing innovative solutions across the energy value chain into midstream, upstream, renewable and physical marketing, transportation, among other things. He's currently serves as the on the executive board of directors and also serves as the company's chief administrative officer overseeing ARM Energy Legal, Human Resources, Compliance, and IT. Before joining ARM, he was assistant general counsel for Element Markets LLC, now Anew. And before that, he was a senior associate at Lock Lord and Simpson Thatcher, Lock Lord in Houston, Simpson Thatcher in New York. Let's welcome David Cook. Then in alphabetical order, next is Andrew Costa. He's general counsel and assistant secretary of Atlantic Methanol's Companies. Atlantic Methanol's Companies manufactured methanol from methanol plants located in Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea, West Africa, and has operations in Texas and the Netherlands. Before that, he was a litigation associate at two Houston firms in Houston, national firms in Houston. Now let's welcome Andrew. Next in alphabetical order is Dion Cunningham Knowles. She's the general counsel for Glide Path Power Solutions and has over 15 years experience in the area of energy matters, including not limited to commercial transactions relating to marketing, physical and financial derivatives, trading for natural gas and petroleum products, power and renewables, regulatory compliance, litigation, project management, facilities, real estate, land, and corporate governance matters. Prior to that, she was Associate General Counsel at Symmetry Energy Solutions, LLC, and lead counsel of the Wholesale Legal Contracts Team, Natural Gas, Power, Renewables at Direct Energy. She had led a team through the 2021 closing of a $3.6 billion sale of Direct Energy from Centrica PLC to NRG Energy, a Fortune 500 company. Let's welcome Dion Cunningham. And next, so it's a large panel, next, two more in alphabetical order, is Paula Narcisse. Paula is the General Counsel of Worldwide Oilfield Machine, Inc., a global oilfield services company. She's worked in the energy industry for 20 years, obtaining extensive experience in both upstream and downstream markets. Her experience has equipped her to serve as a trusted advisor for DOM's leadership team. She has increasingly gotten more responsibility in legal counsel roles with various energy companies. She began her in-house career at ConocoPhillips as senior counsel within their downstream division, and next she worked at Cameron International Corporation as chief legal counsel for surface business units. She recently joined WOM from Schlumberger, where she served as general counsel for their surface production systems business unit. Let's welcome Paula. And last but not least is Linda Primrose, who's general counsel and corporate secretary of the legal department of Mitsui and Company USA. She leads a team of 10 attorneys overseeing all legal issues in the US and Canada. She spent 17 years at Mitsui and is the first American and the first woman to hold a GC position at Mitsui in the US. Before doing that, she was in private practice for 5 years at Cravath, Swaine & Moore in New York in their corporate department. And she's worked as an environmental scientist prior and during going to law school. Let's welcome Linda Primrose. Okay, so as I mentioned, this will be an interactive panel discussion. Each panelist will give a brief comments on some of the questions so everybody can participate. And then when we get through it, we will then go to questions from the audience. So one of the things, we had a pre-meeting of the panelists, and one thing that came up is that they really wanted to talk a lot about how they got to where they are. And so I think it's really important because one of the things that you often hear is we can't find anyone But I have found several people here for this panel. So let's go through it. So why don't we do it in order? I guess when we start with Dion in order next to me, and then we'll get to Linda at the end. So what's your career path?
So my career path is a road less traveled, as I always like to say. You know, shortly after I graduated from the University of Houston Law Center, I worked at a small law firm way outside of Houston in Beaumont, Texas, and worked there for a little while. And then, you know, I had a family member that became ill and I had to come back to Houston. And then that's when I transitioned from, you know, a law firm life and thinking, okay, this is where I'm going to go. I'm going to be in litigation. I'm going to, you know, do all these different things in the law firm setting. And I moved to a nonprofit, which is the North American Energy Standards Board. And everybody who has, you know, trading experience, you know, that base contract, which is the Navy contract for the purchase and sale of natural gas. I worked for an organization, and that's really how I got my introduction into the energy industry. I mean, I did a brief internship when I was in high school at Exxon, but you know, really got in the meat of the wholesale electric and wholesale gas markets by working at Navy. And then that, you know, transformed into an in-house counsel role at Iberdrola Renewables. So I'm not coming from a background of, you know, big law experience. You know, I can say this, that my grades weren't the best when I was here as a student in law school. So I wasn't really considered for a big law position upon graduation, and had to kind of, you know, set my own path moving forward out in the legal world. But what a tremendous opportunity that was for me to really gain additional insight into the energy industry by working for Navy, by working as a contract attorney, you know, and then moving up through the ranks at Iberdrola and so forth at the various companies I've worked for. You know, it's afforded me opportunity to, you know, I'm someone that can speak Spanish. It's afforded me the opportunity to work for 2 Spanish companies and hone in on my Spanish skills. It's, you know, allowed me the opportunity to really gain substantive experience in the trading and the regulatory compliance matters for international energy companies. Without me having to, sort of quote unquote, hang my own shingle in the energy world. You know, I wouldn't have been in this position that I am now. And I've had to make very strategic moves in my career throughout the last few years, particularly in the last 7 years, to get to this general counsel position. And I know we'll talk further about, you know, being the only woman, the only Black woman in the room, but, you know, that's still the case, as I said, as general counsel of a, you know, battery energy storage company.
Thank you, John. David.
No worries. Quite frankly, luck. I know oftentimes at panels like this, especially diversity panels, people on the edge of their seat, waiting and feeling comfortable. And a lot of times it could be situations where you have a panel, like most of us, women, minorities, you know, articulating the need and the push. And sometimes there could be, you know, some things that could lead to tenseness or what do we do? We'll eventually get there, I'm assuming, for this panel, but I want to actually commend as to where I've gotten. I actually got to where I am because I had folks who did not look like me, who came out of their comfort zone and mentored me. I went to Duke University, Duke Law School. My first mentor was a German white man, George Krause, administrative partner at Simpson Thatcher. I was headed to Atlanta. I went to UNC Chapel Hill, the enemy. George, people were kissing up to George. I didn't know who he was at the time, that what he was worth, his Duke Board of Trustees. I was just talking junk to him. And he just liked me because I wasn't kissing up, frankly. And he said, hey, you're coming to Simpson Thatcher, New York. I'm going to mentor you. And he did. And I started out at Simpson Thatcher, did private equity, M&A, didn't know what that was, first generation, undergrad and law school. And George taught me the ropes because as anybody who's practiced a big law knows, especially corporate law, it's not intuitive whatsoever. I didn't know what an indemnification clause was. I didn't know what any reps warranties, didn't know that. And I just had somebody who did not look like me come out their comfort zone to groom me. After a while, I got kind of tired of the New York law firm life, just to be totally honest, and the hours. And I had someone who was a mid-level associate at Simpson. She moved to Houston, rekindled with her now husband, and he relocated to Alabama. And so she needed a deputy GC at Element Markets, now it was renewable shop. Again, a white female from Alabama. And she called me when I was in New York and said, hey, you want to make that move to Houston? I said, hey, why not? Just did it, picked up. She helped teach me some of the ropes. Anu was in transition. Element Markets, learned about Naisby's and Istas at Simpson Thatcher by Brandon Loeb and Jerry Pell's partners there at Locklord. And my current position at Arm Energy, we do a lot of gas, crude, and NGL marketing and trading, but we started entering into the midstream space, and they wanted someone with private equity and M&A background. So it was just a perfect synergy, and I made my way there, and I've been there ever since.
Thank you, great.
I'd like to say that my path was some untraditional path, but it's probably been very traditional. I am also a fellow Duke University law grad, so good to meet a Blue Devil, even if you are a Tar Heel.
Best of both worlds.
So my path is pretty straightforward, but one thing that was very helpful and instrumental to me in my career is also what Dave said, someone who took an interest in me, who didn't look like me. David Conroy, a lawyer in New Orleans, Louisiana, this very, very old New Orleans firm that went back to the Civil War or something. But, he took an interest in me, even when I was in college, gave me the opportunity to work in the library over the summer. When it came time for me to apply to law school, he wrote a letter of recommendation for me, gave me a job, first year summer. Having that on your resume sort of opens doors. People will look at you when it comes time for second year interviewing. My background was really more litigation oriented, not very transactional at all. Did a number of cases for a client who liked me, took an interest in me, and his company was growing, so he encouraged me to come work with him. I did. Didn't really know a whole lot of what I was doing, and in retrospect, he probably let me experiment to some extent on his company with their legal matters, but being so paranoid at failure, like most of the people up here undoubtedly, I busted my butt to make sure that everything I did when I was experimenting was correct, watched, learned from other people, and eventually gathered skills and confidence, to sort of be able to do what I'm able to do today, all because, he sort of gave me the chance and the opportunity. So that played a very key, important role in my short career. And, at key points, there have always been those people there, whether it was my judge who I worked for, whether it was professors or teachers in college, and then also in law school. That's been a very key, important part of my success.
Andrew. Thank you.
Actually, my path to become a GC is fairly unremarkable. Really, I started working as a litigation associate at Chicardi and Wallgosh here in Houston. And like a lot of other folks, the hours catch up with you, looking to do something different, moved in-house. And while I was there, I was still a little professionally and I'd say intellectually restless, and came back to Law Center here to get my LLM in international law, and Shortly after that, had the opportunity to interview, work for the company I work for now, Atlantic Methanol Production Company, where we had really operations centered in one place in West Africa, and then some other operations around the world. And it was a country I'd never heard of before, didn't know where I was going. Been there for 10 years. It's been a great ride going there. It's a small organization, but it's one where at least the legal counsel there can have an outsized impact given its role in some other larger companies.
Paul.
I guess the short answer, when I say, how did I get here, like at this very moment, about a month, in October, someone reached out to me, a person by the name of Jonathan Nixon reached out to me from WOW, Worldwide Oilfield Machine, which is where I work now. And he said, he texted me through LinkedIn and basically said, hi, Paula. I just wanted to know if you were interested in leaving Schlumberger because we need a GC over here. I enjoyed working with you at Cameron. I think you will be good for this role. Let me know if you're interested. And I said, okay, let me see. And I did. I interviewed with the CEO. I had 2 interviews and then the job was mine and I'm in my 4th week right now. So that's the short answer. But prior to that, I was with Cameron and Schlumberger bought Cameron. I was with Natco, Cameron bought Natco. Prior to that, it was Conoco, and I see Brad is in. I used to work with him at ConocoPhillips. Brad
Years ago.
Years ago. So this was a pleasant surprise. But in any event, what I can say is that the opportunities that I have been given, I guess they have maybe come out of the blue. Of course, I don't really believe anything happens or comes out of the blue. I think, and I can say, it would be fair for me to also talk about all of my colleagues. We're probably very hard workers, and that gets noticed. That is probably how we got here too. Someone say, this person is capable and I want to help and I want to mentor. But it's also grit. Because as we all know, this profession has its ups and its downs. But I think with grit, you just keep going, you persevere. And if you enjoy it, it's easy to persevere because you love it. I don't know what else I would be doing because I was born to be a lawyer and I don't have any other skills but to be a lawyer. So all I can say is it's hard work. It's certainly perseverance. Having grit, having people notice you, and certainly for me in my case, it's God watching over me and directing my path.
Thank you. Linda, go ahead.
Thank you. My pathway here was a little more roundabout. I came in through a STEM pathway. I did not always want to be a lawyer. My background, I have a bachelor's in biology, I have a master's in environmental science, and I did environmental engineering and consulting for a number of years and kind of hit a glass ceiling there in science as a woman. And so decided, okay, why not? I'll take the LSATs and see how I do. I ended up going into law school, loved it, did very well, and wound up at Cravath. And Cravath was a fantastic training ground as a capital markets attorney, learned all that corporate stuff that's tricky and is not intuitive. And after 5 years, I really was missing that science side of things. And so went to Mitsui because it is such a diverse organization. I deal with in one day, just sitting here today, I've dealt with petrochemicals issue, I've dealt with a space issue because we have launch service and have dealt with a number of other issues in various industries since we've just been sitting here. And so it's been really fantastic to have that opportunity. And I've been with the company, started as a counsel in 2006. And I would say, in addition to doing good work and being and drive is just a willingness to try anything. So at various times, they said, hey, does anybody want to spend some time in the compliance department? I was like, oh, I'll do that. Does anybody want to move to Houston and help us launch our new legal department in the Houston office? Because we have New York and LA. I was like, I'll do that. you know, being willing to do anything gets noticed as well. And it's been a fantastic opportunity for me to build up that organization here in Houston. Having mentors and people who champion you is also fantastic. Susan Bickley has been a fantastic champion for me and has been so helpful. And is the reason why I'm sitting here today as well. And so, thank you.
Thank you. So what I've heard is mentoring is sort of common, or it's also working very hard, but also circumstances, life circumstances sort of take you in places that you might not ordinarily go. But, you all are sort of different than the average, different in that you're different in that you have accomplished things that others may not have. And so the question, why do you think there might be impediments for more attorneys of color and women attorneys in GC roles? Actually, why don't we get that one over there too? So we'll have two. So we put one at the one end and one at this end. Okay, let's go this one up to, yeah. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go first? Okay.
I can make it quick. Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's really how far do you want to go back? We can go back to childhood. So I grew up with from a single mother, a single household, single mother household. And she was very committed, devoted to education. So as a result, I got a good education. She made sure I went to private school to make sure I get the best and that she could afford. And I went to Catholic school because she wanted the system to help raise me because she was a single mother. So I had that structure, I had family. Today, I'm not sure that a lot of people have that type of support. It is very difficult at this stage, especially for African Americans who have single mothers, single fathers, to raise them. The culture, you have a different culture with social media. All of that affects the strength and the focus of how our young people, where our young people are going. So education is not so much the trend, if you will. It's social media. It's being an influencer. It's a different environment. So to me, when you talk about where are people that, certainly we're out there, that there are people, I'm not talking about every person, but I think that the culture that we live in today is not necessarily geared towards education, which is what you need to accomplish certain things, which you need to go to good schools or graduate schools, etc. And it's about education. So it starts in the home. And I think we as minorities need to focus on the home life and guiding our children and raising them and being accountable. That would probably help. But now you have grandmothers that are 30, just saying, I don't know. But there's a lot of obstacles. Now, I can say the other side of that, and I'm going to shut it down, but the other side of that is, well, why is it that we have such a hard time as a race? Could it be systemic racism, job discriminations, not being hired? There could be a whole host of other things that prevent us from progressing or not having opportunities that other races may have. So it's a huge problem. Don't know the simple answer for it. But what I can say is that if there is a willingness and a commitment and you really want to do better, I think there are resources to help you do better.
I'd like to piggyback off of that. I also grew up in a single family structure just because my father passed away at a very early age when I was 2. And so my, my saving grace was just watching TV on a Thursday night. Every Thursday night must see TV. And of course, who was I watching? I was watching The Cosby Show, and Felicia Rashad was Claire Huxtable. And of course, I wanted to be exactly like her. She was graceful. She was raising her family. She was an attorney. And of course, LA Law came on after that. So, I mean, I had this thought in my mind at 7 years old that I'm gonna be an attorney. Not having any idea what that meant, not knowing the various practices of law that you could enter into. Even when I started here at law school, I had no idea. I didn't even know how much it would cost to go to law school. So I think the financial impediment is very difficult for those of us who are first generation law students, first generation college graduates, regardless of race, regardless of gender. That is the most difficult impediment to have. And I think that really impacted me, honestly, my first year of law school is not having, the finances to really move forward and not have to worry about that in the first year, second year, third year of law school. How am I just going to get through? And then the other impediment is just, you have so much competition in law school, high school, middle school, where parents are, you have friends that have parents that are in these professions already. They have the connections. I went to some really great high schools here in Houston. Schools here in Houston. I went to Lamar, I went to Johnston, now Meyerland. I had really great influences that I didn't necessarily have those connections to get the leg up. But I do have some classmates in law school that had parents that were already partners in firms, that had, they already had outlines for different professors that were here at U of H, which was a disservice and a disadvantage for me. So just not having the contacts or the finances when you're first out the gate, regardless of race or gender, is a huge impediment for someone. And I go back to a book that I read a while ago, David and Goliath by Malcolm Gladwell. And he talks about people like myself who have had those impediments coming up of age and how they rise above it and how they, just like David and Goliath in the Bible, that you're hitting against a giant all the time, but you're rising above that. And that's something that I always carry with me because, like I said, my road to this position had its bumps, it's had its bruises, but there's always been that resilience and, like Paula said, that grit that's kind of carried me forward along the way, regardless of the challenges that I faced.
Any others? When we think about the legal path, think about law school, told to get the best grades, so you get the best internships, so you get the best job, go to a law firm, get exposure there, go in the house. And it's, that's a path that a myriad of people have traveled, right? But I would also be remiss, as I said, with my testimony, I had like a ton of people who just looked beyond their natural affinity and had an affinity and drew towards me. That being said, there are unfortunate realities, right, that are true impediments where I always tell people I've been blessed, fortunate, lucky, right? And that doesn't mean that we don't recognize some of the other impediments that other folks have endured, because I know that there have been people who are way smarter than me, sharper than me, whatever, who did not get those opportunities. And one of the things that it's a great, I don't know if y'all read the Yellow Paper series, but there's a paper called Written in Black and White, and it's by Dr. Aaron Reeves. And it talks about unconscious racial bias. And so in a synopsis, this Yellow Paper series comprised of 5 law firm partners, mixed, different race, different gender, who wanted to, do a study, and they did a legal memo. And they distributed the legal memo to 60 other partners at different law firms. And the 5 partnership, the 5 partners comprised of 2 women, 2 men. I think both of the women were white women, but nonetheless, they intentionally put busts in the memo, had good parts in the memo, and they distributed to 60 partners, and they told 30 of those partners, this is from a NYU student named Thomas Mayer, African American. They did the same thing to another 30, NYU student, Thomas Mayer, Caucasian. The study shows that same memo, the comments about the African American needs lots of work, can't believe he went to NYU, average at best. For the Caucasian Thomas Mayer, generally good writer, but needs to work on, he has potential, and he has good analytical skills. As it pertains to finding the grammatical errors that those partners intentionally inserted in the memo, the Caucasian Thomas Mayer, the partners found 2.9 out of 7 of the intentional grammatical errors, as juxtaposed to 5.8 out of 7 of the grammatical errors for the African American Thomas Mayer. As it pertained to technical writing, the partners found 4.1 out of 6 for the Caucasian Thomas Mayer and 4.9 out of 6 for the African American Thomas Mayer. And basically what this study was trying to espouse, it's not like these partners said, hey, look, we're gonna just crush the Black dude and lionize and praise whatever, but it kind of just talks about the unconscious biases that sometimes permeates. And for the sake of time, I don't want to expound further. If anybody has any questions, I could send you all the link to the article, but just, we talk about paths at the law firm life, at least that was my path. You had two kind of folks, like you had the associates who were on the worker bee path, billable hours, do your thing. And then you had the folks who partners invested in, and they were either on a partnership track, or at least they had exposure to clients. And those clients, as we know, eventually says, hey, Jimmy, who was on my deal before, I want on my deal. I want on my next deal. I want on my next deal. And eventually, hey, would Jimmy be interested in coming to work in-house at my shop? But if you're on the path of the worker bee path, you don't even get that exposure. And so consequently, what this article talks about is the fact that it really requires, because Dean Bain says we're somewhat of an aberration, but there's a lot of us here who has not made it. It really took folks going out of their comfort zone to invest, and to seek and find and to mentor, So anyway, I know I've been on my long soapbox, but just wanted to mix the empirical impediments, but then also kind of propose some practical solution, right? Because, there are law school students here who probably, again, were first generation like us and are smart and potential, and they may make dumb mistakes because they don't know better. And it really requires somebody with skill and experience who could just guide them along the path and just give them a chance.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? No pressure.
I think it just comes down to what I consider sort of a combination of time/resources and human nature. You just think back on our society generally. 2023. In my father's lifetime, he gained the right to vote. After having to go off to war when he didn't have the right to vote. Radical change happened in our society in the 60s, the civil rights revolution. And it takes time for all of that to sort of work and permeate its way through society. A lot of the people who were rabidly opposed to civil rights when they were first proposed in the 60s are still alive. They still have children, who were exposed to their thoughts. We can't expect that will be wiped away at the snap of a finger, or even, in 50, 60 years. That's just not the way societies work, It just doesn't happen that way. we can compensate for a lot of things, but we can't compensate for time. We can compensate for resources, educating people, giving people opportunities, but we just can't speed up time. And it's going to take time for society to just fully change. And then you look at the fact that there's just opportunity deficits. People have to have opportunities, but there hasn't been sufficient time for people to sort of rise through the ranks and to give opportunities to people who were historically denied opportunities. You look at who are the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies. You look at who the general counsel are of these companies. People give opportunities to people who they feel comfortable with, and it will take time, in my opinion, for that to sort of fully work its way through society, so that we can see the change that we want to have. You know, perhaps in my children's lifetime, my grandchildren's lifetime, we'll start to see that real meaningful change that we all, I think, want to see occur in society. But it's just been too soon yet. We just can't expect to have the radical change that we want to overnight.
Thank you. So what I've heard is a couple of things. One is, again, importance of mentors. Two, so sometimes there's substitutes for your race. You know, you mentioned some of these prep schools or high schools and whatnot. And I've heard at some firms in Houston that they actually even have affinity groups for, you know, something like St. John's or some of the various prestigious prep schools in the city that allows people who are at those firms to coalesce and find each other and that sort of thing, which may preclude, you know, others who don't have that opportunities from those particular opportunities at the firm. So I think that's one other thing. And also just, you know, as you mentioned, you know, the possibility that people, you know, may have a natural affinity for people that they feel most comfortable with, closest to. And so that may also be a challenge, right, for anyone to necessarily be mentored. But let's talk about a little bit about gender, because I remember, Linda, you had mentioned also that at Cravath, you stayed there 5 years and you were the last woman standing. You didn't say it that way, but that's my understanding at Cravath, right? And so why don't you talk a little bit about that experience?
Sure. So to be precise, when I started in the corporate department, half were men, half were women in my class. And after 5 years, I was the last woman in the corporate department who was still there from that initial class. There was one other woman in my class who moved over into benefits, and so she was not on the traditional corporate path. So she outlasted me and became partner. But I was the last, and I do think that you know, traditionally, things like childcare do, and you know, having a household, those things still do traditionally fall on women more than men. And so a lot of the women, I think, did self-select out in order to be able to have a more balanced life earlier than men did. I still have that situation now where people find out I have children and their question is, how do you balance, you know, family and work life? And nobody ever asks my male counterparts that same question, who are also parents. And so it does still traditionally fall on women to figure that out. What Cravath has done since then is they've really been extremely flexible with how they want to deal with this issue. And they were, at least at the time, I had several friends after me who would propose anything reasonable to be able to stay, and they didn't want to lose the talent and would accept it. So I had one friend who she had to work a certain number of hours per year between September and May. And then she was off for the summer while her daughter was home from school. And that was something that was accepted by the firm. I had another friend who, you know, she would work out, I think, again, it was a minimum number of hours for the year. And once she hit that for the year, she was off for the rest of the year. And so they kind of were willing to work with anything creative that folks would come up with. And so I think that that's really helpful. In my position now as general counsel, you know, I have a pretty diverse team. We're in New York, LA, and Houston. We have men and women, we have parents, we have those who have children at home, who are out of the home. And I have the ability to be super flexible with the team because I recognize how hard it is. And so if, you know, if people need to work from home, they can work from home. We're all professionals, everybody's gonna get their job done. It's keep making sure that the tasks are being met and the milestones are being hit, and we're supporting the business team is all that really matters. And if that happens when somebody's working at home or working in the office or working in the evening after they put their kids to bed, that is fine. And I think that we need that flexibility to help women in the workforce, but to help everyone in the workforce, because it's not just a female problem.
I want to second the fact that it's not just a female problem. I recently was asked to testify in a case that I worked on 20-some years ago as a young associate when I was working hard to make partner. And during that time, I remembered specifically, you know, my son was born. And, you know, back in, what was it, 2004, the paternity leave policies at big law firms was not anywhere what it is today. You know, my paternity leave was 2 weeks, you know, right after my son was born. And I remember I came back early from paternity leave because there was a mediation for a case that I had been working on for over a year and a half that was about to culminate. And I was like, I can't miss this mediation. I have to be there at the end, you know, so I can be associated with the victory, because, you know, I'm up for partner. I want to remind everybody how hard I worked on that. And when I was talking to the lawyers who asked me to testify in this case, I was remembering back to that time. And I was like, I can't believe I only had 2 weeks off when my son was born. And then I was like, I can't believe I came back early from that 2 weeks. And, you know, looking back in retrospect, it wasn't worth it, you know, it wasn't worth it. It wouldn't have made a difference, you know, at the time. However, my lizard brain was like, no, you have to be there, you have to be there. But, you know, it's not just a woman issue, you know, men, fathers need to be involved in their families, want to be involved in their families. And, you know, it's important across the board. It's a people issue. As far as I'm concerned.
So next point is that, you know, it's a good lead in, is that what are you all doing for, you know, you're in these positions. What are you doing, you know, to make diversity, maybe is it a priority for you? You know, certainly you have indicated, Linda, that, you know, with respect to women's issues and or family issues, you've been showing incredible flexibility, but what other things are you doing and to make sure that there's more, you know, the equity, diversity, et cetera, in your corporation? So we can, you know, talk a little about women's issues, but why don't we talk about, or family issues? Why don't we talk about racial and ethnic issues?
Sure. Unfortunately, we don't do a very good job of tracking things and the effectiveness of them. Mitsui has traditionally had a lot of Japanese men fill the management and leadership positions in the organization. And so there's been a big focus on shifting to kind of the regionally hired staff, people who work in the countries themselves, taking on those leadership roles. And there's also been a push for gender diversity. And so I think that our company is not doing a great job if it doesn't fall into those two categories. So we're trying different things. In the Houston office in particular, my HR manager and I are close. And so she's been implementing a program when she has a candidate, an open position, is ensuring that the recruiters bring us a diverse slate of candidates. It doesn't necessarily mean that the diverse candidates aren't going to get a leg up or automatically going to get the position, but you don't know who's the best qualified unless you have them in front of you. And so requiring that the recruiters are bringing in a diverse slate of candidates has been something that in the past 5 years that we've been doing that has changed the representation in the Houston office. And I think it's something that we should expand to the other offices because we've seen real great results from that. But why is that important? And for me, the reason that I find it so important to have a diverse team, and our legal department is a pretty good representation of that, is that if you all have the same background, you're all going to have very similar ideas. We need the diversity in thought and experience in order to have stronger, more sound results. We have more creativity, we have better, problem solving, because we have all of these different personalities and experiences coming and bringing their ideas together. And so I think in order to convince the companies to do more, we have to convince them of the value of having in the first place. And so that's what I'm trying to do.
Great. Andrew, why don't you talk about Equatorial Africa and the success you've had there?
So our experience is almost a little off message for this panel, because we're, in some respects, we're trying to become less diverse. The kind of the stereotypical operator in the space working outside the United States will staff completely with expats, either train or hire or promote local workforce at all. And in 2007, an organization said that that's not going to work as a long-term answer. And we started on what we call the road to 90%, was to nationalize our workforce, to give up 90% nationalization. Obviously, while operating safely as well. And we've devoted about over $50 million to sort of train our national workforce to make it more reflective of the community where we operate. And so in that regard, we're trying to be less diverse. We're trying to rely less on expats, have more of a national local workforce. And not only have we gone over 90% in terms of the workforce, but a lot of our department managers, our vice president, all EG nationals as well. And a part of it's been there. I think I read somewhere the other day that the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. The second best time is today. And that was one of the efforts that we went to purposely do that. And I think the word used was opportunity. And that's been sort of the biggest thing we've done, try to give everyone opportunities to be sure they can go where they want, have a line of sight, the job they want, when can they get it. If they meet certain milestones and work, send people to college here. We have over 12 graduates from Texas Tech University working in the plant, working in engineering, and it's been, so that in terms of, like I said, diversifying, we're not exactly doing that, but we're trying to change the workforce and increase the opportunities to folks that we have in our plant.
And how do you see what's the benefit, and is there any takeaways for the US or in US?
Hard to say takeaways. We're a smaller organization. Things are a little easier for us to be nimble. I think some things possibly can scale up and out. One thing we've done that we've been fairly effective at doing is not being afraid to make a deep dive for someone to promote someone to a more senior position, whether it's someone more junior within that department or in a different department as well. Again, we've got the flexibility, the lack of bureaucracy to be able to do things like that. Larger organizations, I think, are typically more challenged in making those types of moves. But a lot of things I suspect a lot of your employers do as well in terms of sort of subsidizing education while working. We have a number of coworkers, myself actually as well, taking online classes to get a master's or some sort of higher degree of certification. And I think those things go a long way toward keeping employees engaged, keeping them really doing their job and motivated for what they want to do. And I think that applies to really everyone we have in the workforce.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in terms of what efforts you're doing at your firms, corporations?
So I can say that some of the other companies I've worked for that diversity didn't really become an issue, or really was a well looked at issue until after the Obama administration, and that's when all of the DEI efforts came into play. Since I've been general counsel at GlidePath, we've increased our diverse pool of candidates, by 100%. In the Chicago area and also in Houston. I'm also initiating a legal internship program, which would be a pipeline directly back to U of H, which I haven't discussed with you yet, but
we like that.
And
you all are able to do the same thing on the panel.
But the law center has been in contact with me over the years, trying to get an intern in place, and I think that that's one of the things that we can do as general counsels is initiating internship programs for diverse candidates to come in and actually see how the energy world really works. Because, you know, in law school, you have this thought, you have this idea of how it feels and works to, you know, be in a corporation, but it's not until you get in there and get your hands dirty and start working on transactions or in compliance or regulatory or litigation or what have you, that you really get to have a better understanding of how the world outside of law school works.
Any other thoughts?
My colleagues talked about all the internal changes that they've done as it pertains to some kind of influences that we've been doing at our shop. Law firms, look, it's for profit, right? They're there to make money, bottom line, and they're there to appease you know, their clients, right? The GCs on the panel. So I've just been very candid with law firms that we procure and that we use for our work. And look, like I get it. Like when I've been at a firm, you know, when you're trying to fill your hours and do things, you can have very good intentions, but you're just focused on doing the work, right? And so consequently, when you have the person you're doing the work for nudge you to say, hey, I'd like to have, you know, as it pertains to women, as it pertains to diversity, hey, do you have any associates who fit the bill? I'd like for them to get a shot to work on this document. And, you know, frankly, you know, as we know, people are always cutting costs anyway. So I'll tell a partner, hey, I'd rather have an associate anyway. Do you have a young associate who could help out with this matter, who you could potentially take under your wing? So they're all, a law firm's never going to say, no, I will not take your money because you want to have someone who's diverse, who's a woman. So that's just one of the drivers that me and other of my, you know, GCs oftentimes do.
Anyone else? Okay. So what can we do as opposed to your individual corporation, what can we do as a profession, do you think, to increase diversity? Women and people of color.
I love this idea of the internship program. I do think that going into the colleges, going into the law schools and going into the colleges and maybe even into high schools and letting folks see that there is a pathway, because I know that from New York, you know, the thought of going into the energy field was not something that even crossed my mind. It's thought of as something that's, you know, oh, that's that oil and gas people down in the South. That's not something that I'm going to do. Now that I'm involved in Mitsui and I see the breadth of the work that we're doing, we're in solar and hydrogen, we're in LNG, we're in traditional oil and gas, we're everywhere. And there's projects all over the world. It's really a fascinating, cutting edge area that could be very interesting and exciting if people knew about it and knew about the pathway to get there. And so I think as an industry, we should have more outreach to talk to students at different levels so that they can see how to get in there, and internship programs to really get exposure, I think is a great idea.
And I just to echo what Linda said, there is also like a program called Junior Achievement. And when I was at Schlumberger, we were a part of an organization that actually went into the high schools. And we helped them develop their business, etc. So they had an opportunity to not only see a lawyer, they saw an accountant, a salesperson, a marketing person, various professions to give them insight into what really is out there for them to have as a career. That's a good program. So, and I'm sure there are others that can stem to the elementary level and what have you. It's just a matter of, I guess, collaborating and jointly, maybe, especially because my company now is small. So jointly partnering with you guys and setting something up and maybe saying, hey, let's do this, let's make a plan about how we're gonna help improve the legal community.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, I was fortunate enough to attend Lamar High School that had a business magnet program, and that is how I got my internship at Exxon Natural Gas. I don't think that company even exists anymore. That's a subsidiary of Exxon. But that was my introduction to the energy industry, and that was me, you know, making faxes, and of course this was 1998. So making faxes and copying what have you, doing the administrative work, but just that experience of working for an oil and gas company. You know, when I thought, thought after law school, I was gonna be going on this, litigation track. I was like, wait a minute, I have some energy experience. How about I go that way? I think law schools, particularly the law center does a really great job of, non-traditional career paths for law students that are coming out. It doesn't necessarily have to be a law firm track. It doesn't necessarily have to be in-house counsel. It can always be someone that's working on the land side, or working in compliance, or working in regulatory, or even working in finance. Just having a Juris Doctorate gives you so many opportunities. Going to high school and letting them know about the different opportunities that may be affordable in energy companies, and then moving that up to the pipeline from college to the law center, which the pipeline program is doing a wonderful job of that. Really, honing in on the alumni that are in the energy industry, because this is the mecca for it here in Houston. Really tapping into the alumni and having a broad array of folks that graduated from U of H being able to share their experiences. And I think that will help get some new blood into the energy industry, because quite frankly, it's an aging industry.
So one of the themes of the conference is security. Do you think a lack of diversity, there's a correlation between that and security in the energy sector? So that, when we think about, placement of power plants or, sort of other things, do you think there's any worry you have if you're not diverse enough as an industry? Yeah.
Well, environmental justice is something that's, being pushed significantly by this administration. There was just an EJ executive order this Friday, maybe. And so it requiring the agencies to take environmental justice into account in their decisions. But we look at that, I know, because we do have a lot of projects, and we do look at the communities that we would be impacting when we are, building a project in that area. And it is a really tricky subject. It is a really difficult subject, and security, climate change, all of these things that have been talked about at the conference today. I think how diversity plays into that is, tying back to the importance of diversity in the first place. These are complicated problems. You need smart and creative solutions, and you're not going to get there unless you're listening to all of the stakeholders and a diverse group of people who can share those ideas. 2 cents.
Any other thoughts? Okay. I think we have time for questions from the audience. Yes, Professor Flatt, you have a question?
I do.
Okay, great.
I do. So everything you all talked about, we've learned how important that is and how much it enhances everything, security, different ideas, et cetera. And many of you, some grew up here, many of you relocated, right, to this area. Houston's one of the 50 most important cities in the world. How are you navigating what seems to be a difficult state political environment where issues of diversity and equity and inclusion are concerned? And how is that affecting your recruiting, particularly of young people?
Great question.
That's such obviously a politically charged issue. But that's what we deal with, lawyers is part of politics. My company is an oil field services company, but we have a little bit of a twist. We believe that we are a technology company, a green company. We make a lot of our money on ESG, working for the big operators. Our technology is to do hydraulic fracturing, but it's 100% electric. Diesel fuel, lower emissions, lower noise, better for the environment, less greenhouse gases, all of that. we have seen a tremendous boom in our business because our customers, whether it's EOG, CNX, Chevron, Pioneer, they're all attracted to our technology because it helps them meet their ESG goals. All of the noise, to some extent, that you hear from some people on the political spectrum, complaining about this, raging against ESG. I look at them and, they're like Don Quixote tilting against the windmill, or someone trying to stop the tide from coming in. I wonder sometimes what planet they live on. The world, the country, society has sort of made its decision on this. And even to people who think that it might still be up to debate amongst this generation, the younger generations, this is not an issue for them. This is done. I listen to my son and his friends. My son is very cognizant of the fact that, his resources come from ultimately an energy company, right? But notwithstanding that, they have already decided this issue. It's over. So it's somewhat disappointing to see and hear politicians, people who are supposed to be realists, right? They're supposed to be able to make decisions quickly and see which way the wind is blowing and get in front of the crowd. It's strange to sort of see them be so ham-fisted in their dealing of this, in the way they handle this issue. So that's just sort of my 2 cents.
And what I would say to follow up is that, polling backs you up that young people are most concerned about climate change, race relations, LGBTQ issues. If you look at the polling is off the chart, that with respect to the rest of the country. And so one of the things is that, where they are and where, the rest of the population is in a different place. And you're probably going to see a change that's, shocking and quick as they become a larger percentage of the voting population. Any other thoughts on Professor Platt's question? Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Well,
Oh, you need a mic.
just go on up. Sure. Oh, just a quick question. How do you all as in-house counsels and the position of general counsels establish, start and maintain a connection with foreign countries when developing energy projects, for example, oil and gas and electricity projects abroad, start this relationship with other general counsels in company as well, or legal firms as well. I ask this because I myself am a legal counsel in a small firm in Brazil, and I should say projects in Africa and South America or in Asia as well. How this relationship works, being the position of general counsel, or the companies have other structures to establish this contact and develop these projects abroad.
So Andrew and Linda are have the most relevant experience, I guess, and the others may also, but they're actually operating in other foreign countries at the moment. So why don't you guys go first?
To me, there's no substitute for being there. Physically going, when I go to site, I don't stay inside the wire. The people I work with, whether attorneys or even just co-workers, it's easy to be insular. It's easy to sort of be intimidated by being somewhere that maybe just unfamiliar on a lot of different levels. But to me, that's the big thing. And in some respects, COVID's made it easier to be like that. I think it's, think about how many people are not here in person, right? We're doing this online for the CLE credit and things like that. I think building those relationships, like having a beer with someone, going out to dinner, drinking coffee, sitting in the same room, you can't replace it.
Yeah, I only have responsibility for my team with the US and Canada, but for those locations, we have presence. And looking at, you know, Mitsui's touch across the globe, I mean, we are in 100 and some odd plus countries. It's physical presence. I agree with that.
And I can just say from my past experiences, if we were working on a big deal, if I was working on a big deal in another country, typically we will have a presence already there where the business person has already brokered the deal. And then from a legal perspective, you're coming in to help with the negotiations of whatever agreement you're dealing with. And perhaps you're going to have many conversations. So yes, to echo what you said, definitely being there is key, but it's the local person that already works there that's really beginning the relationship.
Anyone else? Good.
So I agree with everyone that said local presence. Not in my current role, but in previous roles, I had the opportunity to travel to Spain. I had a dotted line to the head of the trading legal function in Madrid. And then, I had a solid line to the US General Counsel, one of the companies that I work for. And I'm still maintaining the relationships I started when I was at that company with some of my previous coworkers. And those are lifetime relationships. The firms, usually the companies will have their set of firms, they'll have panel firms particularly that they like to use. And just as, establishing a relationship with the law firms, keeping that relationship going. LinkedIn is completely different than it was 15 years ago. Let me just say that LinkedIn is probably the recruiter that is kind of unspoken. I think all the positions I've been in the last 7 years, I've gotten, someone's hit me up on LinkedIn and asked me, hey, would you be interested in this lead counsel, associate general counsel, and GC role? But maintaining those relationships with LinkedIn, or having a coffee meeting in person, going out to eat. I've worked in Canada, lived and gone to God, keep forgetting the Calgary Stampede. I've gone to Tarragona, Spain, and met with individuals that worked at our marine terminals at the company that I used to work for. Just not being afraid to step outside of your comfort zone and travel abroad and meet individuals, and even if you don't speak the language that well, just trying. And there are some people that are just commend you for even trying to understand and to speak in their language.
LinkedIn is really great, and that's how we got some of the panelists, actually, through LinkedIn. Any other questions? Anybody online?
No.
Okay, good. Well, let's thank the panelists. They've done a fabulous job. And I guess I turn it over to Professor Flatt.
That's
We have
right.
we have-
Be right up there.
We have one panel right after that, right? So we're right on
We're on
time.
a 15-minute break.
Okay, right on time. Thank you.
Except for those who are online, stay tuned for your credits. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. This is code number 7. P is in Percy, 4, Y is in yellow, 7.
Well, we probably could get together outside of.
Y73, please, if your remote stay on for the live. P4Y73, our next panel will be outside. At 10. P4Y73.
I would love to hear that.
We have like diversity. Part of it.
Right.
I tried.
That's the deal. Yeah, contracts, guys. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I understand there's several travelers right now.
Really appreciate it.
Code 8. Clearly credit code 8. T is in Tom, number 6, D is in David, number 3, J is in J. T6D 3J. Please stay tuned for additional codes, including the text code.
I started doing some. Was one of them. It sounded really frustration. And I've been doing. And the goal is to bring. To start earlier. Yeah, I'm so glad. Really difficult to, you know, especially when they're most interested. It's like, how do you get your right? So I think you all. Because when I hear a lot of people, especially in the parliamentary color, they say many of the council don't know. They just don't know. They just, there's not opportunities for them to. Yeah, together. Our reputations are important.
I've already received. Thank you.
Going to your partner.
Well, no, that's fine. Thank you. That was
Last speaker of the day.
Well, they're all. I never got on the.
It's really hard. So we can still take. It's hard to, like, you know, they don't know how to find. Six and I can do it. It's something else.
My son.
We also work on different. And I think that'll be helpful too, because what I find.
Yeah, I know.
Research on here, used to not really see it as. Well, it's not.
The code for the multi-state credit is now changing again. It is code 9, Y5XT9. Y is in yellow, the number 5, the letter X, the letter T, as in T, as in Tom, number 9.
Yeah, I'd like to, because I would like to. I just think, how we.
The informal sort of meetings of one outside of, yeah, getting to know them a little bit first.
No, that's true, that's true. It's just, that's what some of the people tell me. Minority. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's no list. We create a list because mine. Really? Associate partner. Okay. That'd be helpful.
I'll make sure if it's not.
Okay, yeah. And when was it? What date
No,
is
this
it?
year, I mean.
So it's probably earlier. I know, but you might late. So may very come, but the thing is, if people change firms all the time. Really should.
You're one of your answers. I was thinking, you were so understanding.
All right, next code and last code, there's multi-state codes. Credit code 10, C is in Charlie, number 5, number 2, B is in Bessie, number 7, C, Charlie, 5, 2, B, Betsy, 7.
The newspaper articles, all the speeches they made. Although I love the rule of perpetuity thing they made. I was reading this, and I was like, wait a minute. Is it like, am I reading this right?
Just strict order.
Remember that class. I got it. Well, very good. I will be at the convening conference.
Yeah, definitely. This is gonna be a president of our law office. And we're starting and.
You're gonna raise millions of dollars.
I'm not doors. How about that? No. Well, but we're gonna try.
Yeah, well, and down.
We need that. It's gonna be one of our.
Fundraiser extraordinary.
Yeah, I'm not, but I'm gonna have to learn how. Oh, well, thank you. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You guys, thank you. You want to take a picture? So that's the rules of.
I will see that. I recognize several people on there.
And then that will be with him. You get the first one.
You know, that connection right there, not like.
A lot of that stuff. Hispanic, right? available spaces. We have rooms, maybe the library, the student bedrooms, and so there's a lot of support. Well, I think a quick tour. And see if she wants to use
Is that your phone?
No.
My phone right here.
That may be Dion.
Is that your phone?
Dion, is that your phone? You want to do a quick tour of the building?
Sure.
For these kids? Oh, hold on.
Sure.
I have to say, I love your shape. I love your.
How old is your son?
18.
Mine is 19, so I
Yeah.
hear all this around.
Yeah,
You're getting young people with just the gender, like energy, it's like.
Yeah, he's a little bit that way, and if he's getting ready to go off to college.
Thank you. Yes, he is.
Like y'all just finished connecting it up to Cypress.
Thank you.
People can be.
Specifically here.
So this gives me some.
That's right. Yeah. We used to have.
Don't see.
But I'm gonna grab
Oh, you did, okay, go ahead. Anyway.
Ready to go. Just wait for this. Oh, okay, I didn't know. That far.
No, I was glad that.
No, it's, I'm not.
I'll see my email to you.
The pandemic was a blessing.
Because he was like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once we get set, life is very.
Yeah. So you, I already emailed you.
Now that I've turned into a human being. I'm with
Yeah, that's your knowledge.
No, you can't. Yeah, of course.
You know what, you were. You're gonna, I didn't even think of it that way.
Yeah.
We just said. Actually. Really? That's.
I did. Trying to market. Yeah, we're missing out a lot of the. Our house flooded. So I'm trying to, and it's been 5 years. And we actually were gonna start looking at about to go to something.
I'm sorry, I didn't like that.
All right.
Yeah, no kidding. So.
Hey, Tracy, how are you?
I just. It's worried you might have to go.
Should wait because then I can catch the.
That's important.
He's talking about the travel. Hi, Amber.
Tracy has nice.
Thank y'all for listening today. And different stuff. Less environmental. It's actually good. Get a little break, get a little different thing.
That's right.
This is usually. And this is just watching reception area. This thing is in here. It's just like. I didn't understand that they.
That was sort of my reaction. I thought quantum was about as complicated as you could possibly.
Either have. So he must do it.
So how shall?
So.
And then I ran to Anthony and I was, I didn't arrive. So now you see each other. Pandemic.
Yeah, I did.
That's also true. It's more of a sense of that moment when your spouse is tired and stuff. Yeah. When you get that sort of look like. Yeah, she's, I have to say, enjoying it immensely, she's busier than that.
Oh,
Has a strength paradox.
well, you know, plants.
And once again, here is the code for the Texas CLE. This will be up for a little bit, it's a little while longer until we begin again in about 5 minutes.
So not that it's about health, it's working.
Yeah. You might myself or an acronym number.
Hey, how are you? Oh, hi, Greg. Come in, come in. How you doing?
I saw you through lunch. It's been a while.
Yeah.
You're ready. It's like I'm not.
It's like at first and I'm not
Actually, now I think about it, I feel like distressed about it. Just kind of stepped away.
Yeah, you did it.
You may.
I was a little too late, unfortunately, for that question.
How are you doing? Good.
Very well.
Let me introduce you to.
Is oil and gas is Marvel Williams.
Ramanan.
Ramanan just. Liv is. Director for all three.
Can I buy you lunch? Nice bottle of wine.
There you go. I'm not. I'm the least big worried.
Yeah, we know what better than that.
I don't think so. So recently.
You know, it's been-
And right on.
I was here long before.
Oh, were you? I didn't see you.
Fly out.
Yeah. Go back.
Congratulations.
I can draw them in.
No, I think part of it is we didn't need to write it.
We're finding that too.
Now there's social media.
Honestly, no, it's the last session, the main session. And the three other things.
You're gonna see it there, yeah.
You feel like a cheat.
No,
So we have to make people think. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're not focused.
For those who are getting multiple state CLE online, just a note. All the persons seeking CLE credit will be asked to complete and return the credit request form with an evaluation form. And that will be done to you individually through your registration. So you don't have to do anything else except, keep the codes, and then you will be asked to do that after the conclusion of the program. And one more time, let's see, I'm going to share the Texas code, and then we are getting ready for our last and exciting panel. And here again, one last time, is the Texas code. All right, thank you. And Professor Hester is going to do the introductions, and I'm going to go ahead and load up the first PowerPoint so that it can be ready to go. Let's see a word before you come.
Congratulations, you did it. It's the final panel. Thank you all for being here today, including those of you online. I'm going to do my duty as briefly and efficiently as I possibly can, but it won't do justice. This topic is enormous. If you look and think about the fact of Ukraine, China, Russia, Iran, the Inflation Reduction Act, Bipartisan Investment Act, all of them have the same through line, which is supply chain disruption. Supply chain being created and relocated to the United States, supply chains overseas being disrupted by economic and political events. That obviously is at the heart of energy distribution and manufacturing. So our panel today is going to tackle this topic. We have two wonderful speakers. Our first one, actually, I want to confirm, which order would you like to go in today? Okay, our first speaker will be Elizabeth Trujillo, here on faculty with me. She has a long bio, which I will not read all of, but I will pick up a few highlights. She is the Mary Ann and Lawrence Faust Professor of Law, and she is the founding director of our Global Law and Policy Institute for the Americas. She has a long history of writing at the intersection of international trade law and energy and environmental issues. She has been involved as well in deep decarbonization work, which is a place where she and I have crossed paths previously. She has received the Alexander Humboldt Foundation Research Fellowship and has been writing a book on shattered prisons, reconceptualizing trade through sustainable development frameworks. She has been on the executive council of the American Society of International Law, which means she gives you as a bird's eye view of all things happening around the United States and the world, and has also been previously practicing law before she came to academia. So she brings a blended perspectives. So wonderful to have you, as always. In addition, our second speaker is Keith Letourneau. He is with Blank Rome, where he specializes in government contracts and procurement. He is also interesting enough, co-chair of the firm's blockchain working group. So if you have any questions at the end of the conference about what is blockchain, he's the guy you need to ask. He, interestingly enough, was a trial attorney with the U.S. Coast Guard's Procurement Law Division in the Admiralty section of the DOJ, which means that of all our speakers, he's the only one who is a retired commander of the U.S. Coast Guard. With that, I'll turn the microphones over to you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Victor and, oh, do I have to, can you hear me? Well, I guess for the, yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah. All right. So thank you all for being here, the last panel. I know it's been a really long and enriching discussion today. And so thank you to Victor and the organizing committee for organizing it. Thank you for Hester for those kind words and for moderating this panel, and to my co-panelist, Keith. I look forward to this topic, and to Blank Rome as well for hosting this event. So my talk is really going to pick up with the sort of the last sentence of the panel description for our panel today, which is are supply chains, are these sort of movement to regional supply chains looking like some kind of protectionism or some new form of protectionism, or old-fashioned protectionism, as the EU is complaining, and so sort of explores that angle. So my topic today is the USMCA setting trends for regionalism in supply chains. So I'm going to speak mostly about the new NAFTA, the USMCA, but I'm going to put it in the context of regionalism, supply chains, and certain risks that I see that we might need to be thinking about moving forward with respect to the USMCA and other types of regional trade agreements. So the objectives of the talk are first to frame the USMCA as part of some sort of new US reindustrialization strategy, as well as a decarbonization policy that's intended to build supply chain resilience. This picks up a little bit on our keynote speaker's presentation today about the need for resilience and sort of thinking about whether moving towards regionalism is providing more resilience for the region, but maybe creating the disintegration of globalism might be creating some imbalance around the world, which may in fact undermine that resilience. What are the legal avenues in the USMCA and the domestic policy for reinforcing these trends? Is the USMCA actually a tool for regional supply chain protectionism? So what are some of the aspects of the USMCA that might make it look protectionist? Is pure regionalism truly realistic, given our business trends and what is happening in the world? And North American supply chain risks moving forward, some thoughts on that. So here's a picture of our 3 leaders in North America for the Leaders Summit, as they called it the Tres Amigos Summit. And a quote from our US Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, saying, "We've already heard from all the semiconductor companies that as they build new manufacturing facilities in America, they would like to see the rest of the supply chain in North America, in Mexico specifically." So, I think this is very telling. This summit to me was a bit refreshing in terms of North American relations, and that the emphasis was truly North America and not just sort of Mexico, Canada, or the US in that relationship. But it also brought about a lot of different topics that were new to the North American framework, such as the EV production lines, even some social policy issues around equity and gender equity and so forth, but also climate change, sustainability. So it ended on a quite positive note, I think, for the 3 countries. And clearly we see some things happening in the world, right? So, this I think is a very telling picture. We have Tesla, here at the US-Mexico border, who has its own lane, right? And so this to us is very telling that clearly the North American supply chain, at least in the automotive, is moving in a certain direction. We see sort of the made in America idea sort of challenged or sort of kind of an interesting irony in that BMW has its plant here in Spartanburg, South Carolina, has had it for several years, has really created a lot of jobs. It is a BMW, obviously, but it is made in America. And in October 2022, BMW announced that they're investing $1.7 billion to expand manufacturing and footprint in the US, $700 billion to build new high voltage battery assemblies around the area of Spartanburg, creating 300 more jobs. They're going to produce 6 times the number of electric they do the X3 models by 2030, and they're partnering with other companies to build out their new battery cell plants nearby. And they have had a long history of investing in the region and in the United States, as they are one of the largest exporters of cars from the US. And so we see this business trend happening, lots of investment in electrification, as well as battery and all the inputs that go into electrification. So we see these business trends, which obviously are also in response to the global pandemic, other global disasters that we might be thinking about, whether it's climate change or just weather change patterns that make global chains much more fragile. And so it builds North American, the USMCA, as well as the North American sort of reindustrialization in the automotive towards electrification, does build supply chain resiliency, brings back reshoring. There are clearly some incentives domestically, and there are also some political realities around this. So President Biden's executive order, recent executive order in 2021, catalyzing clean energies and jobs through federal sustainability. So clearly there is some framework in place to help further decarbonization policies that also align us with some of the requirements of the Paris Climate Agreement. Biden's recent Inflation Reduction Act has several tax incentives for EV production and consumption, bonus tax credits for depending on the percentage of steel products that are coming from the US, that are sourced from the US, as well as some other manufactured products, which are less clear as to what those would look like or what manufactured in the US looks like. Some of this is resulting from some legislation that was in the House around building back better house legislation. And this is also another reality. Here are some of the planned battery plant capacities in North America by 2030 from the US Department of Energy, showing just a huge increase in battery plant capacity in various states, especially in California and Arizona. We see obviously Tesla moving to Texas as well as Mexico and different areas of the United States. So clearly there is a strategy here for this sort of electrification of vehicles. So what do these events tell us about where we're heading with respect to North American supply chains? Well, clearly regionalism is part of a reindustrialization strategy in the automotive sector, and it is part of a decarbonization strategy as well. Now, why the USMCA? This came into force in July 2020. It has some grandfathering parts to it. It is a new form of regionalism in a way, in the sense that if we have to put it in a context of what's happening around the world with respect to regionalism. So we have three major regional economic blocks in the world. You have the Asian region with the recent regional economic partnership with China that includes Australia and New Zealand. We have the European Union, which we're a little bit more familiar with. And now we have the USMCA and we had the NAFTA before that. The CP Trans-Pacific Partnership is an interesting partnership. As you know, it was the Trans-Pacific Partnership before the United States exited it in 2017, but it moved forward as the Comprehensive Progressive TPP with all of the same actors. And there has been some chatter about China perhaps joining in. And the most recent announcement, March 31st, 2023, is that the UK wants to join the CPTPP. So the US has enforced about 20 free trade agreements around the world. Obviously, there are some in which they are not partners with, and I think they're worth noting, obviously the EU and the Mercosur, but 5 in which I think are worth noting: the Central American Common Market, the ASEAN, the Southern African Commons Customs Union, the TPP, now the CPTPP, as well as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which was put into force last 2 years ago. So is the USMCA contributing towards some kind of supply chain protectionism as we are encouraging reshoring back to the United States and what does that actually look like? And what the happy story around the USMCA is that it received quite a bit of support from parts of Congress that we didn't really expect to have so much support, including the and other interest groups like the AFL-CIO supported it, it passed through, and it has a similar story to the NAFTA in that the labor and the environmental pieces of the USMCA were quite strong. And so we're able to sort of bring this into some bilateral agreement, or bipartisan agreement, excuse me. So to understand sort of why the USMCA towards this new reindustrialization, decarbonization strategy, we also have to understand what are some of the economics for NAFTA itself, the economic reasons for it. Just to remind us, it was in fact put into place as a counterpoint to Japan in the 80s and the 90s, where Japanese cars had a huge leverage here in the United States, competitive advantage, particularly because of the drawbacks and the incentives in terms of customs that were allowed in Mexico for foreign partners like Japan that could basically use the area, get their customs fees back, and then basically use it as an export platform to get those goods into the United States. So the North American Free Trade Agreement eliminated those drawbacks. It lowered tariffs, and it created the rule of origin test to bring manufacturing back to the region. It also did a lot of other things, but those are just some of the things that I wanted to highlight. The trends that we see that NAFTA put into place for regional trade agreement and for other US trade agreements after that, it was the first to incorporate labor and environmental side agreements. They were parallel agreements, right? Not in the actual trade agreement. It was the first to include a chapter on foreign direct investment and dispute settlement in that context. It included a chapter on energy and IP, albeit quite simple, but it was the first to do that, and that was a big feat at the time. It enhanced regulatory cooperation, and it became a model for other free trade agreements. It was the largest regional trade agreement at its time, representing 1/3 of the total US trade. North American trade in goods and services went from $290 billion in 1993 to about $1.3 billion by 2019. It increased foreign direct investment in Mexico from 15 billion to 100 billion. It increased, I already said that, and definitely it increased the flow of trade in goods tremendously, during the entire span of the NAFTA. So the effect of the USMCA, it was multifaceted. For one thing, it moved us away from globalism. It wasn't the only thing that moved us away from globalism, but for sure it had this regional reshoring effect. It's become part of this North American reindustrialization strategy to bring back jobs and a decarbonization strategy. But what is the elephant in the room? Well, China is the elephant in the room. Just like under NAFTA, it was Japan. Clearly, it increases North American trade vis-a-vis China and its EV manufacturing production, as well as its interest in the Americas and in the regions of the Americas, but also for other areas like the EU. So a very big factor is North American automotive sector, right, which has contributed more than $700 billion to the US economy in 2021, and 11.4% of the total US manufacturing. It's responsible for $10.3 trillion of direct and indirect US jobs, impacts upstream parts producers and downstream. The total auto trade is the largest component of the North American trade, accounting for 22% of trade under the USMCA. The other big component of the USMCA and the NAFTA is obviously agriculture, but I'm mostly focusing on automotive today. Specifically, I won't get into too much detail, but specifically the rule of origins test in the USMCA changed from the NAFTA, and it made it harder to meet the rule of origin test. So from 62.5% of all originating goods from the North American region, now you have to prove 75% for passenger vehicles and light trucks, phased in over 3 years. There are also other types of provisions, such as 70% of steel and aluminum used in the auto production must come from North American resources. In the original draft of this, President Trump wanted it to be from US resources, but that was taken out. So it's from North American resources. And 40% of the product value of autos and 45% of trucks must be made in facilities where workers are paid at least $16 an hour. So the typical Mexican wages are way lower than that, right? Comparing it to the USMCA, it also has much stricter labor enforcement provisions. It incorporated a labor oversight mechanism intended to enforce new labor laws in Mexico. It also allows for US labor attachés in the Mexican cities and on the ground to ensure that the employers are in fact complying with Mexican labor laws. And if there's a violation, the other thing that the USMCA did differently from the NAFTA, it can in fact be a trade or an investment dispute. So, and this is the same for the environment. So there's also the environmental chapter now is part of the NAFTA. And if there's a violation of an environmental regulation, either under domestic law or a multilateral environmental treaty, there could in fact be a trade and investment dispute under the USMCA. And that is quite original and different. And it's good for labor and environment, but it does have some ramifications for the supply chain and for trade, because what it allows countries to do is to pass tariffs for violation of those provisions. There's a lot of energy issues that come up under the USMCA. And much stronger enforcement with respect to energy and the environment. The FDI dispute has been a settlement mechanism has been eliminated as between the US and Canada, but it is allowed between Mexico and the US as well as Canada and Mexico. So what are some of the supply chain risks? And is it around energy? Let's look at energy first. So for one thing, the FDI component of the USMCA, the ability for US or Canada to bring disputes against Mexico in the investment side include measures that have to do with Mexican government's conduct around energy investments, oil and gas, electricity, but other sectors as well as transportation, telecommunications, some infrastructure projects. And currently there is an important US-Mexico energy dispute that has been brought by USTR, right? So the trade arm of our government. It's currently in consultation stage. It has to do with Mexican energy reforms, the 2014 Mexican energy reforms, which pretty much in some give priority to the Mexican Commission on Electricity and priority to basically oil and gas and hydrocarbons over renewable energy, which in the original sort of 2014 clean energy reform of Mexico, there was going to be much more opening to foreign investment, especially in the renewable energy side. So some supply chain security challenges that I see. Well, in addition to the energy disputes that we have, clearly there are some really positive things to regional FTAs, right? They can, in fact, improve supply chain resiliency. They bring things back to the region. Reshoring strategies, help to recut costs for businesses. They avoid global emergencies, perhaps, because you're in the region. So some of those disruptions that you saw during the pandemic might be at least minimized. And you can better manage the economies of scale when you're transitioning a manufacturing sector such as automotive to electrification. You can do that better and experiment more in the region than you can perhaps with the global supply side. But in the USMCA, you have several rule of origin rules that are actually protectionist, some of which I already discussed, but just to look specifically about the 70% steel that has to come from North America. Currently, this is sort of what our steel imports look like. Most of them come from Brazil and Mexico and Canada. So that is something that, it's not as much in the US. And so we have to see sort of what is that going to look like. But we also get a lot of steel imports from Europe and from Russia and from Asia. Lithium and critical minerals is going to be really key here. The US currently imports 50% of lithium from South America. US produces less than 2% of the world's supply of lithium, though it has 4% of reserves. If we tap into those reserves, of course, we have some environmental questions there in terms of pit mining, increased pit mining and natural resource extraction, of course. And there are many rare earths that are coming from Europe and China. And the lithium ion battery manufacturing is mostly from China. Some from Korea and Japan. The Biden Inflation Reduction Act also has tax credits for critical minerals domestic requirements. So if you meet some critical minerals domestic requirement, you get increased tax credits. Same with domestic battery manufacturing requirements. That's for the US, not for North America. And this week, actually, you may have seen this morning, President Yoon Suk Yeol was singing American Girl. So he was meeting with President Biden and they made a deal in which Korean companies would invest even more in the US battery manufacturing. GM and Samsung will invest $3 billion in joint ventures in the US and Hyundai as well. So clearly USMCA rule of origin rules seem like a counterintuitive thing, right, in comparison to what's actually happening, and has these protectionist sort of pieces to it to bring reshoring and bring back manufacturing to North America, but then it becomes harder to meet the rule of origin test as well. The USMCA labor standards are quite difficult to meet for Mexico, and the labor oversight mechanism clearly is going to create more and more disputes in the area. So we also have a carrot and stick approach in the US to trade. So, we currently have resolved, haven't completely resolved it, but they've concluded a rule of origins dispute between the Mexicans and the Canadians in the US, against the US. There are 8 labor disputes currently against Mexico from the USTR, 1 environmental dispute, 1 energy dispute, 8 CEC SCM investigations. Those are the environmental sort of protections investigations side of the USMCA. And as well as the GMO dispute currently has just recently been announced by the USTR against Mexico for Mexico's ban on importation of GMO products. We are in an era of trade wars. We're in an era of tariffs, both from a domestic US policy perspective in terms of using national security for reasons for passing these tariffs, but also in terms of looking at sort of the legal aspects of the USMCA and how it's framed. It has clearly some protectionist pieces to it. So in conclusion, regionalism serves reindustrialization purposes, and it can be part of decarbonization strategies. And with US government incentives, it can clearly bring jobs and it can reshore critical inputs of regional supply chain in EV production and contribute towards resiliency in this respect. But it also creates this multipolarization with supply chain protectionist trends, particularly if you think of the USMCA as part of sort of a regional trend here for North America, but we have similar things happening on the EU front as well as on the Asian side. It's also unrealistic to think that we could have any kind of pure regionalism. When you have inputs that are just more cost effective to have them sourced somewhere else outside of the North American region. Steel, lithium, semiconductors even is an example of that, even though this is coming back, but how much will it come back? There are environmental considerations to consider, in sourcing these. And yes, I agree. It's disturbing. And the politics of trade clearly creates some insecurity in the supply chain utility as well. So with that, I will pass the podium over to my colleague Keith. Thank you very much. And with
not sure how to transition to the next. Find us a bat. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying to the very last. Talking about maritime perspective on energy supply chain issues. And as it turns out, Iran actually has seized a Marshall Islands tanker today in the Gulf of Oman carrying a US oil majors cargo. So that's one of the issues that we have to deal with in the maritime sector on a recurring basis, but that's brand new today. So what I'd like to address with you is the world's merchant fleet carries approximately 90% of the world's trade. And just as these ships are buffeted by winds and seas, they must also deal with external forces that both strain and constrain their commercial viability. We will address examples of maritime-related supply chain risks, pandemics, impact on maritime supply chains, the impact of Russia's war on Ukraine, and new maritime GHG regulations coming online. The offshore wind power projects in the United States have presented a number of supply chain challenges. The pandemic interrupted the availability of parts for offshore wind tower components, including the manufacture and transportation of blades, towers, gearboxes, generators, and bearings, the vast majority of which are transported to the United States by merchant ships. These projects are built on the outer continental shelf, and they're just really getting started. We only have actually 7 offshore wind towers right now, 5 off of Rhode Island and 2 off of Virginia, but they are burgeoning on the East Coast for certain. And we're going to talk about the Gulf Coast here in a minute. But these projects are subject to the Jones Act, coastwise trade laws as a result of the Garamendi Amendment to the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, which means that any personnel or merchandise that are transported between US ports and an offshore wind tower must be transported aboard a US flagship. So to install a wind tower, you need specialized vessels to handle the equipment. There currently is a total of 1 US flagship wind turbine installation vessel. Actually, it's not yet a ship because it hasn't been commissioned. It's still in the yard down in Brownsville at the Keppel Amfels shipyard. It's the Charybdis. It's being chartered and purchased by Dominion Resources. It's behind schedule and it's also way behind budget, which means that the vast majority of installation vessels and the seamen to man them must come from Europe, where the expertise exists, and the US merchant fleet likely will be limited to employing small feeder vessels to service these projects. And so the next thing I'd like to talk to you about are permitting. Permits relating to offshore wind projects present a regulatory supply chain risk. In 2022, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM, formally designated 2 wind energy areas, WEAs, in the Gulf of Mexico. One 58 nautical miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, 188,000 acres with the potential to power 799,000 homes. The other 39 nautical miles south of Galveston, Texas, 546,000 acres with the potential to power 2.3 million homes. Those wind energy areas now have been proposed for a sale of or lease notice for 3 areas within those wind energy areas by BOEM. And those lease areas have the potential to power 1.3 million homes. So the Biden administration, pardon me, the Biden administration's goal is to build, thank you, 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power by 2030. Federal permitting requirements mandate the creation of environmental impact statements under the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA, which can take as many as 3 to 4 years to complete, which means that even if all the component parts, the ships and the seamen were available today, to build all of them, the earliest these projects would get online or at least start construction would be the spring of 2026 or 2027. And that does not take into account utility transmission access. So wind farms must access land-based electricity transmission lines. And they do this through the agencies that govern transmission access. One of those agencies is the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, which covers the Louisiana coast, as you can see from that map. And the other is for Texas, primarily for Texas, is the Energy Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, for the wind energy areas off of Galveston. MISO encompasses a 15-state region. It's responsible for the operation of bulk electricity transmission systems within its region and the wholesale electricity markets across the states that it serves. And ERCOT operates a similar system for most of the state of Texas. The power generating projects require approval from the transmission network to access the grid, which creates another permit layer for those projects. Most of the transmission networks use a queue system where developers' interconnection applications are considered sequentially. And now there is a backup basically in this queue system that used to be 2 years, now it's getting up to 4 years. So what we've got now is basically 2 sets of permitting issues, one federal, one utility transmission organization that are backing up basically the permitting for these projects for numerous years. Seems highly unlikely we're going to reach that 30 gigawatt goal that the Biden administration has proposed. To address the serious queue backlogs, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, has proposed a new rule. The FERC has proposed modifying the existing queue system to a first ready, first served cluster queue system. And so hopefully that will kick in here shortly. And there are 2 major interventions that have passed through Congress, one through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill of 2021 and the Inflation Reduction Act. So there's far more money that's being devoted to permitting issues, but it remains to be seen whether any progress is going to be made. In my estimation, what's missing is the ability of a federal and/or state permit expediter who has both the expertise and the authority to cut through the red tape to get these projects moving. And that's something that is still sorely lacking at the moment. So let's talk about another supply chain risk from a maritime perspective, and that's solar power. China dominates polysilicon, wafer, solar cells, and modules manufacturing for solar power. They have 79% of the polysilicon market. Over 96% of the wafers are manufactured in China, and they create also the vast majority of cells and modules. That domination creates risk issues when those components are not available because of COVID lockdowns, trade wars, and geopolitical strife, all of which have happened in the last 3 years. Virtually all of these components are carried aboard merchant ships, And when tariffs are imposed, all of those merchant ships are susceptible to delays in the carriage of those goods. Many companies who have relied exclusively upon Chinese manufacturing are rethinking their strategies. Just-in-time manufacturing is giving way to just-in-case strategies where inventories are accumulated in case of supply disruptions. Companies are moving some of those manufacturing plants out of China and into Vietnam and Thailand, and also relocating them back to North America and primarily Mexico. Let's talk about semiconductors, catalytic converters, and batteries, and the impact of Russia on these particular items. All of these items are used to power electric vehicles, and they require select metals to manufacture that are not readily available globally. Russia controls about 70 to 90% of the world's neon, more than 45% of its palladium, and more than 15% of its platinum. And palladium and platinum are used in catalytic converters. No sanctions on palladium have yet been imposed upon Russia, and that kind of is indicative of the fact that it has such an influence on the market. But Russia has banned its exports of noble gases, including neon, to the West. The US actually imports its neon from Ukraine, which produces it as a byproduct of its older steel manufacturing plants, and suggests that the supply of this gas is problematic under the circumstances. The world's auto manufacturers are switching from palladium to platinum as a result of developments relating to Russia. Russia is also one of the top producers of titanium, which is used to produce batteries for EVs, as well as a significant exporter of lithium, cobalt, and nickel, also used for EV batteries. Russian supply of these metals to the West is again quite problematic, given political considerations, and economic vulnerability as a result of Russian supply disruption is quite high. According to the MIT climate portal, demand for titanium could increase if titanium oxide batteries, which charge faster and last longer than lithium ion batteries, begin replacing lithium ion batteries. And the US only has about 4% of the world's supply, and China has a significant capacity. So the vast majority of these commodities are carried aboard bulk carriers. Merchant vessels are the primary source of transportation of these, and they are subject to the tariff wars and trade wars and any other interruptions in the supply chain that countries might be able to impose. So single source supplies of these commodities present maritime supply chains with a risk in the form of trade disputes between China and Russia on the one hand, and the US on the other. China's COVID lockdown interrupted manufacturing, caused voyage delays, and increased maritime transportation costs. The supply chain risk relating to semiconductors. Even though the San Jose region boasts of being the Silicon Valley, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is the global center of gravity for the manufacture of semiconductors, semiconductor chips, producing approximately 95% of the world's supply. And meanwhile, reports are that China's president has instructed his military to be ready to take Taiwan by force by 2027. So let's talk about the pandemic's impact on durable goods, which I think we all experienced. US consumer demand shifted from services to household goods. At the same time, the US government economic relief legislation heightened demand. Container carriers responded by maximizing their capacity from Asia to the US. And as a result, you can see from this graph, container freight rates skyrocketed. US exports suffered as many ocean carriers sailed empty from the US to Asia. Bottlenecks built up at US ports, as you can see from this photograph of container ships stacked up outside Long Beach. Container demurrage and detention costs soared, prompting congressional relief in the form of the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022, which was signed by the president, as you can see from this photograph. Shippers, meanwhile, have pursued claims for overcharging against the various ocean carriers before the Federal Maritime Commission. So too much money chasing too few goods created inflationary pressures, and ocean carriers flush with money invested in new container ships, and overcapacity is hitting that market in 2023 as consumer demand is falling. In terms of the pandemic's impact on the oil and gas market, in the spring of 2020, the price of crude plummeted to negative values on that you can see from the left-hand graph. And then onshore storage capacity in the US dried up and tankers were used to store oil as floating storage. And while oil tanker demand was high, the bottom fell out of the gas market as demand for LNG evaporated. Oil prices, the consumption and production levels now exceed pre-pandemic levels, and oil prices rose above pre-pandemic levels for the first time in March 2021 and remained relatively steady until Russia invaded Ukraine, when they spiked above $108 per barrel. The impact of on the tanker trade by Russia's war on Ukraine has been profound. There have been sanctions imposed by the US and the EU on the Russian oil and gas fleet, as well as Russia's oil and gas, as well as Russia's oil tanker fleet. Western sanctions now impose a price cap on Russian oil, and the EU is weaning itself off of both of Russian oil and gas. But what's happened is there's been a shadow fleet of some 600 tankers now carries Russian oil to China and India. And these vessels often turn off their transponders to avoid tracking. There are now two separate fleets worldwide carrying oil aboard tankers. One that carries Russian oil on long haul voyages to India and China, and the other that carries oil traded with the West. So Russia's shadow fleet is growing, and with the order book thin on tankers, the demand will continue to drive charter hire and freight rates even higher. The tanker charter hire rates are rising. VLCCs, that's a very large crude carrier. If you've ever seen the tankers that pull into Baytown at the Exxon Mobil refinery, those are Aframax tankers. A VLCC is about twice the size of those tankers. In January, the charter hire rate for VLCC was about $38,000 per day, and now it's in excess of $100,000 per day. So I'd like to turn our attention to another major impact that's going to affect the global merchant fleet, and that is GHG regulations. MARPOL Annex 6 is the air emissions regulation promulgated by the International Maritime Organization. So far, it has been dealing primarily with the emissions of SOx and NOx, that is sodium oxide and nitrous oxide. Those were very desirable to contain because they generate acid rain. And so there have been a reduction in the amount of sulfur that can be included in bunker fuel carried aboard vessels worldwide. And there are now areas called ECAs, emissions control areas, around the United States, the Baltic Sea, part of the Caribbean, and just in December in the Mediterranean Sea that are implementing these regulations. They have a downside. They also have the tendency with open loop scrubber systems to take the sulfur that was going into the air and basically putting it in the water. So in effect, we're eliminating acid rain, but we're creating greater acidification of the marine environment. But that's for another day. Now the IMO is taking aim at GHG emissions. Maritime shipping presently constitutes about 3.1% of global CO2 emissions. And so let's talk about the IMO's approach, the EU's approach, and the USA's approach. The IMO's near-term goal is to reduce GHG emissions by 40% by 2030 from 2008 levels. And it's doing it primarily through three mechanisms. The first is EEDI, and that's the Energy Efficiency Design Index for new builds. What that does is for new build ships over the course of years, the requirements become more stringent in terms of the amount of emissions that new build ships are permitted to emit. And as of right now, they're down about 20% from about 10 years ago. What the EEDI does is it takes the vessel's installed power, its design speed, and its cargo carrying capacity, it's also known as deadweight tonnage, and it puts that into a mathematical calculation, and that basically becomes your EEDI number, if you will. You have to be within the graph that the IMO has created. If you're below the line, you're fine. If you're above the line, then you've got to take measures to reduce your emissions, and you do that by limiting power or by reducing speed. What has just gone into effect is the EEXI, that's the Energy Efficiency for Existing Ships Index. And it does exactly the same thing, except it does it for the world's fleet of existing ships. And what the expectation is that in this year and next, when all of the ships go through their next classification inspections, they will be evaluated and an EEXI number will be applied to each of those ships. But the EEXI number apparently now is in close proximity to the EEDI number, which means that for existing ships, they're already going to be in excess of the baseline model that the IMO has implemented, which means that for existing ships, you're going to have to do something with the three parameters that you have in order to reduce your emissions. Most likely, they're going to reduce speed. And they'll probably put power limitations on the vessel's engines, although leaving override capacity in the event of an emergency. But the effect of that is going to be to slow down traffic and slow down voyages, which means goods are not going to go to their destinations as fast as they have. The last mechanism that IMO is using is the carbon intensity indicator. In this year of 2023, data is being accumulated for all vessels in terms of calculating their actual emissions. And there will be a rating that's applied to each of the ships starting on January 1st to 2024, which will rate the ships on a scale of A through E, A being the least amount of emissions, E being the most amount of emissions. And each of the ships will have a certain amount of time to come into compliance to get up to at least a C rating. D level ships will have 3 years. E level ships will have 1 year to create a corrective plan of action to be in compliance. So maintaining that ship C2 rating within the required limits is a mandatory requirement. So there is some question as to whether or not a vessel that doesn't meet its EEXI or C2 requirements is going to be permitted to engage in international trade. So IMO's new developments, there was a convention, it's the Marine Environmental Protection Committee meeting. It was the 79th meeting of the IMO held in December of 2022. And at that meeting, there was a consensus growing toward the assessment of a bunker levy, that is a levy against the bunkers that are being consumed, and also a consensus growing toward what's known as a GFS standard, that is the greenhouse fuel standard, which the EU is also has just promulgated, and they are in the process of implementing. So that. What's going to happen at the MEPC meeting 80 in July of this year, the expectation is the bunker levy and the GFS standard are going to be adopted. However, the GHG reduction framework, as I mentioned to you, the IMO's goal is in the short term, 40% reduction by 2030 and a 50% reduction by 2050. That doesn't get us anywhere near net zero. At this conference at MEPC 79, one of the classification society representatives from DNV reported that consensus was not likely. And by consensus, I basically mean 100%. There's no majority rule and it gets adopted. You actually have to have everybody agreeing to it. His observation was that only about 50% of the participants planned on voting for net zero, and there was at least 20% that were adamantly opposed. So it doesn't look very likely that the GHG reduction framework is going to alter from the IMO when they meet in July of this year. The EU's, meanwhile, wasn't too happy, hasn't been too happy with the lack of progress on emissions. Their emissions are much more stringent, 55% reduction by 2030 from 1990 levels. And they have imposed or created an emissions trading system, which has been in place for about 10 years, but now it's being extended to the maritime transport sector. And that is going to have a major impact on the price of goods being transported to and from Europe. And they have also just this month adopted the Fuel EU regulation. That's why I believe that IMO is going to adopt one as well, which is good news because the Fuel EU regulation is designed to reduce the permissible amount of GHG emissions every year until it actually declines to about by 80% levels by 2050. But the ETS emissions trading system will require vessels that are transiting 100% within the EU to pay a tax on their emissions. And for those transiting going to and from the EU, they will be taxed on 50% of their emissions. So again, the cost of trading going to EU is going to increase significantly. Starting to run out of time, but I do want to get to the very end slide. We'll talk to you about the Coast Guard, and sorry to say we're still waiting for the Coast Guard's adoption of regulations that are going to be dealing with GHG emissions. They were supposed to be promulgated in 2022, and we're still waiting for them. The ESG rules, I'm not going to spend any time on that because we are running out of time, although they relate to the disclosure of scope 1, 2, and 3 GHG emissions. The EU is going to be doing EU ESG rules, much like the SEC had proposed. SEC's proposal has been delayed somewhat, still expected this year. Hard to say exactly when it's going to be promulgated. But the import of the EU's ESG rules is that they are going to apply to subsidiaries of foreign companies that do business in the EU. And that will require disclosures relating to not only your own emissions, but also the emissions of vendors in your supply chain. So it could have an impact because the primary ship owning companies are based in Athens. And so they will all be subject to the EU's ESG regulations. So what I'd like to just kind of end with here is, what are the likely impacts of GHG emissions? I think they're quite significant. I think you're going to see additional operational costs that are being imposed as a result. The ETS, the new bunker fuel requirements, EEXI, EEDI, and C2 or CII will increase vessel owners' operational costs, which they will pass along in higher freight and higher rates to shippers and charters, who in turn will do the same with their contracting partners, and they with theirs to the eventual end users. Time charters are actually the parties who buy bunker fuel for merchant ships, and so their costs will rise, as will vessel owners who may have to adapt their vessels to burn cleaner fuels. The EU's new bunker fuel requirements likely will spread globally, as merchant vessels transiting international commerce will need to adapt. GHG emission standards in the maritime supply chain will drive up transportation costs and may create inflationary pressures. Certainly the cost of transportation within, to, and from the EU will rise, which will drive the cost of that block's goods higher. EEXI and CII standards will slow voyages. Slower speeds reduce emissions, resulting in supply chain delays and longer lead times for the manufacture of goods comprised of parts from around the globe. The expected increase in transportation costs and voyage time may prompt manufacturers to rethink just-in-time manufacturing practices and look to geographically closer suppliers. And we can expect a marked alteration in the merchant fleet's composition over the next 2 decades as stricter emission standards sideline older vessels that can no longer compete in the marketplace, and considerable financial pressure on vessel operators whose fleets fall below the EEXI and the CII standards. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Great.
Thank you, everybody, as well as for our great panelists. We literally have a couple of minutes for one or more questions, if you have any that you'd like to pose for our panelists. Well, I will spare everyone the 2-page list of questions that came to mind as they were speaking. I will make, I guess, 3 quick question comments. One, I would like to highlight, I guess, involuntarily, Ramana Krishnamurti is here from the UH Energy Program. And I just want to point out that they've been doing some groundbreaking work on repurposing the infrastructure of offshore oil and gas platforms for renewable energy, hydrogen production, and other types of green technologies. In that regard, some of your commentary on how BOEM is going to be having to get into the permitting fight, we have to also think about essentially the transformation of that network as well. Number 2, and this one will throw as a question out, just because I can't resist, and I'll just do my 2 very quickly. You focus a lot on bunker fuels and other types of fossil fuel based power sourcing. I do know there's been some research on whether or not you could switch to battery or other types of power for locomotion. I was wondering if you had any sense if that's in the horizon.
I don't think batteries are on the horizon anytime soon. The amount of power that you would need to power a ship with batteries would be enormous. There has been a move afoot in terms of LNG. I think that market is somewhat limited because it has limited supply chain ability to refuel LNG ships. I think the greatest promise is for probably something along the lines of green ammonia, which there's, to my knowledge, there's no vessel on Earth that yet has any propulsion system that handles it. However, it appears as though there are some ICE, that is internal combustion engines, that are coming online fairly soon that is going to be able to handle green ammonia. Green ammonia can be created because it has the composition molecule N2 is basically free in the atmosphere. There's a project down in Australia right now that is taking a solar power system and creating hydrogen to then manufacture ammonia. And they're going to try to put it in merchant vessels. There is hope because that is basically a GHG free fuel, but it does have some serious downsides. It's very toxic to crew members, but it is an alternative.
Thank you. I had romantic images of sails on top of container ships. Elizabeth, I was curious in terms of the tension developing between the massive subsidies under the Inflation Reduction Act and allegations that it may actually constitute unfair trade subsidies under the USMCA. I know we've had a conversation recently with the head of the SEM unit and legal counsel for the Commission on Environmental Cooperation, where we asked them and got a very vague answers where that might go. So now I might pose the same question for you and see if you might be able to offer a sharper answer.
Thanks, Tracy, for the question. I don't know if I can give a sharper answer. I'm not sure we really know an answer. I mean, subsidies has always been sort of an issue under not just the USMCA, but in the world trade scene.
you know, there's always the possibility of there being a dispute. However, you know, if in fact, on the one hand, the USMCA is intended in part to help domestic decarbonization strategies, and there's collaboration happening on that front with the three countries and economic investment in the areas that contribute towards decarbonization, I'm not so sure that there's much incentive or much appetite to bring a trade dispute for that reason. I think we saw this play out at the WTO, where they were feed-in tariffs by Canada with respect to, you know, renewable energy projects that were coming, and they were subsidized by Canada through these feed-in tariff sort of frameworks. And really the main issue that the WTO had at the time was with respect to domestic content requirements, right? And how discriminatory they were. But they also said that, you know, countries are allowed, especially with respect to transitioning economies, to have some subsidies as long as they're within the bounds of the WTO, which have never been quite clarified. So I don't know if we have a good definition as to the types of subsidy that would be allowed that look like this under a WTO framework, and much less under the North American framework. However, that does not mean that countries may not decide to pass a countervailing subsidy dispute if they so choose. As you've seen under softwood lumber with Canada and the United States, and on the sugar side with Mexico and the US. If you recall, during the negotiations, there was a huge push to try to eliminate these types of dispute entirely from the USMCA. But Canada really wanted that in the USMCA, the ability to bring these types of disputes. So if there is to be any kind of sort of rumblings around subsidies, I would think it would come from our northern partner, but we shall see, because they also have quite a few projects, decarbonization projects that also include subsidies. So I'm not sure there's a whole lot of appetite in that direction, considering the economic benefits of all of this.
Last chance for questions. All right, with that, another hand for our panelists. Thank you. And let me thank all of you. It's been a wonderful, long day. We appreciate your stamina as well as your curiosity. I wanted to particularly thank our sponsors as well, in particular Blank Rome for being our partner in this venture. And we look forward to hopefully seeing all of you again for our next conference next year. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Hannah, thank you. You can shut things off now.